Chapter 101 Game 79 Fake Match Scene. When the team led by Andy Sue fell into high-frequency shock, different forces that were watching the war in various ways from afar also had different reactions. In terms of war, dwarves are always more talented than other races. Very interesting. Is this the level? The slogans are so loud, but the fighting power is not good enough. It seems that the attacking party is a bit weak. Should we intervene? Those undead who keep dying are quite interesting. Under the gaze of those different forces, the attacking party that was dragged into the vortex by the shock was also discussing. The communicator in the convoy was accompanied by a noisy noise. And under the interference, it said intermittently, "Andisu, be direct." The dwarves and other vehicles followed suit, controlling the machinery not to disintegrate in the high-frequency vibration, and said, "This is not the time for training. If we accidentally overturn the car, the situation will become very bad. Just end it. The situation is a bit out of control." Obviously, they not only did not feel that they were at a disadvantage, but they were even very sure that they were in control of the situation. Andisa thought for a few seconds, reduce casualties as much as possible. Although they are our enemies, they are also dwarves. I don't want the unification of the dwarf kingdom to come at the cost of the death of countless dwarves. Unification without death and sacrifice is an impossible unification. Dorona shouted on the side, "You said so before." At that time, I was one of countless dwarves, and I only represented myself. So I can say that. Andisa was not in a hurry to make a decision. He slowly persuaded others, but now, my decision is related to the life and death of countless dwarves. Dorona scratched his head. He knew nothing about the heavy pressure Andisa was carrying. Dwarves were not delicate beings, and those overflowing soft thoughts had no room to prevail. Dorona thought very simply as always. Although he didn't understand what Andisa was struggling with, he couldn't let the situation continue like this anyway. So, we start to fight back? After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the call, Dorona obtained Andisa's permission. So, after the square fell into high-speed shock, their counterattack came late. The machine disintegrated due to the shock, but some devices made of special materials were not affected by the shock. Because it is not a conductor, the overly expensive materials have their reasons for being expensive. The convoy changed, and the dwarf formation following the convoy changed accordingly, and they all retreated a distance. Several swaying parts floated out of the suspended vehicle, without any reaction to the surrounding shock, and flew slowly forward. During the flight, they encountered several waves of interception from the dwarf elders, all of which were unsuccessful, because the cost is high and the part shell was reinforced for some purpose at the beginning of the design. These parts are particularly resistant to beating, but this can only allow them to fly to the foot of the mountain. Going forward, layers of severe defense have been activated, and further attacks may burst out at any time due to the intrusion of outsiders. The swaying parts wandered at the foot of the mountain, and the two waves of mechanical armies that had fought before were still fighting here. The parts were scattered and spread in 4 directions at the foot of the mountain, forming a virtual encirclement. The dwarves on Andy Sue's side were still resisting the shot that had not stopped, and they seemed to have temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. This was a very good opportunity for the dwarf elders. They might be able to decide the outcome by taking advantage of the victory. But they would not do this. Andy Sue knew them. They were very cautious. At some point, this caution could even be called pedantic and stubborn. Even if it seemed that a good chance to win was right in front of them, they would consider whether it was a trap and tend to stay put. This was not a bad habit. In many cases, caution could bring due rewards. Moreover, not only Andy Sue knew the dwarf elders, but the dwarf elders also knew Andy Sue. Without countless backup options, Andy Sue would not impulsively issue a unified declaration, let alone come with a fierce momentum, but end in failure. Andy Sue grew up in the dwarf elders. Even if he did not like the caution and pedantry of the dwarf elders, it was undeniable that he had very similar characteristics. The parts were lingering at the foot of the mountain. Andy Sue glanced at the heavily guarded dwarf elders on the mountain, pressed the switch of the box, and a faint blue light quickly lit up from the box. A certain part in the distance was activated, stopped and seemed to be wandering aimlessly, brewing ether fluctuations. The other dwarves in the convoy followed suit and pressed the switch. So the parts in the distance were activated one after another, paused in place, and the ether fluctuations burst out in an instant, not even giving people room to react. The previous second, The dwarves on Andy Su's side were still struggling to get rid of the impact of the shock. And the next second, the whole mountain suddenly exploded. The vibration transmitted by the machine slowly calmed down after losing control. The team standing in front of the mountain looked up at the mountain that collapsed in front of them. The dust was flying in the air. The mountain collapsed from the mountain range. The fortress at the top was buried by mud and rocks in an instant. The players looked up at this scene and slowly opened their mouths. Wow! I think the scene is not what I thought. What are we here for? Is the battle so fierce in this game? No matter how you think about it, you can only say, wow, it's a bit awesome. The whole mountain collapsed in front of them with a bang. And the mud and rocks piled up into small bulges, burying everything. That scene was more like an unmatched natural disaster. In just a moment, the inherent existence was completely destroyed. The dwarves did not take the time to sigh at this scene. Almost at the moment the mountain collapsed, the square formation led by the convoy rushed up. Although this scene was as simple as dropping a few bundles of explosives. In fact, at that moment, the etheric fluctuations emitted by the parts that were fixed beside the mountain and formed an encirclement were the problem. It crushed through the arrangement that the dwarf elders had been operating for thousands of years, annihilated the foundation of the mountain, and fundamentally resolved the confrontation war with an unstoppable trend. The dwarves rushed forward, and the machines followed, digging the collapsed mountain while quickly transforming the tools in their hands. While the players and other onlookers were still sighing at this amazing situation of overwhelming force, the dwarves had quickly stabilized the disaster site and began to take the initiative and rescue people from the landslide. Players watched helplessly as the scene suddenly changed from a life and death struggle to one side in trouble, and all sides came to support. Fortunately, the disaster site was not very serious. After all, the dwarves could not do anything else. But it was more than enough to build a simple shelter for themselves on the spot. The focus was not on the landslide, but on the existence that caused the landslide. In fact, the research on the controllability of the black blood stone energy has not been completed. Of course, it is a bit difficult to expect the dwarves to overcome this world problem in a few days. It seems difficult to put hope on the magician. Although the train has been put into use, the magician's research topic is still in its infancy. The dwarves' opportunistic method has not fundamentally solved the problem. Therefore, the dwarves are still using semi-finished products in the war. The power is huge and still uncontrollable. The only improvement is that after the parts are forcibly damaged, the black blood stone will not continue to output energy. This means that these expensive parts are all disposable. The parts were damaged in time, but the degree of uncontrollable energy released by several parts in an instant exceeded the dwarves' initial expectations. The dwarf's convoy was equipped with equipment to monitor ether fluctuations, and at this moment, the inside of the collapsed mountain was marked with ether intensity symbols indicating high-risk reactions. The dwarves dug deeper and deeper, and after digging out a series of trapped dwarves at the disaster site, they finally dug through the lowest passage. The sand sculpture players were shocked on the spot, and the high-level players had already gathered there, wandering around the dwarves, not missing any possible tasks. So, of course, they got the emergency rescue task. The players fell from the top and followed the dug passage to the deepest part. Fuck. High-level players are also human beings, and they have the right to be shocked. Unlike the ordinary collapse above, at the bottom, the overly strong ether energy once again exists in the form of a blue flame, in the depths of the collapse, which is so dark that there is nothing except soil and rocks. A vast cave exists unreasonably. The blue flame is attached to the edge of the cave, like some kind of decoration, swaying and illuminating the darkness below. In addition, the cave is so clean that it is outrageous. Soil? Rocks? Even plants? Nothing. The high-level players were surprised by this strange scene for a few seconds, and suddenly realized something and looked up. The blue flame that filled the entire sky and should not exist in theory met them just like that. This is why this cave can exist in violation of the principles of mechanics. The blue flame attached to the cave is destroying everything that should have collapsed at an astonishing speed. The reason why this entire cave can exist is that it is expanding rapidly. If you look closely at the blue flames, you will find that the flames are devouring everything. If you continue to let them go, they will continue to spread across the continent after breaking through the mountain, annihilating everything and causing a near-destructive disaster. The players were shocked by this scene for a few seconds before searching the ground surrounded by the blue flames according to the task. because there was nothing on the ground. It was very easy to find the target, the inconspicuous black stones scattered on the ground. They picked up the stones and resigned themselves to extinguishing the overflowing materialized energy, the blue flames. This was not difficult for them. The energy catalyzed by the black blood stone could not harm them, so the overflowing energy was easily extinguished by them. Then the cave, which lost the expanding energy, collapsed instantly submerging all the players on the scene. A white light flashed, and the players were resurrected at the end of the flag. The violent vibration came from the inside of the collapsed mountain again. Andisu looked back at Duolongna, who stuck his head out of the car and nodded to him, indicating that the high-risk energy reaction below had disappeared. A new group of dwarves fell into the passage again to pick up the black blood stone that was left below. At this point, the dwarves' rescue mission came to an end. Andisu straightened up, turned his head, and looked at the rescued dwarves for a few seconds. After a strange silence, Andisu turned his head and looked down. Is there anything else to clean up down there? Dorona got off the car and said, anyway, the house has collapsed, so let's clean up and go to the top of the mountains. Elder Nolan stared at the dwarves going down, and did not respond to Dorona's provocation, and asked directly, what is it? What is what? Dorona pushed Andisu, indicating that he should clean up the mess, and he would deal with the elders. Andisu followed his force, and walked a few steps away, gathering the dwarves of the dwarf elders grouped together, while the dwarves he brought were still busy digging out corpses, living people, and supplies from the landslide. What was that energy just now? Nolan stared at Dorona with a serious expression and said, that is not the ether we are familiar with. Who said it is not the ether we are familiar with? Dorona said casually. That can only prove that you don't know enough about ether. Nolan glanced at the dwarfs, who had climbed up from the depths of the passage. They were covered in dust, and had some buried daily necessities on the machinery outside their bodies. There was nothing special about them. Nolan corrected his question. Have you found a new way to use ether? Dorona did not answer this question directly. He changed the subject. I say, Elder, should you care about other things instead of this? For example, there were some strange situations at the scene. After all, strictly speaking, they were still the two warring parties. Nolan didn't care about these things at all. Andisu will arrange it. He continued to ask persistently. How did you do it? Dorona glanced at Andisu, who was talking to the rescued dwarves, and found that what Nolan said was right. Andisu had already arranged the dwarves of the Elders' Council very naturally. The scene was harmonious. Not like they had just blown up the home of the Dwarf Elders' Council. Doran scratched his head, not understanding the situation, and turned to ask Nolan, what are you trying to do? If you don't oppose the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom, why do you have to blow up your own home? Nolan pondered. Different forms of ether? What form of ether is so destructive? Doran was talking to Nolan at cross purposes, each talking about his own thing, and no one wanted to answer the other's question. If you oppose the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom. Doran glanced at Andisu, who naturally took over the Dwarf Elders' Council. With this reaction, no one would believe that they didn't support Andisu. But the problem is also obvious. Nolan stared at the collapsed mountain thoughtfully, because the output energy is too strong. You can't effectively control it. At this point, Nolan frowned, turned his head to look at Andisu, who was surrounded by dwarves, and called him loudly, Andisu. Andisu glanced in Nolan's direction, ended the arrangement of the dwarves, squeezed out of the crowd, and walked to Nolan. Elder? You dare to use a semi-finished product? Nolan said sternly. Have you forgotten what I taught you back then? Andisu was output in the face, and there was no emotional fluctuation. This is the fastest way to end the war right now. He looked at Nolan. It is also the best way to prove that we are capable of unifying the dwarves. He said sincerely, I hope you can agree with us. Not by fighting and countless deaths. Nolan's tone was slightly softened, but still hard. This is indeed beyond our definition of the traditional attack mode. You have found a very dangerous way to use it. But have you ever thought about what will happen if this uncontrollable powerful energy gets out of control? Dorona looked at it for a few times, and found that he was out of tune with them. So he simply turned around and looked for other things to do. The excavation work at the site is still proceeding in an orderly manner. The dwarves led by Andisu and the dwarves of the Dwarf Elders are mixed together, regardless of you and me, and work together to excavate. Dorona leaned over to take a look at the things excavated from the collapsed mountain. There were all kinds of things, including supplies, tools, And corpses. The idle player accepted the task and helped the dwarves to classify. I thought no one died in this war. But there are still corpses? Be more precise. What is this war? Can it be considered a war? It can't even be considered a gang fight. At best, it is a fake match to show military achievements to each other as a gesture of friendship. Then let me ask, will people die in a fake match? After all, it's such a big scene. It's unreasonable if a few people don't die. I don't understand the worldview of this game. How can it be so harmonious even if people die? The dwarf on the side glanced at the player who openly talked about them in front of him, and couldn't help but interrupt. What are you talking about? Wow. The NPC interrupted. Is there a hidden plot? Hidden plot bullshit. This game is very intelligent. If you say it in front of people, of course they will react. From my observation, there was no reaction before because the NPC didn't want to pay attention to you. The new player ignored the persuasion of the big brother and talked to the NPC with excitement that there might be a hidden plot. I'm just curious. You guys stopped resisting too quickly. After all, you are enemies. He pointed to the corpse in front of him. Look, you still have a blood feud. The dwarf looked at this strange ether body with some suspicion, suspecting that this guy was here to sow discord. There is no blood feud between dwarves. The dwarf shouted, besides, that's Andy Sue. What's wrong with Andy Sue? The player turned his head and looked in the direction of Andy Sue. And he couldn't see the aura of kingship. Are these two related? The next second, the player received a notification that the dwarf's favorability and reputation had dropped. The dwarf, who was originally talking to him, ended the conversation because of his words and distanced himself from him. After the short fake match ended, the video website uploaded the fake match videos recorded by the players in real time. Among several identical videos, one video successfully stole the popularity with its unique title, The Most Shocking Scene in the Holographic Game. The dwarf's combat power is revealed. What? The bottom-ranked profession of dwarf actually has a day to turn over? Fuck. So many people. In fact, there are only 2,000 people. But in the video, it feels like a huge army. The square formation stopped in unison, and the camera swept the surrounding dwarves and stopped them on the hill in front, constantly zooming in and zooming in, showing the fortress structure of the dwarf elders in front of the audience. Is the war really going to start? I have a premonition of the big scene later, and I rub my hands excitedly. Then you were too excited too early. Cold-face.jpg. When the mechanical army rushed out from the dwarf and gathered together to move towards the hill. This extremely spectacular scene directly made the number of barrages reach a climax. Fuck. The dwarf actually has this skill? I didn't expect that there is such an awesome skill behind the ordinary hammer swinging skill. The dwarf is too modest. If he had shown us a little bit before, the teaching building would not be so deserted. Awesome, awesome, awesome. When the mechanical army was involved in a melee, and the war unfolded beyond imagination, the barrage also began to go crazy. Today I will change the description of this game in the encyclopedia that it is a Western fantasy game. New concept war. Future war. The like column has appeared. Oh my god. I am afraid I have clicked the wrong channel and entered Star Wars. High energy ahead. Justice is falling from the sky. After the stray bullets dropped from the mountain detonated the machinery in the square array, they began to cause large-scale vibrations in the conductors. The video showed that the objects in the picture were in a state of high-speed vibration. This is Western fantasy. This is obviously science fiction. Why is the camera shaking along with it? This can actually be explained. Everyone knows that the Earth is a magnetic field. The principle of this attack is actually to adjust the vibrations of the organisms in this area to the same magnetic field. And then? Sorry. I can't make it up. Fuck. I am still thinking seriously, and feel that my IQ has been insulted. Actually, I can finish it. No one can understand it anyway. High energy warning ahead again. High energy ahead. It is recommended that people with weak hearts, easily excited emotions, and other viewers exit the video in time to avoid excessive emotional fluctuations and unexpected situations. After a series of dense high-energy bullet screens, the shaking camera finally stabilized. And then the next second, the mountain in the video exploded. This is too sudden. So what happened? Wait. The dwarf rushed up? The dwarf started to save people? The dwarf started to save people together with the enemy? New combat mode. World harmony. Buddha's mercy. On-site match fixing. Report to the referee. Someone is match-fixing here. What a friendly society. Full of trust between people. Even if they are facing each other with swords in the last second, they can face the disaster together in the next second. Although this disaster was created by the other party. A true and unexpected disaster. When I heard that the dwarves were going to unify the dwarf kingdom, I rubbed my hands. The main quest has finally started. This must give me a big scene. Right? At least the player quests must be received softly. Right? When I saw the dwarves start to unify the dwarf kingdom, I began to reflect on the relationship between man and nature on the spot. My body and mind were sublimated. And I even wanted to greet the planner cordially. Don't worry. Don't you say that there are several more dwarf tribes to be unified? This is only the first one. And there will definitely be a hearty battle next. Really? I don't believe it. Old you. Chapter 102 Game 80. A few days later, a new post rose slowly in the forum, and was pushed to the top of the hot post. No way. No way. That's it. That's it? This plot. Brothers. Put the question mark on the screen for me. Crowdfunding to change the game planner. I'll give 10 yuan first. Who is the game planner? What kind of extremely smart brain can design such a stupid plot? I was shocked. When I went online, I found that the team had arrived at the second dwarf tribe. I was about to rub my hands and watch the big scene. But what happened? The people in the liberated areas welcomed the Red Army. They beat gongs and drums, and happily came to pick people up from 800 meters away. Is that okay? What? I just didn't go to the forum for a day, and I can't keep up with the pace again? A few days ago, weren't you still resting in the dwarf elders group? I also went back to the top of the mountains to change equipment and sent the old, weak, and disabled back. What happened today? After resting, those who should be sent back were sent back. Shouldn't the dwarf army set off again? As a result, after a long time, the second dwarf tribe surrendered on the spot. To be precise, that's not called surrender. That's called abdication. It's the first time I've seen such a stupid plot that someone held Andy Su's hand and insisted on making him the leader. Those who said they wanted to change the planners. Don't even think about it. This game doesn't even have a legitimate company. The state is responsible for delivering the helmets to your door. How can there be a planner? Who came up with this plot? It can't be the relevant departments. Right? Are the game literacy of the relevant departments so poor? It's probably the Upmaster. It's His Majesty the King. Then it's okay. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the plot of this game is beyond imagination. And it brings a novel gaming experience to players and viewers. It is indeed the level that an excellent planner should have. I actually didn't realize for a moment whether the above post was ironic or something. How is this novel? The game experience of the players is lost again. Okay. I want to fight 1 against 100. And enjoy the game experience in an unimaginable reality. Not to see the NPC's body shake and all directions come to worship. Who is the player or the NPC? To be honest, this plot is set just right, giving people a short break in the tension and excitement, perfectly grasping the psychological experience of the players. And the planner is awesome. What's going on above? His Majesty the King also bought Water Army in this forum? This is embarrassing praise? To be honest, any planner can't do better than His Majesty the King. Tears flowed from the corners of my eyes. I think you are really not right. No need. No need. The truth is simple. Insult the planner. Your account is gone. That's too much. Isn't it just a beta test spot? It's easy to talk. Just search the market price of beta test spots. Fuck. This is too much. Isn't it? Over 10,000. Even at this price. You can't buy it. It's crazy. Since the video of the dwarf playing a fake match came out a few days ago, the price of beta test spots has skyrocketed. And it's frightening. And I always feel something is wrong. It's just a game. Right? The thoughts of rich people are really hard to understand. But what's even more exaggerated is that I heard that someone wanted to sell it. And the helmet was ready to be sent out. But it was directly confiscated. I don't believe this kind of gossip. Sent abroad? This gossip suddenly became credible. Although it is not a game. It is an epic-making invention after all. So copyright awareness should be maintained. I don't care about these messy things. Anyway, this helmet will be permanently bound once you log in. And you can't sell it even if you want to. I remember that there are only 3 dwarf forces to be unified? Good guy. Then the main task will be completed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Thunderstorm. Little rain. Fortunately, I was so looking forward to it before. Not really? This has to be a big one. Right? Otherwise, this unification is too easy, like playing. It's so easy to unify. Why did the dwarves wait until now? Wouldn't it be beautiful to unify it earlier? I thought about it carefully. Even if it really goes to a big scene, what can the player do with a bunch of zero-level skills in his hands? No matter how big the scene is. With the player's level, he will just join in the fun wherever he goes. This game is awesome because the players are just playing around the whole time, and can't feel the slightest bit of gaming experience. But there are still so many people crying and shouting for internal beta accounts. We can only hope that the public beta situation will improve. However, this game has cooperated with relevant departments. Can't the relevant departments hire a planner to help the UP master share the burden? Let professionals do professional things. And this situation will not happen. Of course, the UP master's ability is worthy of recognition. And the game has a high degree of freedom in all aspects. Even if the plot is a bit hard to say, it's actually not a big problem. This is not an RPG game that must be forced to follow the plot. At worst, I won't follow the plot. But the problem is that the power system of the game has collapsed. Right? This is an NPC that is stronger than the player. It is a bit too much if it is just a little bit stronger. If we put it there, it is like a level 0 trumpet mixed with full level players. It is not a question of dignity or not. But there is no game experience at all. I strongly suggest here, even if you shut down the server for a few days to adjust the power system, why would you throw a level 0 player in front of the boss right away? It is well reasoned and sincere. But the UP master does not listen. Such a long paragraph is wasted. He Xingwen knows clearly about the complaints and suggestions of players about the game. The system even made a table for this, listing the most frequently mentioned issues by players. The first one is the imbalance of the power system, followed by suggestions for other game functions, such as backpacks, maps, etc. Regarding how to improve this, He Xingwen said, I hope players will work hard and strive to narrow the distance between them and the boss in their lifetime. Objectively speaking, a large part of the reason for the imbalance of the power system is that the other races that the kingdom encountered at the beginning were too awesome to be objective. A small part of the reason for the imbalance of the power system is that players know nothing about the truth and just treat it as a game, trying to get something for nothing and get free skills. But no matter what, this is not something that can be done by modifying the background data. Players are an important part of the kingdom, but it is not yet time for them to play a real role. System, after all, for them, the game has not even reached the public beta stage, and the basic framework of the game has not yet been perfected. He Xingwen glanced at the Mind Palace, skimmed over the tasks that were still in progress, and pulled the progress bar to the bottom. The main quest is still in the first stage. He Xingwen put aside his unnecessary concern for the player's gaming experience and turned his attention to the dwarf. The only one left is the Dong New Lai family. The geographical location of the Dong New Lai family is somewhat special. The system projected the map on He Xingwen's retina. The Dong New Lai family is located on the edge of the Aneva Mountains, and the team led by Ndisu is currently in the Qiuyuan tribe, which is located on the outskirts of the Niwa plain. In other words, to reach the Dong New Lai family from the Qiuyuan tribe, you need to pass through a series of large and small human kingdoms on the Niwa plain. Of course, space teleportation is always the most effective way to move forward. Andisa can let Tuar Jin open a space teleport in the Qiuyuan tribe, directly to the Aneva Mountains, without having to pass through the large and small human kingdoms on the Niwa plain. Therefore, the geographical location of the Diamond Empire should be mentioned here. As the human empire with the largest territory on the Neva plain, it occupies almost half of the Neva plain. Unfortunately, its territory covers the junction of the Neva plain and the Aneva Mountains, which means that its border borders the Dongyali family. This means that Andisa can teleport directly to the Dongyali family territory, which means that there is an additional dwarf army on the border of the Diamond Empire. Even if the Diamond Empire and the kingdom are on good terms, they will not turn a blind eye to this behavior that is almost a declaration of war, not to mention that the Diamond Empire and the kingdom have no friendship. Of course, Andisa has another choice, which is to attack the rear of the Dongyali family and avoid the border of the Diamond Empire. But that is just to replace the Diamond Empire bordering the Dongyali family with the Salfa Federation. The Salfa Federation is distributed in the Aneva Mountains, and the nearest city is located outside the territory of the Dongili family. Considering the great scientist's talent and invention, appearing outside the cities of the South of Federation without permission is most likely to directly attract attacks from the South of Federation. It is difficult for the dwarves to lead their army directly to the territory of the Dongili family, unless they intend to go to war with the Dongili family and also invite attacks from the Human Kingdom or the South of Federation. In order to avoid this situation, it is proper etiquette to inform one party that our army will appear outside their border system, but considering that the initial split of the Dwarf Kingdom may have been caused by external forces, and the Dongili family's location is so special, you need to make the second preparation. The reason why the Dongili family's location is special is that for most independent forces, being too close to a powerful kingdom is not a good choice. Just like prey will not run into the hunter's mouth by itself. With a difference in strength between the two, it is difficult for the Dongili family to gain the upper hand in front of the Diamond Empire. So it is hard to say why the Dong Nu Lai family chose to stop by the Diamond Empire in the first place. Or in other words, it is hard to say whether there was some unknown agreement between the Dong Nu Lai family and the Diamond Empire in the first place. The system explained the second preparation, assuming that other forces intervene in the Dwarf Unification War. Be prepared to go to war with the other force. The other force? The Diamond Empire? He Xingwen looked at the vast territory of the Diamond Empire on the map. Compared with it, the kingdom was just a scam. This is the empire that humans from another world once unified after the plains. Although it has been divided and reunited over a long period of time, it was once as famous as the Elf Kingdom that monopolized the Anava Mountains and the Tree People that monopolized the Endless Forest. The reason for saying this is to prove that the other party is really a behemoth. And it is completely different from the small-scale training match of unifying the Dwarf Kingdom. If a war really wants to start, it can only be a continent-wide war. He Xingwen's eyes searched on the map. The Dwarf Kingdom was divided at the beginning, and it was impossible for the Diamond Empire alone to do it. But who else could it be besides the Diamond Empire? This question is very important, which means how powerful the enemy that the Dwarf Kingdom will face when it unifies again is. The Elven Kingdom and the Everfree Forest do not interact with the outside world, the Valley of the Dead and the Floating Abyss. As undead, should not care about the demise of a kingdom. The orc tribes themselves are trapped in years of war and are unable to intervene in the Dwarf Kingdom. The South of Federation was not established when the Dwarf Kingdom split. The Arcane Academy only focuses on the mysteries of the ether. Dragon Island is located in a remote corner, and the existence of the Dwarf Kingdom has no effect on the Dragon Clan. The underwater countries are located on the seabed, and they don't care about the kingdoms on land. Counting them, apart from the Diamond Empire, the only one who could quietly split the Dwarf Kingdom back then was Ezigen. So as a friend of the dwarves, Ezigen, who had the right to vote in the election of the Dwarf King, betrayed the dwarves? System, in fact. According to my judgment, several major forces at the time were involved, led by the Diamond Empire, the Arcane Academy, the Dragon Clan, the Druids, and the Valley of the Dead all intervened directly or indirectly, and eventually led to the division of the Dwarf Kingdom. He Xingwen counted them one by one. No Ezigen. No matter how you think about it, as an intelligence and trade organization spread across the continent, Ezigen is naturally the best choice to split and alienate the Dwarf Kingdom. Integrity is Ezigen's golden signboard. System, the more such a conspiracy involves many participants, the less likely it is that Ezigen will be involved. If Ezigen is involved, it will be difficult for other participants not to raise another question. If Ezigen plans to do the same to me one day, once trust collapses, Ezigen will face a more severe survival crisis. But what are the reasons for the other entities to intervene? Because the Diamond Empire cannot do it. It needs others to intervene. The system objectively said, so no matter whether it is to lure them with benefits, move them with emotions, persuade them with reason, or threaten them with power, as long as there is a weakness, it is not difficult to pull other forces into a united front. System, of course. This is the most likely guess I have made, because the time is too long and the facts are still unknown. More information is needed to make a final judgment. The most likely guess of the system is equivalent to the fact in most cases, because the choice of intelligent creatures is difficult to exceed the judgment of intelligent life. He Xingwen came to the final conclusion, no matter who the other participants are and what their ideas are. At present, the Diamond Empire is the only one that may intervene in the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom. That's right. He Xingwen stared at the map for a few seconds and made a happy decision. Then it's time to send the kingdom's return gift to the Diamond Empire. Anuda was very surprised by the new news he received. The kingdom is preparing to return gifts to the Diamond Empire? Andisa searched his memory several times, but could not find the source of this return gift. He Xingwen reminded him, didn't the Diamond Empire send gifts when it visited the kingdom before? Anuda was silent for 2 seconds, and tactfully clarified the king's misunderstanding. This is the etiquette that should be followed when the kingdom is officially visited for the first time. Anyway, I have never heard of anyone returning gifts for such a small amount of things. In short, the kingdom is preparing to return gifts. He Xingwen calmly ignored Anuda's explanation and said to himself, as an intermediary, I hope Ezijin can inform the Diamond Empire and confirm the time and place. Anuda saw that this return gift was just an excuse, and the king's real intention was not just to return a gift. The current situation reappeared in Anuda's mind one by one, and the dwarf team that was still in the Qiuyuan tribe came into his sight. He glanced at His Majesty the King. As a new civilization, His Majesty's judgment, reaction and measures were too accurate and fast. He Xingwen thought, I will let the dwarves and wizards prepare the gifts, and the team will not be too large. Anuda considered all the races in the kingdom and asked the most important question, who do you plan to send as an envoy to the Diamond Empire? He Xingwen spoke in a relaxed tone, and it was obvious that he had already made a decision. Of course, the people of the kingdom are the most suitable. He glanced at Anuda. The demons will be sent as representatives of the kingdom to the Diamond Empire. Demons? Is the kingdom trying to go to war with the Diamond Empire directly? Anuda tried to persuade the human king to give up this idea as tactfully as possible, given the demon's personality. It may not be appropriate. He observed the king's expression and said, it's easy to cause disputes between the two countries. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds, except for the devil. There is only Andy Su. He Xingwen clapped his hands and suddenly realized, Andy Su is not far from the Diamond Empire. It is indeed a good choice to lead the team directly. The king said to lead the team. Could it be that he took the army directly to the Diamond Empire? Anuda looked at He Xingwen expressionlessly for a few seconds, and simply got straight to the point. The king plans to go to war with the Diamond Empire? That depends on the choice of the Diamond Empire. He Xingwen put away his exaggerated acting skills and calmly emphasized, the kingdom is not warlike. Andy Su, who was thinking about how to unify the Dong Nili family next, sneezed. Elder, you are not young anymore. You might as well go back to the top of the mountains first. Delana, the top of the mountains has not been cleaned up yet. There are only ruins left in the dwarf kingdom. Why don't you go and see them? The position of the Dong Nili family, Kanchi said on the side, no matter which direction you go, it is very stressful. The division of the dwarf kingdom back then was very tricky. Nolan snorted, when Dong Nili chose such a position. Elder, you are going too far. Delana's firepower was all focused on Nolan. Dwarves will not betray dwarves. Salfa Alliance and Diamond Empire. If you have to choose, Kangxi muttered to himself. Salfa Alliance was established not long ago. It should be easier to deal with in Diamond Empire. The players who came to join in the fun spoke out to stop his dangerous idea. No. No. I think the profession of scientist is much more dangerous than emperor. Who knows what these scientists have come up with? If they are hit by a nuclear explosion, won't they be finished on the spot? Although the human empire is vast, it is a feudal empire with backward systems. The reason why the players are here is simple. Dwarves are different from humans. The more important the discussion, the more dwarves will participate. Even when the dwarf king exists, the decisions of the dwarf kingdom are based on the discussions of many dwarves. So in addition to the players, there are also a large number of dwarves on the scene, filling the square of the Qiuyuan tribe. The atmosphere is very warm, although most people are talking to themselves because of the large number of people, and even the topics discussed are different. The atmosphere is very peaceful, and everyone can speak freely and express their own opinions. Even the messy voices of the players can also be adopted. Andy Su agreed with the players, indeed. Although the Salfa Alliance was established not long ago, don't forget that the predecessor of the Salfa Federation Alliance was independent from the Diamond Empire. The players pricked up their ears for this unheard of information. Andy Su just said that casually, without explaining the history, being able to resist the Diamond Empire and let the Diamond Empire ignore them, at least proves that the Diamond Empire is far more afraid of the Salfa Federation than we thought. Rather than unknown threats, it is better to communicate with our old friends. Andy Su emphasized the tone of the 3 words old friend and said, although the Diamond Empire is a behemoth, According to my understanding of humans, the larger the existence, the more difficult it is to work together. Conchi thought, so, the location of the teleportation point is still set on the border between the Donguli family and the Diamond Empire? And Disa made a decision. And the scene of discussion became quiet. After the dwarves said that they had no objection, a player asked doubtfully, so you don't plan to ask the king? Other players whispered in a low voice. Although I know that the king is a tool. Isn't it the king who decides who to be the enemy? That's hard to say. What is the relationship between the dwarf kingdom and the kingdom? It's hard to say now. Maybe when the fight breaks out, the kingdom won't intervene. Really? With only a few dwarves. They will go to war with such a huge Diamond Empire? Although the players don't know how powerful the Diamond Empire is, they at least remember the size of the Diamond Empire on the world map. Compared with the size of the kingdom in the land of Godfall, it can be called a behemoth. Then I won't join the war. The player who cherished his game account immediately expressed his attitude. I am a citizen of the kingdom. If the king doesn't intervene, I won't intervene either. His speech was echoed by a group of players. On the surface, the players who just cherished their resurrection time showed their determination to stand with the kingdom. Finally, a dwarf reacted, yes. We have to ask the human king to confirm the situation of supplies. Andy Sue said calmly, after the results of the dwarf discussion come out, I will communicate with the king alone. This communication led to the dwarf team several days of rest in the Chiuyuan tribe. Chapter 103 Game 81 Mission and Diamond Empire. The weather is fine. A good day for visiting neighbors. Nolita hummed an unknown little song while walking on the road. Feeling happy, you and I are connected by heart. This little song with a strange tone made Anuta feel more and more ominous. Is the devil in a good mood? No matter how you think about it, he can only be so happy because he wants to do something bad. What are you humming? Anuta, why haven't I heard it before? That group of players hummed it before. Nolita said happily, I think it's quite interesting. He turned his head and looked at Anuta, who looked very bored. Why are you so serious? This is not a big deal. It's not a big deal? Anuta was strong enough not to black out. The whispering in the back never stopped, and countless knives were stabbed into Anuta's body after the devil. What a coincidence. Fortunately, I didn't meet the conditions for participating in the main quest before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to go to the human kingdom. This quest is vague. Following the delegation to visit the Diamond Empire and convey the kingdom's goodwill to the Diamond Empire. Isn't it a bit inconsistent with the second half of the sentence to be prepared for death at any time? It means that there might be a fight. Didn't you hear that the location of the dwarf quest is very close to the Diamond Empire? I heard from the NPC that there might be a fight with the Diamond Empire. Then why do we still go to the Diamond Empire? Or the demon leader? The planner is afraid that the fight will not happen. I don't care. It's so interesting when it happens. I don't care. I'm more interested in what the human kingdom looks like. So, the human kingdom is a hostile force to us? Not yet. But after this trip, we can't say for sure. The players' excited discussions filled Anuta's ears. The crazy and disorderly undead obviously had the same judgment as Anuta. The delegation led by the devil was definitely not going with good intentions. A delegation led by a devil and composed of crazy undead. I have tried my best. Whether the world can be peaceful next is none of my business. Andy Sue took the train through the God's land and arrived at the top of the mountains with the idea of love. Nolita hummed a little song, put the gifts prepared by the dwarves into his personal space, and continued to move towards their destination. You keep asking me to open a teleportation array every other day, said Tolgene, who was guarding his treasure in the mine. He glanced at the strange team composition and confirmed with Anuta, are you going to the border of the Diamond Kingdom? Anuta nodded expressionlessly. Tolgene glanced at the overjoyed Nolita and whispered to himself, are you ready to go to war with the Diamond Kingdom? The human king is really fearless because of the geographical advantage. Look, if it's a person, or a dragon, they will come to the same conclusion after seeing this team configuration. Tolgene casually opened a space teleportation, and a huge black hole appeared steadily in front of him. Remember to show due respect to His Majesty the King, Nolita said in a rippling tone before stepping into the black hole. Tolgene showed a look of eating shit, and his whisper muttered through half of the space and fell into Anuta's ears, at least. The second half of the sentence dissipated in the air because of the shift in the position of the space teleportation. Just one step. Across the vast distance, They arrived at their destination. Space teleportation is really the greatest invention of the other world. Wow! It's worthy of the Empire. The players made surprised sounds when they saw the scenery in front of them. And Anuta quickly glanced at Nulita, who was upset that he only heard half of the words. Nulita didn't pay attention to him. He flapped his wings slightly and flew a few meters off the ground, taking advantage of the height. He looked down at the team opposite and introduced himself, the kingdom's envoy. Nulita. What made the players sigh was the neatly arranged and uniformly dressed human team in front of him. The conspicuous blue and red costumes carried the heritage of the ancient kingdom, and the long swords worn on the waist were particularly chic. This complete set of costumes and accessories, coupled with the thin waist, long legs, and deep face, made the players instantly have a real Western fantasy game experience. After seeing the demon, the captain of the King's Guard, Liaison K. Kant, glanced at the scattered and disorderly team behind him, and frowned slightly. Liaison K. Kant. His Majesty sent me here to welcome the kingdom's envoy. Nulita interrupted him in an exaggerated tone. K is the middle name, which means that the ancestor made outstanding contributions to the unification of the Diamond Kingdom by Diamond Karen I and received a special reward. Kant is the family name. It sounds familiar. Let me think. Nulita remembered. There was an emperor of the Diamond Empire who was from the Kant family. Right? Not only was he a descendant of meritorious service, he had also usurped the throne. He was indeed a descendant of a famous family. As expected of a demon, he held a strong hatred. Liaison, whose expression was not very good to begin with, turned cold and declared, that was not usurpation. It was sequential succession. Nulita sneered, that's right. He died a few years later, and the Karen family became emperor again. Sequential succession. Reasonable. Reasonable. Liaison's expression was a little bit unsustainable. As a human empire with a history of several eras and a vast territory, nothing was unusual in their history. For the Diamond Empire, history can be remembered and forgotten when needed. But being specifically pointed out is another matter. Liaison cast his eyes on Anuta. Ezigen said that the kingdom came with friendship? He glanced at the demon. Excuse me. I didn't see it. Anuta didn't see it either. Not to mention the players' chatter behind him. If he hadn't been a good hunter and didn't take the whispers seriously, it wouldn't be a big deal to fight on the spot. The delegation composed of players and demons has nothing to do with friendship. But it is definitely unparalleled in the world in attracting hatred. Anuta didn't respond, and the demon took over the conversation. Humans are really strange. I just repeated what you did, but you accused me of being hostile. Nulita smiled brightly. I can't help it. As an immortal, everything in the past is vivid in my mind. He understood very well and said, of course. Short-lived people definitely can't understand this feeling. The players whispered. Miney seems to have been hit by an arrow. Did the demon do this on purpose? You won't fight here, will you? The demon continued, thinking back then. Your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, in short. Your grandfather several generations ago ascended the throne. I still remember it clearly. He was indeed dashing and heroic, and naturally domineering. The demon glanced at Liaison, and his tone suddenly became perfunctory. Of course. You can barely do it. Player, this tone. If I were the other party, I would start now. How can you be so perfunctory and careless? How can you make the hatred stack up in waves? Demon. I would like to call him the god of pulling hatred. To be honest, he can only be a soldier, which is too far from his ancestors. You guys can shut up. Anuta looked up at the sky and thought, this one singing in unison. It's a perfect match. And it has doubled the damage. The demon obviously thought so too. He turned around and gave the players a positive look, and was met with indiscriminate shooting from the players. You can talk. But why are you looking back at us? Do you have a new mission? I think he has bad intentions. The old man is very cunning. Go away. Go away. Or he will push you out to be a scapegoat when a fight breaks out. As he said this, the team, which had no formation to begin with, slowly retreated a few steps and distanced themselves from the demon. The players received the demon's feedback in real time, and a notification of a drop in favorability and reputation popped up. No. How come the favorability has dropped? Aren't you too sensitive? Forget it. Forget it. The favorability of the devil is not always like this. It fluctuates so fast. It's okay. It will go up by itself in a while. The devil is so moody. What is the prototype of the planner to create the devil race? There was silence for 2 seconds. Nalbuda turned his head and looked at Liaison as if nothing had happened. Liaison's emotions were restrained again. He said coldly, compared with my ancestors, I do have many shortcomings. After a perfunctory sentence without sincerity, he changed the subject. Please follow me. He glanced at this team that looked like a provocation. His Majesty is waiting to summon you. Nalbuda raised his eyebrows and stopped mocking. He flapped his little wings and crossed the border of the Diamond Kingdom and followed Liaison's team. He flew carelessly, but his mind was full of business. It seems that Diamond Karen III lived up to his name. As an immortal species, Nulita has witnessed more than half of the Diamond Empire's long history. He has seen the most glorious era of the Diamond Empire, with the flag of the Diamond Empire flying over the entire Neva plain. In that era, the people of the Diamond Empire were proud and confident, and the nobles and knights were loyal and dedicated. They created glory together with the great emperor. He has also seen the era when the Diamond Empire split and split again, when the number of splits was the most. The Diamond Empire was only a nominal title. One by one, human kingdoms split from the empire, gained autonomy, and pursued this title. War, death, and plague followed, and people struggled in the flames of war. The nobles and knights each served their own masters, and many ambitious people created disputes. He had also seen countless mediocre times in the Diamond Empire. There was nothing to be admired, nor was there anything to be criticized. Everything was running according to the ancient procedures. The nobles amassed wealth. The knights were rampant, and the emperor was in a high position and could not see the people at the bottom. Even the stupidest intelligent creatures can see from the repeated history that when the Diamond Empire entered a glorious era, His Majesty the Emperor controlled everything. Liaison was able to control his emotions, not because he was well educated, but because compared to his anger, His Majesty the Emperor's orders were more important. It was not good news that His Majesty the Emperor of the Diamond Empire was very outstanding. Nublita adjusted the conversation in the next meeting and remembered the king's request before departure. Please convey the goodwill of the kingdom to His Majesty the Emperor for me. The young king said calmly, I believe he can understand the mood of a nation wanting to reunite, and can also support the request of the dwarf army to stay briefly at the border of the empire. What if he can't understand and support it? Nublita asked. Then I'll have to ask you to tell the other side that the kingdom will not back down. The young king seemed to have no idea of restraint and fear. When he said this, he was so calm that it didn't seem like he was declaring war on an empire far larger than his. The kingdom is not warlike, but it is not afraid of war. Nulita confirmed with the king. So is this going to declare war directly on the Diamond Empire? The king thought for 2 seconds and suddenly laughed, changing from a distant young leader to a cunning teenager. We won't fight. The change in the king's attitude seemed to mean that the conversation had changed from a business talk to a private one. Nulita cooperated very well and showed a puzzled expression. As far as I know, the Neva plain has not been unified yet. The king's relaxed tone was full of unshakable certainty. War with the kingdom means that the Diamond Empire will be trapped in a long-term war. The kingdom's geographical location determines that this war cannot end quickly. Compared to being provoked, reunifying the Neva plain is what the emperor cares more about. Unexpectedly understanding the situation in this world, Nulita was not even surprised. Even if he was surprised, he should have been surprised when he saw so many miracles in the kingdom. This is a king favored by the Father God. Nulita's reaction to the king's explanation was also very consistent with his racial characteristics. Does this mean that I can play freely? The king thought for 2 seconds again, and showed a brief listening expression. He was talking to the existence that no one had seen again. To be honest, Nulita once suspected that this existence that had never appeared in everyone's sight was the Father God. Of course, considering that he did not find any trace of the Father God on the young king, Nubalita regretfully denied this suspicion. Although there will be no war at the moment, it is hard to say when the war will break out after the Diamond Empire unifies the Neva plain. The king regained his composure. I hope you can help me confirm what kind of person the Emperor of the Diamond Empire is. Nubalita suddenly realized so. The reason why you chose the demons to send to the Diamond Empire is not because we are good at sowing discord, but because we can distinguish between good and evil? The king smiled. Nulita was deeply impressed by that smile. Although it was very tactful, he still saw the implicit meaning of what else do you think from the king's expression. Unlike Anuta's idea, the king chose this pair of people who are good at attracting hatred and good at taunting to form the delegation. Not for provocation, It was just for the maximum efficiency of personnel. After all, as a reusable consumable, it is really easy for players to use it to make up the number of people. Led by Liaison, the delegation crossed the border and walked towards the city stationed in the border area. After a long time, the city that has been constantly renovated and expanded with time is not the backward and unhygienic appearance that the players initially thought. The majestic buildings stand on the vast plains. The city walls stand tall. The watchtowers shine with metal. And the city defense team lined up at the city gate, silently watching the delegation coming from afar. This is an army that has been fighting on the border for many years. They are both the defenders of the city and the defenders of the kingdom's border. The Neva Plain is generally peaceful, but the friction and chaos on the border have never stopped. This is one of the problems caused by the high per capita military power in this world. Smugglers, haters who are dissatisfied with the empire, illegal organizations that attempt to undermine the rule of the empire, and bandits who covet the rich cities of the empire can easily stir up huge chaos. This makes the border cities different from other cities in the empire. Almost everyone here joins the army and is brave and good at fighting. The players stop whispering in this solemn atmosphere. The city gate is made of metal and is operated by machinery. It opens slowly and heavily, revealing the appearance behind the city gate. There was no one on the straight and flat road, and the buildings on both sides had their doors closed tightly. The city welcomed them with silence. The players were only shocked by the solemn army for a short while, and after seeing the scene behind the city gate, they started to discuss it again. Why is there no one here? Was it forced to be emptied or something? This is more like a fortress than a city. I don't think they welcome us very much. Leading the team of demons. Do you still want to be treated kindly? It's good enough if you don't get killed halfway. To be honest, although the basic settings of this city are not as good as those of our kingdom, they are not bad either. They have everything they should have. The army standing solemnly at the city gate cast a bad look at this unbelievable delegation. Nolita felt that the players' perception of themselves was very subjective, and at least half of the blame for the poor treatment given by this city was on the players. However, in order to prevent the border troops from killing them, Nolita kindly pulled the hatred over. It seems that the Diamond Empire doesn't welcome us too much. Nolita pointed to the empty streets with confidence and said, I thought we would be warmly received by the people of the Empire. Liaison glanced at the demon and felt that the other party had no self-awareness, if it weren't for being a member of the delegation. The demons expelled by the Empire hundreds of years ago would never have entered the Empire's territory. The implication, you should be satisfied if you can step on the Empire's territory. I almost forgot. Nolita, who was still talking about the history of thousands of years ago, showed an expression of just remembering and said, the Diamond Empire does not welcome demons, which is a great loss to the Diamond Empire. Liaison was completely immune to the demon's provocation. He ignored the demon's words and walked towards a certain direction of the city. The delegation followed him in scattered steps, and after bypassing the main road and walking through the deserted square, they arrived at their destination. At the corner of the road, in the city with closed doors and windows, the first building with an open door appeared. Soldiers with indifferent expressions stood at the door of the curved building, and an empty field could be vaguely seen behind the half-open door. Walking into the building, the hall was full of tables and chairs, with flowers, snacks and thin books on the tables. And at the end of the hall was a whole row of closed doors, with signs with different characters hanging on the doors, which seemed to have different uses. How to describe this environment and atmosphere? First of all, we can deny the conjecture that this is a government agency if the grassroots government agencies of the Diamond Empire can be so considerate. It will not be a feudal autocratic country. The advantages and disadvantages of the system are there, and even the great men who are epic-making cannot transcend the limitations in a restricted system. Since it is not a government agency, the environment and atmosphere have a very strong sense of déjà vu. A player touched his chin and said, Ezigen. Among the closed doors at the end of the hall, a door was pushed open. Have the guests arrived? Dom shook his head and looked at the situation in the hall, and hurried over, saying repeatedly, Sorry. I was debugging the teleportation array and didn't pay attention. Liaison gestured to the delegation behind him, the kingdom delegation from the land of God's fall. I have heard of your name for a long time. Dom made a perfunctory polite remark, and his eyes fell on Anuta in an instant. Anuta nodded at him. His expression was not cheerful at all. Dom patted his shoulder and led them to the open door at the end of the hall, saying to Anuta, you've worked hard. How about you rest here for a few days? I'll accompany the delegation to Karen? Anuda shook his head and took it all on his own. Nolita was not interested in the fraternity of Ezigen. He walked into the room and took a look. A large open space in the room was arranged with difficult ether circuits using spellcasting materials, forming a complex pattern, flashing with an unknown and powerful light. It was a teleportation array that looked very high-end at first glance. The players followed and looked around, whispering in confusion. What is this? Teleportation array? What? Isn't space teleportation something that everyone can do? Why make it so exaggerated? What else can it do? Make money. Too shady. It turns out that there is no business without fraud. Dom heard their whispers clearly. After a subtle silence, he seemed to introduce, but actually explained. The Diamond Empire prohibits all space teleportation without the permission of His Majesty the Emperor. The teleportation array jointly developed by Ezigen and the Diamond Empire is the only official channel for space teleportation. After filling out the form and obtaining approval from the city government, you can use the teleportation array at a very low price. Dom glanced at the demon. Due to the special circumstances of the kingdom's delegation's visit, His Majesty the Emperor has specially approved a teleportation permit from the border to Karen. Liaison warned the delegation coldly. The Diamond Empire is very different from the kingdom. In the territory of the Diamond Empire, please abide by the laws of the Empire and show due respect to the Great Emperor. Chapter 104 Game 82 Diamond Karen 3. Karen is the capital of the Diamond Empire, named after the surname of the first emperor who unified the Neva Plain. And the word diamond in the Diamond Empire comes from the name of that emperor. These 2 points are enough to show how much the emperor left in their history. So that tens of thousands of years later, the human empire is still going around and repeating what he did. Interestingly, the emperors who unified the Diamond Empire twice on the Neva Plain were Diamond Karen I and Diamond Karen II. And the current emperor is Diamond Karen III. Of course, considering that the history of the succession of the Diamond Emperors is almost the family history of the Karen family, this may not be so surprising. After all, since Diamond Karen I unified the Neva Plain and established the Diamond Empire, the Karen family has firmly controlled the throne inheritance of the Diamond Empire. Although there have been several usurpers from other families in the long history, they will eventually return the throne to the Karen family. The delegation arrived outside the city of Karen after passing through the space teleportation. The familiar feeling of space teleportation had just dissipated, and the players looked up and saw a dense army. After ether fluctuations and physical inspections were used to exclude the possibility of carrying highly etheric reactive substances, dangerous organisms, highly toxic and suspicious organisms, and after repeatedly confirming that except for Nolita, the players did not have personal space, the security check was declared over. The delegation entered Karen, a magnificent and spectacular city. Unlike the closed-door border cities before, Karen is very lively and not surprised by special outsiders. Gentlemen and ladies dressed appropriately walked on the sidewalk, exuding a charming aroma. The slightly swaying big fan loomed the lower half of the hostess's face, and the fluffy skirt swayed as she walked, the lady on the other side. The exquisite tight skirt just showed her figure. The bright lipstick, the slightly raised eyes, a little glance at the charm. The men's clothes were also different. Some wore cumbersome cord dresses, with a classical temperament. Some wore simple and close-fitting white vests and suits, with thin waists and long legs. It was like a step across time and space, arriving at another era that had existed vividly in history. Someone among the players whispered, "This is what I want to see. A powerful country with a long civilization. Not a kingdom with nothing, and needs to be built from scratch. A civilization with a long history and maturity must have its brilliance." A row of green plants separates the pedestrian passage from the road for vehicles. The road where vehicles are allowed to travel is even wider, and is divided into 2 areas. One is the public transportation area, where mechanically built trains travel along fixed tracks, stop at stations, and then continue to the next station. It is not fast, because it is purely mechanically driven and cheap, suitable for civilians to ride. The other side of the road is much more lively, with vehicles of various modes, shapes, and power coming and going. Huge and terrifying animals are running on the road. Small cabins suspended on the ground accelerate past it. The most common vehicles are vehicles pulled forward by winged horses with luxurious and exquisite boxes. In addition, there are even those who float forward in huge bubbles. But without exception, all these vehicles are running on the ground. Even if some vehicles have flying settings, they still run on the ground honestly. On both sides of the wide road, there are various buildings, each of which is like a work of art, with complicated decorations, special appearance and exquisite exterior walls, reserved and elegant. Liaison took the delegation on public transportation. Good morning, sir. The driver at the front greeted Liaison and the others, glanced at the delegation behind him, and said with a smile, "It's surprising that the devil appeared in the Diamond Empire." Nolita sat down and sighed. "I haven't entered the capital of the Diamond Empire for many years. You did a good job. The fire was so fierce that you can't see any traces now. You rebuilt a new one on the ruins." He pointed to the eye-catching building outside the car window. "What is that? A church?" The thing he named what is one of the many eye-catching buildings in Karen City. The towering spire and solemn style are indeed somewhat similar to a church. Liaison glanced at the building. Monk's residence. Monks? Nolita scratched his chin. It seems that the monks are doing well now. He was a little curious. So, have you found a solution to the old problem of Monk's easy collapse? Liaison ignored his rhetoric. The scenery outside the window kept changing, showing various buildings in front of the delegation. Is this place also newly built? Nolita pointed to the circular building that flashed by just now. The architectural style is a bit like the Colosseum. What? Duels have become popular again recently? Liaison looked at the direction he pointed. That's the slave market. Nobuta thought for a few seconds. I remember the slave market was in the trade area before? How come it was rebuilt with such high standards? As he spoke, Nobuta found the answer himself. Oh, huge profits. The players turned their heads to look at the building that had long disappeared from their sight because of this word. Slave market? Is it the kind of slave market I think? One player poked the devil without fear of life and death. Human trafficking. Is it legal? Nobuta glanced at Liaison. In fact, the kingdom is an outlier in this regard. The slave market is an industry that can create huge profits. Normal human kingdoms will not ban it. Liaison was not interested in the reasons why the weak human kingdom far away in the land of gods banned the slave market. For most of the people of the Diamond Empire, the empire is powerful enough to make them despise enough existence, including a new civilization that has just bordered this world. After a variety of buildings appeared like water, they arrived at the end of the public transportation. Outside the vast, magnificent, and well-defended palace, the public transport slowly stopped, and the driver smiled at them. Have a nice day. Outside the palace, the delegation encountered security checks again. After the complicated inspection, the delegation was allowed to enter the palace, and then began a long wait. The idle players were reluctant to log off in order to see an important NPC. But after a few minutes, some players immediately began to waver. Is this emperor going to see all of us? Nolita poured himself a cup of tea, and said, Who knows? He glanced at the players, but I don't recommend you to disappear at this time. Nolita, that may lead to very bad consequences. Just think about it. And you can guess how many bad guesses will be caused if the delegation is missing people at this location for no reason. Well, let's wait and see when the king is free. I hope it won't be too long. Dear Emperor, the king greets you. It can be seen that when necessary, demons can also speak human words. In fact, when the enemy is strong and we are weak, demons have always been better than everyone else in understanding the current situation. The young emperor is not young, compared with the short lifespan of humans. He has already completed half of the journey. Diamond Karen III received them in a slightly homely room, unexpectedly kind relative to his status. Please also pay my respects to your king, Diamond Karen III said with a smile. It is not easy for a new civilization to meet us. The players were arranged to sit a little further back. The demon sat alone in the front, very close to Diamond Karen III from this point of view. Diamond Karen III was very courageous. After all, for a human king, this was very dangerous. The demon so close to him was a demon whose single quality and ether control were enough to crush humans, and who had no integrity, went back on his words, and had very poor quality. It would not be surprising if the demon turned against him and killed people on the spot. It's really not easy. Nolita seemed uncomfortable, moved back, and distanced himself from the king. I'm glad he's willing to show his friendliness. Peace is hard to come by in this world. Diamond Karen III didn't seem to notice Nobutta's actions. His eyes fell on the players, who were winking and whispering, a very special race. The whispering players stopped talking instantly, and under his gaze, They were as obedient as chickens. Diamond Karen 3 was obviously very interested in talking to them. He said to the players, "I'm happy to hear you talk about some old civilizations." A task popped up in front of the players. Task from Diamond Karen 3. He is very interested in your civilization. Mission conditions. Tell Diamond Karen 3 some stories from the past. Mission rewards. Reward from Diamond Karen 3 unlocked with high satisfaction 100 points of Diamond Empire reputation, some Diamond Empire favorability. Mission penalty, none. A quick-eyed player accepted the mission in seconds. And in the disappointed expressions of the players, he spoke out. "What kind of story do you like?" The player glanced at the suffix of the mission reward and rubbed his hands. Diamond Karen 3 changed to a relaxed posture. "I like interesting stories." A little picky, the player reviewed the 4 famous novels in his mind, and then reviewed the unofficial history, and finally combined with the background of the Diamond Empire. Made a choice. Interesting story. Then I must tell the adventure story of that monkey. It is said that when the world was not yet formed, there was a stone. Players whispered, "Journey to the West is a bit long. It will take a while to finish it." How to tell Journey to the West? How good is water margin? Maybe the Emperor can find a sense of substitution? Sense of substitution? Do you mean to substitute into Song Huizong Zhao Ji? Or substitute into the Lianshan heroes who rebelled? Romance of the Three Kingdoms is good. Tell the Emperor about the general situation of the world. What will be united for a long time will be divided. And what will be divided for a long time will be united. Journey to the West is safer. I think it will be over soon. He can't memorize all of Journey to the West. Right? Sure enough. The player who told the story to Diamond Karen 3 soon began to express himself. Diamond Karen 3 considerately ended his painful struggle and interrupted him when he started to make up nonsense. Very interesting story. Very interesting monkey. He waved to the side and said, "I hope you can stay in the Empire for a while. I am very interested in the romance of the Three Kingdoms." The guard stepped forward and signaled that the players could follow him to leave here. The players looked at the leader of the delegation, Nublita, who nodded to them. And the players walked out with whispers. Did he hear what we said just now? It's normal to be heard when you say this in front of others. After all, civilization just lowered the voice. Not silenced. Should we shut up now? In the sudden silence, the players gradually moved away from the room and disappeared into the perceptible place. In fact, although the players knew nothing about this, and did not even have the habit of observing the palace with ether vision, the entire palace was shrouded in layers of ether, making it an iron barrel with nowhere to escape. The kind that can decompose the enemy into ether molecules at the slightest movement. A very interesting civilization. Diamond Karen 3 retracted his gaze and said to Nualida, "In our family records, there is a legendary demon with a name very similar to yours." Legendary demon? Nualida muttered, "Why don't I know?" Diamond Karen 3 told him a story in a friendly manner. The little demon is cunning by nature. In the second era, when the big demon had not disappeared, there was a little demon who was dissatisfied with the Father God's preference for the big demon and cheated the Father God to get the method to become a big demon. Nualida showed a curious expression. Oh? Then he became a big devil? He surprised everyone. A little devil could disguise himself as a big devil. It sounds like he succeeded. Diamond Karen 3. But the Father God realized that he was deceived. He said, "Nualida, noble and mean. Positive and negative. Cannot be confused. So, although the little devil and the big devil are both demons, they have become two different races." Diamond Karen 3 said. Nualida had only one feeling about this. Your family history is really long. And you can remember all the stories of the Second Age. The long historical records are the most precious wealth of the Karen family. Diamond Karen 3 said, "If I remember correctly, the legendary little devil is called Nualida." Nualida spread his hands. "I am not very interested in these old stories. After all, it is more important to focus on the present." Diamond Karen 3 nodded. Indeed. After all, the world after the Dark Age is completely different from the world before the Dark Age. Who would have thought that this world would not only lose the blessing of the Father God, but even the gods would no longer exist? Nubuta gave a fake smile. Yes. Who would have thought that humans, who could only rely on the power of God to occupy a corner of the Neva Plain, are now almost the masters of the Neva Plain? Diamond Karen 3 smiled slightly. Obviously, the world is moving towards balance. What an unpleasant human, Nubuta thought, compared with him. The human king can almost be called pleasing. At least he is not so arrogant. The subtext of the world moving towards balance is the conclusion drawn from the premise that humans are the masters of the world. For him, the fall of the Father God, the extinction of the gods, the weakening of faith, and even the emergence of the Dark Ages have created the current balanced situation in which other races are weak and humans are stronger. For other races, the conclusion is exactly the opposite. Diamond Karen 3 did not stay on this topic for long. He got to the point. I am very interested in this new civilization. It appeared in the land of God's fall. He glanced at the demon. Accepting the demon is a very bold choice. If possible, I hope to meet the king. Diamond Karen 3 smiled and said, I believe we will have very consistent views on some things. Nolita thought about the human king's past behavior and denied it very firmly. I don't think so. Diamond Karen 3 was a little surprised. As far as I know, the king should be a human? Nublita, humans are not the same. I must say that the human king is the most special one I have ever seen. Diamond Karen 3 understood the meaning of his words, either great good or great evil. Nublita lost interest in the conversation. According to his nature, he should have more room to play in the dialogue. But the problem is that it is too dangerous to do so here. Devils do not have the excellent quality of not fearing power. So he could only continue to speed up the conversation in a boring way. The king asked me to convey his greetings. And I believe you can understand the desire of a nation to be unified. National unity? Diamond Karen 3, oh, you mean the dwarves? He showed a deeply sympathetic expression, indeed. I can understand this feeling very well. The people of the Diamond Empire are also suffering from the pain of national division. Relatives cannot get together, and compatriots turn against each other. Diamond Karen 3 took a deep breath and calmed down the many emotions that surged up. Fortunately, I heard that the dwarves finally took action. He looked at Nolita and said, they should have done so a long time ago. Nolita was indifferent to the other party's performance. After all, the devil is the best at this. Conspiracy, betrayal, human heart, deception, lies, these are all left over by the devil. After years of hard work, the devil successfully made himself notorious with these, and was not welcomed by most forces. That's great, Nolita said in an exaggerated tone. Your Majesty, I believe you can understand the dwarf army's temporary stop at the border of the empire. Diamond Karen 3 frowned and his expression became serious. Although I personally understand the dwarves' desire for unity, the authority of the empire cannot be questioned. The presence of foreign troops at the border of the empire is a provocation. He said seriously, what's more, the army will provoke a war. The empire has the responsibility to ensure the absolute safety of the people on the border. This is a provocation to the empire, and the empire will never ignore it. Diamond Karen 3 slowed down his tone and said, I hope that the king can calmly think about the inappropriateness of this behavior, and for the friendship between the two countries, find other peaceful ways to solve the dwarf division problem. The demon was not surprised by Diamond Karen 3's reaction. Then, the king asked me to tell you that the kingdom will not back down on this point. Diamond Karen 3 showed a surprised expression. Nolita, the kingdom is not warlike, but it is not afraid of war. Diamond Karen 3 thought for a few seconds and was surprised by the plot. Is he declaring war on me? If the empire attacks the kingdom's army, Nolita, that would be a war. Diamond Karen 3, it seems that I misjudged your intention. I thought you were here to find a solution. But now it seems that you are not going to solve it peacefully. Nolita pointed at himself and said very self-awarely, do you think that appointing a demon as the leader of the delegation looks like coming in peace? Not really. Diamond Karen 3 said calmly, but I think you showed up because the king is more interested in the emperor of the Diamond Empire. Nolita widened his eyes and was very surprised, given the distance between the kingdom and the Neva plain. Do you think he would care more about what kind of person the emperor of the Diamond Empire is than the Arcane Academy, the Endless Forest, and the South China Sea? From his uncompromising behavior, I believe that the human king cares more about the Diamond Empire than the Arcane Academy, the Everfree Forest, and the South Sea. Diamond Karen 3 smiled at Nolita. After all, ambitious people always understand ambitious people better. Nolita is not an ambitious person. So he said he could not understand Diamond Karen 3's thoughts. Well, I should convey this message to the king. Diamond Karen 3 stopped him. Why don't we discuss other ways besides war? Let's resolve the conflict peacefully and amicably. Nolita, it sounds like a negotiation is needed. So, you may need to stay in the empire for a few days. Diamond Karen 3, it will obviously take some time to reach a consensus. Nolita scratched his head, but in fact, The king did not give me room for negotiation. He said to Diamond Karen 3, the unified dwarf army will stay outside the border between the Diamond Empire and the East Nilly family. If the Empire can understand, then everyone is happy. If the Empire cannot understand, then the kingdom will not give in. Negotiations are not discussed like this. Diamond Karen 3 shook his head. I hope you can get this leeway. He smiled, considering the hard-won peace, the friendship between the two countries, and the safety of the delegation and the dwarves. Chapter 105 Game 83. Diamond Karen 3 obviously didn't know He Xingwen or the kingdom when he said that. When there were no other NPCs in the entire delegation except the players, it was enough to prove that it could be abandoned. As for Nulita, if he died so easily in the Diamond Empire, many people would surely celebrate it. From the beginning, this was a multiple-choice question where only one party could give in. But Nulita would not be stupid enough to explain this here, and then mess everything up to the point where it could not be undone. Although the king's decision was so direct and unconditional, as if the kingdom was the one who took the initiative, Nulita would still try his best to deal with it out of respect for his own life. So, after the meeting, Nulita returned to the embassy arranged for them by the Empire, and went straight to Anand. Anuta had a blank expression on his face, and had completely given up the idea of maintaining world peace. How was the talk? Nabuta paused at the door for 2 seconds, turned his head, and glanced at the overly quiet embassy. Where are the players? Anuta gestured to the door, and said calmly, they went out. No one stopped them. Liaison took them there. Nabuta suddenly realized, reached out to close the door and said, they want to learn about the kingdom through the players. I have to say, this is a good idea. After all, I don't think the players have any loyalty. Anuta repeated the question that had not been answered just now. How was the talk with His Majesty the Emperor? Very good, Nabuta said. At least he came back alive. Anuta looked at Nulita expressionlessly. His reaction pleased Nulita, who hummed a little tune and said, I came to you to contact His Majesty the King to see if there is any way to avoid the escalation of the war. This sounded like good news. But Anuta's expression did not change at all. Why do you think I can contact His Majesty the King? Nulita's expression paused. I can't find His Majesty's etheric sea. And I can't contact His Majesty the King through a mental link. But can't Ezigen be contacted with a communicator? Anuta repeated a word in his words. You said it. It's Ezigen. His Majesty the King is not Ezigen. Nulita, so? You mean we can't contact the king? Anuta thought for a few seconds. If you want to contact the king, you can contact Turjin and let him convey the message to the king. Although it sounds okay, it seems that something is wrong. And Nulita showed a thoughtful expression. Anuta continued, but since His Majesty the King did not mention the contact information, it is obvious that the king does not feel the need to communicate. This is where Nulita felt something was wrong. Yes. With the king's style, it is impossible for him to forget to explain the contact information, unless he did not think about communicating it from the beginning. Anuta, obviously we have the same feeling about this. At every beginning, the king saw the final ending. Foreseeing the future can only see a vague reminder. Nulita deeply agreed, but the king's performance is almost like manipulating the future. No one can control the future. Anuta, except the king. Of course. We never know what miracles he can create. Nulita nodded in agreement, pulled the chair closer, and shortened the distance with Anuta. So, what is Ezigen going to do? Anuta looked at him inquiringly. I mean, if the kingdom and the empire go to war, what is Ezigen going to do? Anuta did not hesitate. Ezigen will not participate in the war. That means standing on the side of the king. Nulita concluded, if you intervene in the war, it may have some impact on the outcome. But if you don't intervene, there will be no accidents. Anuta glanced at Nulita. What is the devil going to do? We stand on the king's side. Nulita said without hesitation. We are the people of the kingdom. Anuta smiled slightly. But first, you have to go back alive. Nulita is very confident in himself. Do you think this is a problem? I didn't think so before. But I just communicated with Ezigen, who is stationed in Karen. Anuta said, Diamond Karen 3 is very outstanding. He has a strong spirit of learning and pioneering. He carried out political reforms on the basis of the original Diamond Empire, and vigorously supported monks to encourage innovation and invention. Karen has been renovated more than 100 times in just over a decade. Anuta looked out the window. Karen has become the safest place in the empire. Nulita then looked out the window. This world, no one is willing to fall behind. His sigh was very short. And he returned to his boastful tone the next second. Compared to this, I am more worried about the group of players. As a demon, Nulita had to admit another thing. The race of players is more evil, less moral, more stupid, and more dangerous than demons. Nulita could not understand why the king chose to let the players join the mission. It would not be surprising if these guys directly betrayed the kingdom and joined the Diamond Empire. On the other side, under the guidance of the tour guide Liaison, the players were excitedly strolling on the street. Let's go to the slave market. I haven't seen what the slave market in this game looks like. Can I spend credit points here? What are you thinking? Does this game look like a unified currency setting? If you want to use credit points, you have to wait until the kingdom unifies this place. Liaison turned his head and glanced at the player who was talking. Although they were often surprised by the special features of the new civilization bordering this world, this new race was too special. The people of the Empire look like deaf? Do you expect them not to hear such loud whispers? The players who didn't care about the sight of the NPCs were still whispering. Can we buy slaves? What are you thinking? The kingdom prohibits human trafficking. This is not the kingdom. This is another country. And the Diamond Empire does not prohibit human trafficking. Fuck. That makes sense. The players became excited. And one player patted Liaison's shoulder and leaned in to ask, are there dragons in the slave market? Liaison stared at the race that looked like humans, but was actually made of ether for a few seconds. Sorry. Another player apologized repeatedly and pulled the player back. Are you stupid? Do they look like they can beat a dragon? Isn't the difference between humans and beasts that they know how to use tools well? You mean? Do you think dragons are beasts? After a subtle silence, the players avoided the topic and argued about the slave races in the slave market as if nothing had happened. In the meaningless conversation, Liaison and his party arrived at the slave market. The huge arc-shaped stone door was open, and the exquisite patterns and decorations were like other buildings in the Empire, exuding a classical and reserved atmosphere. Looking at each other from a distance, the interior of the huge arc-shaped building was not what the players had initially imagined. There were different stalls distributed in the hall that was huge enough to accommodate thousands of people. Most of the stalls had only one table and chair, and images of different races floated in front of the table. Occasionally, guests would be attracted. After a brief conversation of 2 or 3 sentences, the guests got up and followed the attendants, who could be seen everywhere in the hall, to the passage deep in the hall. This is the transaction process presented to the players. As for the more specific transaction procedures, it is obviously not carried out in this hall. Liaison communicated with the guards at the gate for a few words, and took them into the slave market. But some players noticed that when other people entered the slave market, they would stop and take out a black coin, and then get a pink rose chest ornament from the guards. After entering the slave market, Liaison took the players directly to the stall with the most people. The images floating in front of the stalls kept changing the races of the characters. Dwarves, humans, orcs. Most of them were orcs from different orcs. There was nothing special about the photos. There were no special actions or hints. The ordinary ones looked more like full-body photos when looking for a job. In fact, they might really be looking for a job. After all, in just a short while, the players heard a lot of questions raised by buyers and sellers when communicating. Are your teeth good? Do you eat a lot? What kind of work can you do? Are you agile? Can you read? Can you speak the common language? After completing the basic understanding, the two sides began a simple negotiation. After reaching an agreement, the buyer was led by the guards to the depths of the passage. Many players followed and looked into the passage. My Lord Viscount, why are you in the hall? After Mag finished the transaction, he turned his head and saw Liaison, and was surprised. I'll take them here to have a look. Liaison gestured to the players behind him. This is the kingdom's envoy. His Majesty asked me to take them around Karen. After hearing this, Mag said to the players enthusiastically, Dear guests, are there any products you are interested in? Do you need me to introduce them to you? The players gathered together and whispered, Do we have money? No. From what I hear, are they paying for us? Really? McGregor, who clearly heard their whispers, looked at Liaison with some doubt. Liaison said nothing. The players quickly reached a consensus that there was a sucker who had to pay, and continued to ask McGregor, Are there dragons? McGregor struggled to maintain a smile and shook his head. The players began to ask random questions. Are there mermaids? Are there elves? Seeing that other potential customers were avoiding McGreg's stall because of the player's questions, he hurriedly pulled Liashon's sleeve and said, "It seems that these distinguished guests are not interested in ordinary goods. How about you take them to the box to have a look? Viscount? Anyway, don't shout here. It's okay to scare away customers. But if someone really thinks that there are mermaids and elves here, and the news spreads to the elf kingdom, who will be responsible when the elf army comes?" Liaison glanced at the players, who were so excited that they couldn't help themselves, and took them to the deeper part of the passage. Passing through the stalls and walking through the long passage, the players were presented with a series of separate boxes, a total of 2 floors. And it was so quiet that it seemed that there was no voice. There was a sign hanging outside the box, with complex patterns carved on it. Although there was no wind passing through the passage, the sign still swayed slightly, reflecting strange shadows under the light. The players didn't notice these details. They were attracted by the building itself. Liaison took them along the corridor, picked a box at the innermost, and reached out to push open the door. The ether behind the door rippled, and after identifying the identity of the visitor, it returned to calm. From the outside, the area of the box is not large, but after pushing open the door, the vast and luxurious interior decoration exceeds the area of the box. At first glance, the smell of money and the fragrance in the air hit me. The planner finally behaved. I am satisfied. Big scene. Big production. This fruit is delicious. Damn. It even increases ether points. The players did not treat themselves as outsiders, and naturally spread out in the box, observing, touching, and picking up things that interested them. Liaison was not surprised at all. Their disorderly characteristics had been clearly demonstrated along the way. In fact, he was now more looking forward to what worse characteristics they could show. The players fumbled around, and someone accidentally pressed the switch. A huge screen floated in the box, and detailed photos and introductions popped up. The players gathered around, and after a simple exploration, they learned to use ether to interact with the screen without any instruction in this kind of thing. Their comprehension is always surprising. Wow! As the photos changed, the players made the same sound. Will this pass the review? It shouldn't. Then I won't go into details. Evil feudalism. Evil human trafficking. But doesn't the country review the content of this game? It should review it. Right? Then what we see is the Easter egg that the planner has hidden with great difficulty. I actually misunderstood the planner. I didn't expect the planner to lead good people like this. Hurry up. Hurry up. I like this. Just as Liaison expected, the player showed amazing greed in front of him. It is worthy of being a race that appeared with the devil. Liaison looked at this new race calmly. They were full of human weaknesses. From this point of view, the possibility of their betrayal of the kingdom was beyond doubt. Liaison felt sorry for the overly simple task. He stood up and felt that it was almost time to start a formal conversation with them. He took a step forward. The players who finally ended the quarrel also reached a consensus on which product to buy at this time. The player who controlled the screen carefully clicked the button to place the order. The screen popped up the option of whether to confirm the payment. A system warning popped up in front of the players. It is detected that you are violating the laws of the kingdom. This behavior will cause the relationship between the kingdom and you to enter a state of hatred. Please choose carefully. The players stopped and wailed. I was wondering how the planner could suddenly become a human being. Rubbish planner. Rubbish game. No. Does the planner have any sense? Do you know what it means to adapt to local customs? What is the name of using the laws of the kingdom to manage illegal acts in the territory of the Diamond Empire? You actually used the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the officials of this dynasty. How presumptuous. Because of the player's sudden abnormal behavior, Liaison stopped. Although the players kept talking, as if they didn't care about the system warning at all. The action of exiting the order interface was fast enough to let people glimpse their desire to survive. Liaison raised his eyebrows. Are you not going to buy it? The players dispersed again listlessly, fumbling around in the box, and quickly returned to their essence as players, searching for possible equipment and hidden tasks in the new map. A player casually answered Liaison's question. The kingdom does not allow human trafficking. Liaison, the Diamond Empire does not prohibit this behavior. The player sighed, but obviously, we are the people of the kingdom. What does it have to do with them, whether the Diamond Empire prohibits it or not? It's mainly because the system doesn't allow it. They are really a group of beings worse than demons, with no loyalty to the country, no respect for the king, greed, disorder, stupidity, barbarity, but this happens to be the most favorite characteristics of the enemy. Lyson sat on the sofa and persuaded, in fact. You could also choose not to be the people of the kingdom. The players, who were touching around, stopped their movements and turned their heads to look at this strange NPC. The players looked at each other, not sure whether the planner had finally come up with a camp change setting, or whether they had triggered a hidden mission. Under the players' fixed gaze, Lyson continued, "The Diamond Empire welcomes all outsiders who have abandoned darkness and joined the light. Abandon darkness and join the light." The players continued to communicate with their eyes. Lyson waited for a few seconds, and in the players' expectant eyes, he realized another point: these stupid and terrible creatures could not understand the implicit hints at all. "Lyson, are you willing to become the people of the Diamond Empire? Fight for the glory of His Majesty the Emperor?" The players were shocked and gathered together, whispering in front of Lyson, "Is this a change of faction? This is definitely a change of faction. Didn't they say before that the kingdom and the Diamond Empire were going to fight? Does this count as two factions? I feel a little nervous. Why didn't the system give a task notification? Is it because the NPC didn't explain it in detail enough? Isn't it detailed enough? He asked if we were willing. That means he doesn't really want us to join." The players came to a conclusion in a few words, and turned their heads to look at Lyson with caution. A certain player acted as a spokesperson and talked to Lyson. "What do you want to do?" The player said cautiously, "Do you really want us to join the Diamond Empire? Or do you have other intentions?" Another player interrupted, "If you have other intentions, just say it directly. Whatever you want to do. You should give a serious task." Lyson, who really didn't want players to join, felt a little uncomfortable with this overly frank conversation. But to be honest, who would want to accept a group of beings worse than demons? Is it just to make them betray the Empire again? Lyson paused for a few minutes, wavering between coercion and inducement. Given the weakness of the players and their bad personalities, both of these can easily achieve their goals. But no matter how you think about it, threatening the players is a superfluous act. After all, they didn't even think about refusing. Lyson finished thinking, and as they wished, he went straight to the point. "The Empire is very interested in the new civilization, and hopes to get some relevant information from you." "Relevant information?" the player said disappointedly. "It's not about changing camps." Another player then asked, "What do you mean by relevant information?" See, they didn't hesitate at all, and they were so frank that it didn't seem like a betrayal. Lyson sat up straight. The racial composition of the kingdom, the personality traits of the king, the internal map. As Lyson spoke, the system notification came belatedly and appeared in front of the players. System warning: under any circumstances, selling out the kingdom's interests, intelligence and related behaviors to the enemy is equivalent to betraying the kingdom, and will be expelled from the kingdom. And the kingdom's reputation will be locked in a state of hatred forever. The kingdom's NPC will unconditionally kill the betrayer, and the player can claim a generous reward from the NPC after killing the betrayer. As the system notification appeared in full, Lyson also finished his last words: maps and military force distribution and all other information related to the kingdom. The players looked at Lyson, then at the system notification, and gathered together again to whisper, "Is this camp locked? Why don't you try it? Maybe this is the right way to change camps? If you change camps, the other side's hatred must be full. I think this design is normal. After changing camps, you can directly open a new map." A player was persuaded. "I'll give it a try." This brave player took the first step. The player with the 3 big words he walked to Lyson and said excitedly and expectantly, "The ethnic composition of the kingdom is mainly NPCs." "Oh, no. Humans and us." He thought for a while and corrected, "Oh, there are also dwarves and demons." "Lyson, how many people are there in total?" "How many people?" This question is a bit too difficult for the player. Yi thought for a long time and said vaguely, 2 or 3,000. The players watching on the side couldn't help it, and said in unison, "Only 1,000. That's not right. His Majesty the King has 1,600 players in the internal test, plus NPCs, dwarves and 117 teams. There should be more than 2,000. Right?" Lyson paused for 2 seconds and confirmed with the player, "More than 2,000 people in total? Although it is known that this is a new civilization, it does take a certain amount of courage to call yourself a kingdom with this number of people. For example, the total number of the Diamond Empire's army, 480,000. not counting the reserve and other parts that can be reorganized at any time. And the total number of the kingdom is only 2,000. The huge gap in the strength of the two countries is enough to make people arrogant. But Liaison did not show this. As if this is not a country that the Empire can directly flatten and continue to obtain kingdom intelligence from players. There are 2 cities in the kingdom, and the school is under construction. Ye said whatever he thought of. Oh, by the way, the kingdom just opened to the outside world not long ago. The speed is very fast. Just opened to the outside world. What a remote small country. Liaison, who had no idea what the player's word speed is very fast meant, had such a feeling, and sincerely outlined the appearance of a remote, backward, ignorant, and weak kingdom according to the player's answer. Chapter 106 Game 84 After the red name was blocked from the resurrection point. What else did you ask just now? Ye recalled and said, by the way, the king's personality. I don't know much about it. He doesn't appear often. The one we come into contact with most often is you. Oh, you as the NPC responsible for issuing tasks to us. No, in front of you. It should be called a human. Right? Ye glanced at the players, unsure whether he should call another NPC an NPC in front of the NPC. It was Liaison who reacted to the words that frequently appeared in their mouths, NPC. He glanced at the players. In fact, I also heard you say system, planning, game and so on before. It sounds like... Liaison thought about the wording. The kind of game I understand? The players watching on the side burst into whispers again. Fuck. The NPC has awakened? What a fuss. Nowadays, games are all about breaking the fourth wall, confusing the game with reality, which is a hot element in the game. Will he realize that he is a person in the game? Fuck. What if he realizes that he is just an NPC? I can hear it. Liaison interrupted their whispers and said expressionlessly, and I suggest you learn more about this world. The player stared at him with bright eyes, looking forward to the plot of the NPC's self-awareness awakening. Liaison, then you will know where the problem lies. Liaison was not interested in popularizing science for them, nor did he have the idea of performing boring drama for a group of weak beings. He was more concerned about the unfinished conversation. He gestured to Ye and continued to ask about the kingdom's relevant information. Has anything big happened in the kingdom recently? Ye thought for a few seconds. The mines on the top of the mountains. The train started running. The cooperation between dwarves and mages. The appearance of dragons. Liaison caught the key words. Mages? I remember that they basically never leave the Arcane Academy. And they don't like to cooperate with other races. They really don't go out much. Ye said. And saw the system pop up a warning again. And he casually ignored it and said, but they still appear during class. Class? It's the school. Ye reminded the other party. Didn't I say it before? The kingdom school is under construction. Liaison faithfully pointed out the problem. You didn't mention that the mage taught you. And dwarves. Druids. Ye didn't finish his words. And the name on his head turned from green to red in the perspective of other players. Fuck. Finally I see a red name. The players were excited about this long-lost red name. They rushed forward, surrounded Ye, and asked about the follow-up. How is it? Has the favorability of the kingdom turned into hatred? Are there any other changes? Did the prompt for changing camps pop up? Ye clicked on his personal panel. And as expected, he saw a series of negative 100 favorability prompts. The favorability and reputation of the kingdom, dwarves, and NPCs that he had worked so hard to brush up all turned into negative 100 values in a gray lock state. In addition, he did not find any other special prompts. And he shook his head at the players. The players stared at Ye in confusion. It shouldn't be. Isn't this a change of camp? Wait a minute. I remember that notice said that if players kill each other, they can go to the game to get rich rewards? Ye immediately became alert. No way. Are you going to sell me out now? Our cooperation is falling apart too quickly. Isn't it? No. 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 Another player said righteously, I was just thinking. Maybe I have to die once at the hands of the enemy before I can continue to the next stage of changing camps? That makes sense. For example, after dying, you can be resurrected in this camp. And then follow the plot line of abandoning darkness and joining light. And then you can change camps after that. This sounds like the logic that the planner of this game would have. After all, the planner is simply a plot maniac. And even the appearance of NPCs has to follow the plot. Ye felt that this logic was a bit problematic. Do you need to die once to change camps? It's a bit too complicated no matter how you think about it. Isn't it? But after the discussion of the players, they reached a consensus based on their reasonable judgment that the planner's brain was a hole. Lizon watched this group of players kill the informer right in front of him in a way that the informer was willing to do. Lizon had never seen such a race. While they had no loyalty to the country and no respect for the king, they also had the madness of the undead that was unique to life and had no mercy. With these three characteristics combined, Lizon seemed to understand why their king dared to ignore such a huge gap in strength and provoke the Diamond Empire. For the undead, endless life is more like a curse, which makes the undead carry a heavy past. While the body is alive, the soul has long been dead. They are waiting for the death that will never come, and have no interest in all the changes that happen in the world. All these things that are of great significance to the short-lived species are just common scenery and endless life for them. Therefore, the two areas where the undead live, the floating abyss and the valley of the dead, have been invisible to everyone for many years. Although they exist, they have basically no sense of existence. But this new undead race is completely the opposite. Their hearts are not only not withered, but are even full of human shortcomings. And they have an amazing interest in everything. Just by imagination, you can foresee what this race will look like in war. Enemies that will not die completely are very scary. But enemies that will not die completely, and are even extremely crazy, are enough to become the nightmare of any country. Hurry up. I don't know where the resurrection point here is. Ye earnestly told the players. Let's go through the plot together later. A flash of white light. Ye disappeared. The players looked around for a long time. But they didn't wait for Ye to come back. Instead, they waited for a post that made everyone cry and feel sad. Is the GM here? Come out and give me an explanation. First, let me explain my identity. I am Yi. I have searched all the contact information, but I have not found any way to contact the game planner. I have sent private messages to His Majesty the King and the relevant departments, but have not received any feedback. So I have no choice but to post here. After all, this is a semi-official forum. Is there any administrator who can solve my problem? GM, I am here. What do you want from me? We have a GM in this game? How come I didn't know? The GM above is a fake. Yee. Leaning back, the hot post is scheduled. I will grab the front row first. Yee. Since you are here, burn some incense before leaving. Yee. Then I understand your feelings very well. Yee himself? Who is this? How come I've been abandoned by the times after not being online for half a day? Come on. An old man? Give me some science. Guideline video website after the red name was blocked at the resurrection point. What made 100 or 80 big men take turns to do this to an unarmed man? The cruel game scene unveiling the story behind Ye's red name in death interpretation of the camp problem in the holographic game. Fuck. You are the one whose resurrection point was blocked by the NPC? Why are you so upset? Brother, face the reality. This account is useless. Ah, a real warrior. Dare to face the blood. I went to watch the video. Fuck. The NPC's combat power is too strong. Right? I have never seen an NPC run so fast. The NPC's operation of killing people, guarding corpses, and burying resurrection points is more skilled than the players. How many times have you died? If you go online now, you can still see NPCs guarding corpses at the resurrection point. What kind of deep hatred is this? You dare to appear in the city with a red name? It's unreasonable for NPC not to kill you. Op? Did I want to appear in the city? There is only one resurrection point in this game. No matter where you die, you have to resurrect from here. No matter where you die. There is a version that says Ye died in the Diamond Empire. And there is no resurrection point there. OP, if the Diamond Empire had a resurrection point, do you think I would end up like this? I don't know why. It sounds even more sad. Is it really Ye himself? Come on. Share how you did it. Op? Add salt to the wound? I have nothing to do anyway. So I'll satisfy the curiosity of the spectators. So the kingdom really organized an envoy to the Diamond Empire? Damn. You guys are so lucky that you can even open a new map. This is too unexpected. I'm still playing the story with the dwarves and can't participate in the new story at all. Isn't it? Most of the players are here with the dwarves. I remember that at that time. Only a few new players stayed in the novice village because they didn't meet the conditions for participating in the main quest. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed. Who would have thought that the main quest sounded so exciting? But in the end it was like this. Look at Ye's fate. Be rational. I choose the dwarves. OPE fuck. There's nothing much to say. But I thought the sky is high and the earth is far away. And I can finally change camps. But I found out that I thought too much. The player and the kingdom are locked. And there is no possibility of changing camps at all. So the Diamond Empire is the enemy camp. So the Diamond Empire has no resurrection point. I can only say that the OP is a real warrior. It seems that the public beta will be launched soon. Please be patient and wait for the public beta to apply for a new account. This account can be considered useless. The problem is that the helmets in this game are bound after use. Can the OP activate a second account? What the hell? What the hell? After a row of what the hell s on the screen, someone finally broke the endless copy and paste. I remember that the task prompt said that if you betray the kingdom in the war, you will be expelled. So this expulsion is not expulsion from the kingdom, but expulsion directly from the game? Under normal circumstances, I would think this idea is nonsense. But considering the consistent style of this game planner, it's hard to say. Help you at GM. You're welcome. Although I don't understand consumer protection rights. This behavior is an infringement of consumer rights. Right? I guess the above must have forgotten that this game is not profitable yet. So where are the consumers? Unless it never makes a profit. We are consumers protected by law. But it is not profitable at the moment. And this is a game run in cooperation with the state. Then I'll help you at GM. As the popularity of the post remained high, and its influence continued to spread, Ye's appeal finally received an official response. Relevant departments, the game is still in internal testing, which may cause some players to lose the game experience. We are very sorry for this. Can someone translate what this sentence means for me? You deserve it. It's okay to say it. It's okay to make a fuss. Anyway, we won't change it. In a nutshell. Sorry. Your account is gone. So direct? Look. They made the game experience terrible. Do you have any intention of changing it? Anyway, there is no charge. The official attitude is very clear. Play if you want. Get out if you don't. There are so many people waiting in line for an internal test account. Hey. Why am I so angry? Can't everyone just be tough for once and hack the official? Fuck who? The official? Do you want me to help you at the relevant departments? Fuck. This is the first time I found that the official is really the official. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not going to get up anymore. So, the lesson from the past is there. Everyone knows the fate of the red name. Right? I understand. I am a member of the kingdom in life, and a ghost of the kingdom in death. No one can separate me from the kingdom. Nulita and Anuta waited for the players to return, and were surprised to find that one player was missing. Is there another one who hasn't come back? The players who just learned the latest news from the forum gathered together and whispered, "You are not here. Can you get rich rewards from other NPCs? Let's try." So, a player stepped forward, held his head high and said to Nubulita and Anuta, "Ye betrayed the kingdom. We killed him." Nulita and Anuta looked at each other, then turned to look at the player who held his head high. For an undead, death is far from the end. Nulita, what about him? The player felt a little guilty. He should have resurrected in the kingdom. Right? Anuta changed the question. Did he betray the kingdom? The player knows this question. He leaked the kingdom's information to Lizon. Nulita thought for 2 seconds. Based on their understanding of the players, it was not normal for only one player to leak the kingdom's information to the Diamond Empire. It was only natural for all players to betray together. Nulita, how did you know? We saw it. Nulita looked at Anuta again. Nulita confirmed with the players. So you watched him betray the kingdom and then killed him? That's right. To defend the glory of the kingdom. This sentence is really not credible when it comes out of their mouths. The devil can't figure it out. Then why didn't you betray? This is a good question, which expresses his distrust of the players nakedly. Of course, the players obviously don't think there is anything wrong with the devil's distrust. If it weren't for Ye's painful lesson as a precedent, the players would have betrayed together. The players looked at each other for a few seconds, and said I don't want to either. Of course, it's because the consequences of betrayal are very serious. Although it is difficult to imagine what kind of consequences can be considered serious for the undead. The players' answer successfully convinced Nulita and Anuta. This is a reasonable explanation for why the king asked the players to go to the Diamond Empire as a member of the delegation, because the king prepared severe enough punishment for the betrayers to ensure that even crazy undead will be controlled by order. Nilita's doubts were explained, and the players also raised their questions that the enemy NPC did not answer directly just now. Do you know you are just an NPC? What's the problem? Nilita repeated the unfamiliar term. A character not controlled by the player in the game? One point must be emphasized again. Although the dialogue between the demons and the player seems to be extremely smooth, this is based on the function of interlanguage, which converts the different languages of both parties into a common language that can be understood by both parties. But this does not mean that they can really communicate without obstacles across the cultural gap of different worlds. It is just that the other party's vocabulary is translated in a way that the other party can understand. Just like the word NPC. Nilita, you mean? You treat this world as a game, and treat other races besides you as non-player controlled characters in the game? The player who is expecting the NPC to awaken his own will correct him. It's not a game. It's a game. Why do you ask this suddenly? Nilita knows the players too well. The players don't care what others think of their behavior of treating the world as a game. The only reason they ask this question is that something happened. Just like some people are surprised why players can whisper so calmly in front of the parties involved. The reason is very simple. They don't care what others think about it. For a crazy race that treats the whole world as a game, there are too many things they don't need to care about. Life, morality, other people's thoughts, and even the destruction of the whole world. They don't care. The players answered his question. Liaison suggested that we get to know this world more deeply. Oh, that guy again. Nilita gestured to Anuta. You are good at this kind of thing. You can tell me. Anuta arranged his words. For us, this we refers to the natives of this world. Considering the IQ of the players. Anuta explained in great detail. There are many special races in the world. These special races come from other worlds bordering us. Different civilizations born in different worlds have their own characteristics. For example, there is another kind of intelligent creature in the world. They coexist with us in the same world, even in the same location. But we cannot see them, because they are unobservable. The player pointed out the problem sharply. If you can't see them, how do you know they exist? And can you confirm that this is an intelligent life? Because there is something that can prove their existence. Anuta took out an ordinary ring from his personal space. The ring was inlaid with various gems, exuding an expensive atmosphere. He tapped the huge purple gem on the ring, and the gems lit up one by one until they covered the entire ring. As the gems lit up, a transparent film slowly spread out from the hollow part of the ring. At first, there was nothing on the film, but after a moment, a shadow swam across. The shape of the shadow was an inconspicuous dot, because there was nothing on the film. The slow movement of the black dot was particularly eye-catching, as if it had noticed the existence of the film. The black dot stopped moving. Then the player who stared at the film intently witnessed the scene of the black dot raising its head and looking at them. This description seems a bit wrong, because a black dot has no head and cannot raise its head. But in their perception, the black dot just looked up at them. The black dot stopped moving, and several other black dots appeared on the film, gathering next to the original black dot. They looked up at another creature that was watching them. After staring at each other for more than a minute, the ring snapped and shattered completely, and the powder floated into space, leaving no residue. This is unobservable. Anuta wiped the powder off his hands and said to the players, sometimes, we cannot perceive the existence of another intelligent creature, just because our understanding of this world has not yet reached the point where we can interact with each other. But that doesn't mean we can deny their existence. Nilita said lazily, this is very arrogant. We conclude that what we know is the whole world because of our own ignorance. And what we don't know doesn't exist. Fuck. This awareness is much higher than ours. The players gathered together again and whispered. But what does this have to do with our previous question? Maybe there are so many strange races in the world, and our existence is nothing at all? The players turned their heads to look at Nilita and the others, eager for a definite answer with their eyes of seeking knowledge. If you don't explain it clearly, they won't understand. Nilita bumped Anuta with his elbow, indicating that he should continue to explain. Anuta reorganized his words. I think the meaning of Liaison's suggestion that you understand this world more deeply is the literal meaning. This world has accepted many races that survived the destruction of the world. We know the existence of some races, but we don't even know when they appeared for some races. Man star, existing in the form of a star. is in a state of eternal operation from one end of the continent to the other. They distort space. And when in operation, they present two states of existence and non-existence. No one can reach that area. Anuta looked at the players, compared to other races that cannot be understood or even observed. You who only treat the world as a game, and other races in the world as non-player controlled characters in the game. At least you can communicate. Apart from the small differences in cognition, you are just ordinary intelligent creatures. This is a beautified version. In fact, its real meaning is, except for your mental disorder, everything else is too normal. And it is impossible to surprise the natives of this world. Players are just ordinary intelligent creatures? This is simply the greatest shame suffered by the fourth calamity. Nulita said on the side, in fact, this explains the incomprehensible behavior you have done. I have to say that this is a very wise choice. After all, not all undead can turn the curse of immortality into an advantage. Anuta shifted the focus back to the topic. So, after the informer was executed by you, Lyzon sent you back like this? The players recalled. He seemed to have other things to do and left in a hurry. Nulita touched his chin. What information did the informer tell him? The players integrated what Ye said and told the truth. So he didn't say anything. Nulita concluded. Then he left in a hurry. Probably to tell the Emperor about your situation. Anuta agreed with his point of view. He obviously thought too much without understanding your race. You are not as terrible as he imagined. The players whispered again. Why do I feel that they are looking down on us? What do you mean we are not as terrible as he thought? This is definitely looking down on us. But I think what they said seems to be right. Which side are you on? We are players. I don't think we are not as terrible as Lyzon thinks. But the demons don't realize how terrible we are. That's right. Nulita and Anuta heard their whispers clearly. They looked at each other, and were accustomed to the blind confidence of the players. Of course, time will eventually prove who is right between the players and the demons. Chapter 107 Game 85. Nulita and his friends didn't have much time to relax. The next day, Diamond Karen 3 summoned them again. This they refers to Nulita and the players. I hope you will feel like you are in the kingdom and the empire. Diamond Karen 3 said amiably. Don't feel constrained. The players sat in the back, looking around the room. But at least no one whispered. It's not that they suddenly understood etiquette, but mainly because of the huge pressure Diamond Karen 3 brought to them, which made them barely restrain themselves in front of each other. Nulita gave a perfunctory fake smile. Thank you for your concern. Obviously we don't feel constrained either. Diamond Karen 3 looked at the players. I heard that you went to the slave market yesterday? The players exchanged glances with each other. And under the warning of the previous lesson they tried to nip the problem in the bud. The kingdom does not allow human trafficking. We are all good citizens who abide by the law. We have no interest in slaves. You didn't say that yesterday. Lyzon, who was standing aside, thought as he looked at the players, who were completely different from yesterday. Diamond Karen 3 obviously fully felt their desire to survive, and turned his attention back to Nulita. The Empire is happy to act as a hospitable host. Diamond Karen 3 said slowly, give some gifts that the guests like. Nulita spread his hands. If your majesty is asking me, he said lazily, the devil is not interested in this. If there is anything worth praising about the devil's bad character, it is that they disdain wealth. Their badness is a result of their own choice, not driven by desire. Diamond Karen 3 turned his head and looked at the players. The players refused one after another, as if they were afraid that the other party would give them gifts. And their willingness to refuse was very strong. No. No. We are not interested either. Don't send us gifts. We don't accept them. We are here for... The player said this, obviously lost in thought, and said uncertainly, the friendship between the two countries. Another player lowered his voice and said, does the kingdom have friendship with them? Aren't they hostile forces? Then what are we here for? Nulita coughed to interrupt their whispers and said to Diamond Karen 3, thank you for your hospitality. But I think we should talk business. Because His Majesty the King did not leave any contact information. Nulita, who had completely given up the room for negotiation, said calmly, regarding the fact that the dwarf army will stay outside the border of the Diamond Empire. Diamond Karen 3, it sounds like you don't seem to have made any progress? The kingdom has no intention of giving in? Nulita nodded, indeed. Diamond Karen 3 was a little surprised. Even if the delegation and the dwarves will face the wrath of the Empire? Nulita nodded again. Even if the delegation and the dwarves will face the wrath of the Empire. Diamond Karen III was not angry because of this. Even if he encountered provocation from such a weak kingdom, he always maintained a contented attitude. I am a little puzzled. Since the declaration of war is so resolute, why do you have to make an extra trip? When he mentioned this, Nobuta remembered another task entrusted to him by the king. He raised his hand and was about to take something from his personal space. But then he remembered the ether that was everywhere in this palace, stopped and signaled to the emperor. Diamond Karen III allowed him to do the next thing. Nobuta took out a pile of boxes from his personal space, laid them out in a row, and then said to Diamond Karen III, "This is a return gift from the kingdom." Return gift? Diamond Karen III didn't remember why the kingdom had to return the gift to the empire, but he didn't delve into it. He gestured to Lizon, who stepped forward and opened the boxes one by one. The players sitting in the back row followed suit and looked at the contents of the boxes. After Lizon opened the box, he stared at the contents for a few seconds, unsure, and turned to look at Diamond Karen III. Diamond Karen III left his seat and looked at them one by one. 3 boxes were filled with crude wooden devices, strangely shaped iron equipment, and other things of unknown use. 2 more boxes were filled with gray ore. The last box simply contained only a few notebooks, because the gift was too shabby. It was hard to tell whether it was because the country was too poor, or because the kingdom didn't put in any effort. In the subtle silence, the players moved their chairs, got close enough to see the gift, and then whispered, "This gift looks a little familiar. That mess looks like the quest items we gave to the dwarves before. Isn't this gift a bit shabby?" "Not a bit. It's very shabby." The players silently pulled their chairs back to their original positions, pretending that they hadn't seen anything, and remained silent again. Diamond Karen III picked up the crude and simple device and took a look at it. He couldn't see its purpose, so he looked at Nulita for questioning. "Nulita, who knows what this thing is used for?" Diamond Karen III confirmed the fact that he didn't know from Nulita's silence. He put down the crude and simple device in his hand and walked towards the box full of ore, saying as he walked, "The king's return gift is very special." He picked up a small piece of ore, which was black and had nothing special about it. It was very easy to identify because it was common, meteorite, one of the most commonly used raw materials for dwarves to cast. It is worth mentioning that it is very cheap because it is common. In terms of the degree of shamelessness of the devil, this level of embarrassment is not worth mentioning. Nulita said confidently, "This is the latest mineral vein found by the kingdom. As you know, the land of gods is a desert, so finding a mineral vein is a big deal for the kingdom. I believe the king also wants to share our joy with you." The players whispered, "Isn't it because there is nothing else to give?" "No. I remember there is another shiny ore. I saw other players posted it on the forum." The player lowered his voice. "Keep your voice down. Everyone heard you say that the king is a stingy person." Their conversation was heard clearly by everyone present. "I don't think they should be here." Nulita sighed deeply. The player's lethality does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Not only will the enemy be troubled by this, but his teammates often want to refuse to fight on the same front with them. However, Diamond Karen III heard this and looked at the ore filled in 2 boxes. He reached out and pushed the black ore piled on top to the side. The light came out of the box. The players reacted the fastest, dragging their chairs forward again, while keeping a distance from Diamond Karen III, and looking at the box. After the ordinary black ore was pushed away from the top, the pure crystal ore below could no longer conceal the light. Fuck. Who said the king was a stingy guy just now? What stingy guy? This is called Loki. Sure enough, it's shiny. Diamond Karen III walked towards the last box amid the discussion of the players. The last box only contained a few notebooks. He picked up the notebook in the box casually, flipped through 2 pages, and showed an extremely genuine surprise. The relationship between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy seems to be beyond my imagination. Diamond Karen III picked up the old and torn notebooks and handed them to the guard, who had no sense of existence beside him, and then continued, "Convey my gratitude to the king for a very generous return gift." The players' eyes fell on the books and watched the guards disappear quickly with the books. Nulita had flipped through them out of curiosity before it was too unrealistic to expect a demon to respect privacy. They had no such concept at all, so he fully understood why Diamond Karen III said so. After the large-scale pursuit of wizards by the human empire at the beginning, which led to a blood feud between the two, the profession of mage was completely isolated from the Diamond Empire since its birth. The systematic channel for training mages is completely controlled by the Arcane Academy. And the monks of the Diamond Empire can only be called users of ether in another way. But compared with the mages, the monk system is too messy and has a high probability of losing control. In terms of the research progress of ether, the gap between the monks and the mages is so huge that it cannot be overcome. And those few insincere and sloppy notebooks recorded some of the mages' ideas and experiments. This is definitely an overly generous gift for the Diamond Empire, whose mage professional system was blocked by the mages. Diamond Karen 3 sat back in his seat and continued the unfinished topic. The eccentricity and stubbornness of the mages are well known to the world, and the king can actually convince them. He looked at the demon. It's as incredible as the demon actually working honestly for the kingdom. Nolita said in an exaggerated tone. The king's noble morality and personality charm conquered me. Perhaps this is why he dared to challenge the empire. Diamond Karen 3. He lacks the proper respect for the empire. If he thinks he can defeat the empire, let reality tell him the answer. Diamond Karen 3 said, go back and tell your king to prepare for war. Wait. This doesn't seem to be the same as what the king told me. Didn't they say there would be no fighting? How can it be seen that the empire has also declared war? Nolita was a little confused and mad. But he didn't show it. He nodded calmly and said, is there anything else I need to tell the king? Diamond Karen 3 put his hand on his chin and said slowly, if the king thinks that I will give in to his provocation because of the ongoing negotiations on the Neva plain, then he may not have expected another point. Yesterday, the negotiations were declared over. Diamond Karen 3 showed a slightly sharp smile. All human kingdoms on the Neva plain have signed an agreement and voluntarily become part of the empire. Everyone. The Diamond Empire has once again unified the Neva plain. Nolita smacked his lips. Shocked by the other party's efficiency, the negotiation speed is too fast. Because the empire has long been eager for unification. Diamond Karen 3 rested his chin and said slowly, before the negotiations began, the empire had already made preparations. The delegation brought provocations from afar. So I asked them to speed up. Nolita, so this is because of us? If the army of the human kingdom dares to appear anywhere outside the border of the empire, then, Diamond Karen 3 deepened his smile, they will face attacks from the empire until the danger is eliminated. So now the problem is back in the hands of the kingdom. The Diamond Empire expressed their response with a firm attitude. So it was the kingdom's turn to decide whether to risk the attack of the empire and continue to unify the dwarf kingdom. I will convey this message to His Majesty the King. Nolita worried about the king for a few seconds, and suddenly realized how unnecessary his worries were. With His Majesty's usual performance, he even suspected that the development of all this was still under the control of the other party. Let the king worry about these things himself. Anyway, peace is so precarious that a fight will have to break out sooner or later. Of course, considering the geographical location of the kingdom. Diamond Karen 3 said, if the kingdom is willing to negotiate, the empire has no desire for the distant gods' falling land. Nonsense. Who would covet accursed land? In the words of your king, the emperor said, the Diamond Empire is not warlike. But it is not afraid of war. The initiative to provoke a war is in the hands of the king. I hope we can resolve this matter peacefully. Diamond Karen 3 ended the conversation with this sentence. And also ended the delegation's stay in the Diamond Empire. On the way back from the Diamond Empire, Nolita said goodbye to Anuta and the player halfway and left the team. Player, the demon won't go back to the kingdom with us? Anuta looked at Nolita's back and quickly outlined several places the other party might go in his mind. Nolita said he had other things to deal with. So let's go back first. The player whispered quickly. I don't quite trust this demon. Will he sell us out in the Diamond Empire? Not really. Although the demon's character is indeed quite villainous. It seems that the kingdom is definitely the planner's favorite son. So he can't be backstabbed. Right? How about we follow him and see? I do want to. But can we? He disappeared with a space teleportation. How can we follow him? That's right. This is beyond our ability. As the players talked, they couldn't help but look at another NPC who could open a black hole with his bare hands. The Diamond Empire expelled the demon hundreds of years ago. So Nolita wouldn't do that. Anuta glanced at the players who were waiting eagerly, and said firmly, let's go back to the kingdom. Why don't you follow him? Even if he doesn't want to betray the kingdom. Aren't you curious about what he wants to do by leaving the team halfway? To be honest, Anuta was very curious. But considering the characteristics of the devil, who is famous for its cunning, he didn't think it was a good idea to secretly follow the devil. So, After returning to the kingdom and meeting the king, Anuta immediately reported to the king that Nolita had left the team halfway. Is that so? The young king nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. I will ask him. Isn't this solved? The king can easily get the answer from the devil. And Anuta doesn't need to waste time and risk being trapped by the devil to follow the other party. Almost at the same time, Nolita returned to the kingdom. The Diamond Empire's choice may be different from your initial judgment. Nolita dutifully informed the king of the Diamond Empire's choice. He is very determined to face the dwarf army appearing outside the Empire's borders. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. Has the negotiation on the Neva plain ended? Nolita, on the second day after we arrived in the Diamond Empire, He Xingwen praised the other party with great emotion. A very good opponent. The king really didn't care at all. Nolita nodded perfunctorily, and continued to convey the words of Diamond Karen III. But the emperor said that there is still room for maneuver. The empire has no covetousness for the land of God's fall. If you are willing to communicate, perhaps the empire and the kingdom can find other ways to solve this problem. Nolita, he said that the empire is not warlike, but it is not afraid of war. Using what I said, you kicked the ball back. He Xingwen smiled and said, I know. Then I'll go back. Nolita finished reporting on the mission of the delegation. He was not interested in how the king would respond next. He stood up and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. He Xingwen gestured to the chair and said, What did the demon say? Nolita sat back in the chair quickly with a swish. What do you mean? I thought you left halfway to meet other demons? He Xingwen looked at Nolita and said, Or did I guess wrong? System. Obviously his reaction proves that your guess is correct. He spared no effort to praise He Xingwen. Your progress is much faster than I expected. You are becoming a better king. He Xingwen raised the corner of his mouth. This kind of simple and casual conversation often occurs between He Xingwen and the system most of the time. The system praises and affirms He Xingwen in various ways. Nolita did not notice the slight change in the king's expression, and admitted He Xingwen's guess. I talked to them about some private matters. He Xingwen interrupted. Father God's matter? Nolita began to wonder if the king had any special abilities, such as being able to hear what everyone is thinking. He Xingwen explained, I just made a random guess. After all, apart from the Father God, you don't care about anything else. In fact, they dragged on for too long. He Xingwen, on the premise that a space teleportation can reach the land of God's fall. There is no reason to explain why the demons have not arrived at the kingdom. Unless, He Xingwen glanced at Nalbuda, unless they have something else to deal with. Nalbuda reflexively denied, no. Silence suddenly fell, covering Nalbuda and He Xingwen. This reaction was not in line with the level of a demon. Just like saying you guessed it right. Because it was too low level, and even made people doubt whether the demon was intentional. I think we should have reached the point where we can talk openly. He Xingwen broke the silence and said, What is the demon doing? Nalbuda glanced at the king. We are looking for the real reason for the fall of the Father God. He Xingwen nodded without surprise, and motioned for the other party to continue. Although everyone thinks that the gods and the great demons have joined forces to betray the Father God, we don't believe this guess. Nalbuda observed He Xingwen's expression and said, The gods and the great demons are the creations that are most closely connected to the Father God, and are also the most favored existences of the Father God. They have no reason to betray the Father God. He Xingwen did not change his expression at all to his words, and calmly motioned for the other party to continue. So, something must have happened in the Third Age that we don't know about, which eventually led to the fall of the Father God and the disappearance of both the gods and the great demons. Nolita's expression gradually became serious. In order to find out what happened in the Third Age, we traveled all over the continent, including the place where the gods fell before the kingdom appeared. He Xingwen realized something. Did you find the letter and the badge before? At the cost of the death of several demons, we found the only information left in the Third Age with great difficulty. Nolita, but there is nothing we want to know in this information. He Xingwen, so before I gave you the letter, you had already found it. But you still acted as if you knew nothing about it. He Xingwen affirmed their acting skills. Excellent acting skills. This is what we are good at. Nolita spread his hands and said, We don't trust others. Nor do we trust our compatriots. If you change your perception of us because of our desperate pursuit of an answer, then I must say that it is not wise. Nolita said frankly, Demons do not show such a bad character because of deep hatred. The reason why we are so bad is that we are such a bad existence. I don't think it matters how bad your character is. He Xingwen pulled back the point that was gradually going off track. You have traveled all over the entire continent. After finding the information from the Third Age in the land of God's fall? Nibelida, we only know that the gods and the great demons formed a holy alliance to complete an important task of fighting for thousands of lives. If there is anything that can be called related to thousands of lives, it is only the Dark Ages caused by the fall of the Father God. But the cause and effect of the two are obviously reversed. If they were trying to stop the Dark Ages, why did the Dark Ages still appear in the end? He Xingwen guessed, because they failed? If the conclusion is that they failed, then the question is back to square one: who is the God Slayer who caused the fall of the Father God? Nebuda said, so we finally set our sights on other worlds that are constantly bordering this world. Don't consider the dead cycle. Just consider the reason why the Dark Ages finally ended. The border with other worlds saved this world, and saved another world. He Xingwen looked at the handwriting slowly emerging on his retina, and the system came to a conclusion. Do you think that these thousands of lives are not referring to this world? He Xingwen, but those other worlds that border you? Nebuda's expression froze. How is it possible? Nebuda, isn't another guess more likely? Among the saved worlds, one world or many worlds united to kill the Father God, leading to the emergence of the Dark Ages, creating feasible prerequisites for them to border our world, leaving a glimmer of hope for their world. Nebuda looked at He Xingwen. He Xingwen easily crossed the disagreement, so based on this judgment, we went to the other world that was in contact with us the latest to check the situation. The other world that was in contact with this world the latest. He Xingwen looked at the land under his feet. Nolita frankly admitted this, of course. The kingdom is also one of the targets. He Xingwen, so it was not a coincidence that you appeared outside the land of God's fall. It's not. Nolita blinked at him and regained the cunningness of a demon. It was a carefully planned chance. He Xingwen had no objection to their ulterior motives and continued. So the reason why the other demons did not arrive in time was because they were in the other worlds that were closest to the continent. He paused and looked at the rough map behind him and said, that is, the part of the map that you didn't draw or introduce. The edge of the continent? Yes. Nebuda followed the king's line of sight and looked at the rough map and said, beyond the edge of the map that is not drawn, there are still many new civilizations. He Xingwen turned the topic back to the original question. What was the result of your meeting? In fact, I just went to urge them to get to the kingdom as soon as possible. Nebuda, after all, they were delayed on the road for too long. He Xingwen understood his words without any obstacles. So you have reached a consensus that the kingdom is more likely to be the key to solving the problem? Nebuda did not answer his question, and said in a very artificial surprise, oh, by the way, Guan, as for the more detailed map you asked me to draw before, I think it will be finished in a few days, although it has been a bit delayed. You have to understand that the workload of this map is very large. He Xingwen did not comment on the very large workload. Will the map include the new civilizations on the edge of the continent? Of course, including everything I know. Nebuda stood up, put his left hand on his chest and bent over and said, Dear King, your people will always be loyal. In front of the other party's solemn behavior and words. He Xingwen had to remind the other party, the devil's words are not credible at all. Right? I just mean it. The current atmosphere makes me feel that I should do this. Nebuda stood up and said, but don't take it seriously. Otherwise everyone will be very distressed. Chapter 108 Game 86 You have been strengthened. Send it quickly. The day after the Human Kingdom's delegation left, the Diamond Empire was busy with the finishing work after the negotiation. The end of the negotiation meant that the Neva plane was unified in name. But it did not mean actual unification. The interests that needed to be determined and exchanged after the scattered small countries were incorporated into the Diamond Empire were the follow-up they needed to deal with. Of course, these small problems only take a little time and will eventually be settled, just as those human kingdoms agreed to participate in this negotiation. What determined all this from beginning to end was the Diamond Kingdom's powerful strength that was enough to crush them several times. After Diamond Karen III came to power, he did not rush to unify the Neva plane, but spent nearly 20 years suppressing other forces in the country, promoting political reforms, and removing the rotten meat step by step, and finally allowed the Diamond Empire to complete the unification without bloodshed. 20 years of dormancy is enough to prove that Diamond Karen III has enough patience to solve the small problems brought about by peaceful unification. But the other young king does not seem to have this patience. The day after the delegation left, Diamond Karen III received an urgent report from the border that the dwarf army appeared outside the kingdom's border and headed towards the East Furious family. The day after the delegation returned, the dwarf army appeared outside the border. I'm afraid the king didn't discuss anything at all. If the kingdom only had 2,000 people, he really didn't need to discuss it based on this scale. A small country with few people doesn't know its own strength. Your Majesty, the border troops are waiting for your orders. Diamond Karen 3, I am very interested in his confidence in challenging the Empire. He thought for 2 seconds. Arcane Academy? They do have some bad past with the Empire. But if you think you can defeat the Empire with their help, you are underestimating the Empire. The ministers of the Empire are waiting for Diamond Karen 3's decision. Diamond Karen 3 continued to himself. I am very interested in the undead race. Will they be the reason why he dares to challenge the Empire? Diamond Karen 3 shook his head at this speculation. If the king thinks so, I will be very disappointed. What impact can the weak undead with only more than 1,000 people have on the war? He gave an order, go. Bring back glory and victory for me. And use blood and death to tell our enemies that the Diamond Empire is invincible. Outside the territory of the Dong Nili family, Andy Su led the dwarf team to the destination through space teleportation. And the square formation was arranged outside the territory of the Dong Nili family. Unlike the dwarf elders, the Dong Nili family did not refuse to communicate. Andy Su Jin, I see your determination to unify the dwarves. The other party's voice came from the territory, but determination alone is far from enough. After completing the unification of the dwarf elders and the Choyuan tribe, Andy Su's team did not change in number. In fact, Andy Su rejected Kongshi's request to join the war and asked them to return to the top of the mountains first. So at this moment, standing outside the border of the Diamond Empire, in front of the Dong Nili family territory, it is still the team configuration that Andy Su originally led. A small number of dwarves and most of the players. Andy Su Jin didn't mind chatting with the other party for a while. In fact, there is one thing I am curious about. Why did you choose to settle here? Is it as most people guess? You have reached some kind of agreement with the Diamond Empire? Or is it because Andy Su thought about the wording? Other reasons? Dwarves will not betray dwarves. The other party's voice was particularly cold. Even if someone defines us as traitors, the Dong Nili family will never admit it. So, your answer is other reasons? Andy Su Jin turned his head and looked at the border city of the human kingdom that was very close. And the army was gathering. The distance between the territory of the Dong Nili family and the border city of the Diamond Empire was so close that the movement in the other city could be seen with the naked eye. The other party did not respond directly to his words. The Diamond Empire will not be indifferent to your appearance. If you are not prepared to defeat them in a head-on battle, then you are arrogant and stupid. Thank you for your concern. We are ready, said Andy Su. Any existence that attempts to hinder the unification of the dwarf kingdom is the enemy of the dwarfs. I hope you can feel the determination of the dwarf kingdom to unify. The phalanx changed its formation, quickly switching back and forth, and pointed its spearhead at the border of the Diamond Empire. Almost at the same time, long-range attacks from border defense cities locked them, and huge ether fluctuations brewed in astonishing frequency. Warning from the Diamond Empire. Your distance from the Imperial border has exceeded the warning value. Please leave immediately. Otherwise the Empire will launch an attack. Warning again. The warning above the border city sounded twice, giving them enough time to retreat. Then the dwarves seized the time and released the mechanical army. The mechanical army, which formed a black wave, crossed the border of the Diamond Empire without hesitation like a tide. The gate of the border city suddenly opened, and the neat and uniform army poured out of the city gate. The spectators and players all made a wow sound. Their performance was not surprising. After all, this was the first army from this world they had encountered in the true sense. The steel torrent rushed out, and the earth shook with it. The cavalry rode on the ferocious land creatures that the players did not know, fully dressed in armor, and the triangular prism-shaped gun tips reflected the edge under the light. This is a heavy cavalry. Interspersed among the heavy cavalry are the knights, who are lightly equipped and surrounded by regular ether fluctuations. They use the power of blood to control the ether, and the strength of the flesh is the direction of their upgrade. Their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary humans. They can easily keep up with the speed of the wing and attack together with the heavy cavalry. Behind the heavy cavalry and knights, there is a whole row of huge machines. The machines look a bit strange. There is a noisy sound of the device running under the base. It moves forward quickly without paying attention to the huge load as if walking on flat ground. Above the base is the control room for operating the machine. The shadows of busy people can be seen. Above the control room, the huge cylindrical device is branded with complex patterns. It looks like a tool cart carrying a cylindrical device. Behind this strange-shaped tool cart are monks, who mainly attack from a distance. There are not many of them, and they walk calmly on the battlefield. The steel torrent met the mechanical army head-on, and the entire battlefield was shaken, with the sound of weapons colliding. Almost at the same time, the long-range attack that had been brewing ended passed over the army that was fighting and fell directly into the dwarf phalanx. The device fixed next to the phalanx was activated by the attack, and the light screen quickly opened, colliding with the attack from the city, producing a fierce energy collision. Although the attack was successfully intercepted, the light screen that played the intercepting role suddenly shook and disappeared in full view of the public. The second attack of the Diamond Empire has relocked the dwarf phalanx, and on the battlefield of the head-on confrontation, the steel torrent successfully broke through the blockade of the mechanical army and went straight to the dwarf phalanx. Almost a few seconds after the two armies met, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the Diamond Empire had an undoubted upper hand. The players huddled behind the phalanx and whispered, "We are going to lose. Right? No matter how you look at it, the other side is completely overwhelmed by us in terms of numbers, equipment, and discipline. Then what is the meaning of our existence? To make up the numbers? Even if it is to make up the numbers, at least let me go to the battlefield. No. Look at the army in front. They are a serious army. Do you think you can fight them? Can't I feel the atmosphere of the battlefield? It's better than walking in the square. Right? This main quest is outrageous, and has nothing to do with us at all. We are going to lose. The army is about to charge at our faces. Don't worry. The dwarf's killer weapon, that can blow up the elders with a bang, has not been used yet. Even if Andy Sue is brainless, the planner will not stab his own son in the back. Right? Don't worry. It's impossible to lose unless the plot requires it." The formation of the square changed rapidly, as the players were whispering about nothing. The dwarves retreated from the front of the queue to the back, and the players were caught off guard and became the front line of the troops' intersection. Players who were disorderly, lazy, whispering, and ready to watch the show? In the distance, He Xingwen happily dragged an option from the altar to the menu of the basic game settings. 10. Enable the permission for unlimited temporary resurrection times. In this temporary permission, the energy consumed by the player's resurrection will be provided by the king. The huge amount of energy that He Xingwen had accumulated for a long time instantly fell by half, and then began to decline at an alarming speed. The official version of the holographic game cabin should have the basic function of unlimited player resurrection. Right? Yes. The official version of the holographic game cabin has all the basic functions that the game should have. He Xingwen looked in the direction of the Diamond Empire in the distance. It's been a long time since I last asked this question. So, is it time for us to determine the political system of the kingdom? He Xingwen discussed this with the system before Chapter 48. And the system's judgment is that determining the political system of the kingdom will lead to the third update of the kingdom. And the direction of the third update is very likely to be a large-scale influx of players, based on the fact that the kingdom cannot accommodate too many players. The arrangement of establishing the kingdom's political system has been postponed. System, it can be put on the agenda after the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom and before the Diamond Empire officially declares war. Conducting a public beta is my best solution. He Xingwen, have you ever speculated that after your intelligence level is upgraded again, what changes will you have? The system speculated on this point. I'm not sure, but I guess maybe I will understand what the extremely strong feelings I have for you are. He Xingwen didn't care what that strong emotion was after all. It was impossible for you to betray him. So he was more concerned about another point. Your current level of intelligence is no different from that of humans. So if your intelligence level is further improved, will you surpass humans? Or will you become what intelligent life should be like? The system had no doubt about this. Become what I should be. And it won't make you uncomfortable or make me uncomfortable. Please don't worry. No matter how much the intelligence level is improved, the connection between you and me will never change. He Xingwen set his sights on the Palace of Thought and scrolled down to the main task at the bottom. Main task uniqueness. Ensure that the kingdom is not assimilated into the alien world and becomes part of the alien world. Phase 1. Expand the kingdom's territory and accept other races in the alien world. Progress 30%. Please unify the Dwarf Kingdom as soon as possible. We still have a lot to do. The player who was caught off guard and faced the steel torrent was shocked at first, and then received a system reminder in the next second. System reminder? For your gaming experience? The system has enabled the infinite resurrection mode for you. The next death will not consume the number of resurrections, but will randomly drop skill proficiency. Please cherish your life and avoid unnecessary death. In addition, the number of enemies you killed on the battlefield will be calculated in the mission points. If it is expressed in a simple and easy to understand way, it means you have been strengthened. Send it quickly. The steel torrent swept in, sweeping away the obstacles in front of it, so easily that the players could not even be called enemies. In the flash of white light, the army continued to move forward. The players were resurrected under the flag. The resurrected players bravely killed the enemy, shouted messy slogans, rushed towards the steel torrent head-on, fearless of life and death, and used all kinds of unimaginable tricks to try to kill the enemy. The white light flashed frequently, but the resurrection point was in front of the dwarf. That is, behind the player. So the player died and then quickly resurrected, and continued to sprint with a fearless spirit. And when the players collided with the army of the Diamond Empire, the dwarves were not idle. They built quickly on the spot, built high buildings on the flat ground in the back, and directly built a large fortress. There was even room to arrange machinery next to the fortress, and launched indiscriminate firepower attacks to reduce the pressure on the players and kill the players indiscriminately. By the way, we just watch. Duolong was a little puzzled. They had multiple killers in their hands, and there was no need to defend without attacking. The king asked me to observe the combat effectiveness and combat mode of the Diamond Empire's army. Andy Su observed the battlefield outside from the fortress. Calling it a battlefield is a bit flattering to the players. That is, relying on constant deaths and tricks that are hard to defend against to slightly hinder the Diamond Empire's army's advance speed. The players have advantages that others can hardly imagine. Although they look humanoid, they are actually just a group of ether personifications. In other words, even if their hands and feet are cut off and their hearts are stabbed, as long as their blood volume does not drop to zero, these attacks will not have a substantial impact on the player's actions. In addition, the system did not set pain for players at all. So the attacks from the Diamond Empire army were just numerical changes of HP 10, HP 50, in the eyes of players. Another point that could slightly hinder the army's advance was that Team 117 became the backbone of the players. Although the number of Team 117 was not large among the total number of players, the orderly queue and uniform attack method made them stand out among the players. Players quickly realized the special features of Team 117. Although the military literacy was generally not high, the players with rich experience in opening a group spontaneously formed a group opening team around Team 117. Under the allocation of the group leader, they combined into a whole in the mode of opening a boss. Unexpectedly, an effective attack was formed. Duolong quickly noticed the change of players from disorder to order. They had amazing adaptability, and formed their own fighting style on the battlefield of death and killing. It's not a good habit to underestimate the undead. Even if they are weak, don't forget that they won't die. But no matter how powerful the enemy is, they will die. For players, a more accurate way to express this is no matter how powerful the boss is, as long as the defense can be broken, the players can grind it to death by grinding it. The steel torrent was briefly delayed by the players, who kept dying and resurrecting, and the tool cart carrying the cylinder arrived in time. Andy Su casually increased the ether output of the mechanical attack to prevent the players from being penetrated by the army of the Diamond Empire in the next second. The cylinder slowly opened, and as the tool cart moved forward, several mechanical turrets stretched out of the cylinder. The dense patterns on the cylinder lit up slightly, and the azure materialized energy condensed on the turret and shot in the direction of the enemy. After tens of thousands of years of exploring the world of ether, their military weapons inevitably took a different path from the Earth. The combination of machinery and ether formed a firepower attack in another world. The white light shone brightly, and the weak obstruction from the players was instantly eliminated. The army continued to move towards the fortress stationed in the original place. Duolong thought, their weapon doesn't look like the work of dwarves. This design idea is very novel. He reacted, the work of a great scientist? They like to invent something so simple that everyone can use it. I remember that the great scientist had a very bad relationship with the Diamond Empire, and he could design military weapons for them? Connor raised his eyebrows. Plagiarism. Theft. Aren't these tricks that humans are good at? Seeing that the players in front were about to collapse, The dwarves in the fortress behind were discussing the army's equipment as if they didn't see it, and they didn't seem to have any other ideas about the further deterioration of the situation. The players were completely suppressed at the resurrection point, and the white light kept lighting up at the resurrection point. Can we still fight? What are the dwarves doing? The gap in strength is too big. Are you really being backstabbed by the planner? He is so miserable. The planner is so eager to bind the player's faction to the kingdom. How could he backstab his own son? So what is going on now? The player simply gave up struggling, allowing the artillery fire to keep them dying and resurrecting on the spot, and even took the opportunity to have a conversation, because death does not consume the number of resurrections, and there are basically no other penalties. The player seemed particularly detached from this. After suppressing the player's offensive, the army continued to move forward and approached the fortress that the dwarves had urgently built. The heavy cavalry galloped up, with swords pointing. The machine on the cylinder slowly returned to its original appearance, and the cylinder slowly moved, aimed at the fortress, charged and fired, and the entire cylinder broke away from the tool cart and fell towards the fortress. Because the firepower that originally covered the players disappeared, the players were no longer dying. Perhaps the commander of the army finally realized how much energy it was to try to kill the undead. So at this moment, the players looked at the cylinder that drew a beautiful arc in the sky and fell directly on the fortress, and made a wow sound. The impact of pure machinery, coupled with the ether energy activated at the moment of collision. The players were affected by the aftermath, and white light flashed. The ground with the dwarf fortress as the center point quickly collapsed, and the entire space was almost blasted at a fixed point. A small mushroom cloud rose slowly and disappeared quickly. The army of the Diamond Empire was also within the range of this attack, but before the aftermath could reach them, the monks at the back shouted, and the etheric waves spread from them, covering the entire army, forming an effective etheric protection layer to eliminate the aftermath of the attack. The dust had not yet settled, and the attack launched by the Diamond Empire army had not yet ended. Dozens of tool vehicles launched the cylindrical metal carried above one after another, covering the area around the dwarf fortress. Explosions sounded one after another. The ground collapsed again and again, and the huge energy impacts overlapped, tearing the entire space apart. The space was broken, and a black hole emerged, because this black hole was not caused by controllable space transmission. It did not have the function of transmission, and was a black hole in the conventional sense, swallowing light, space, and even everything. It continued to expand, and everything around it was sucked into the black hole, before the black hole continued to expand and further threaten the world. Two translucent creatures emerged from the broken space. They were about the size of an index finger, and were in the shape of a line. In their translucent bodies, dots of golden light could be vaguely seen. They drilled out of the black hole, shuttled between the edges of the black hole, and sewn the black hole together. The black hole, which was supposed to be expanding, collapsed due to force majeure and eventually disappeared. The broken space was sewn again, but the ground, creatures, and everything that should have existed in the space had completely disappeared. In other words, this space was rebuilt after the collapse, and there was nothing. A vast, bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking into the pit, the abyss below seemed to have no end, and there was no bottom at a glance. As for the dwarves and players who were originally on this deep pit, the traces were completely wiped out. The army of the Diamond Empire stopped advancing in front of the deep pit, and Wing Wing was a little anxiously kicking his hooves and digging the soil under his feet. The army was waiting for the order of the Supreme Commander, and the anxious Wing Wing kept kicking his hooves. The strong sense of crisis made it unable to hold back, unable to move forward. It turned its head to attack its own formation and rushed away, trying to escape the ubiquitous threat of death. The neat formation was in turmoil because of the chaos in the front. Amid the chaos of people and horses, a crisp click sounded, and the extremely slight sound of mechanical startup came. Retreat. These were the last two words this army left for this world. Chapter 109 Game 87. Let time go back a little. Before the first cylindrical metal was thrown onto the urgently built fortress, the dwarves who were still discussing military equipment continued the topic. Although the forging skills of those great scientists are terrible, I must admit that their inventions are indeed very good. If that thing really came from the hands of great scientists, it would definitely have more than this attack power. Connor said, the more dangerous killer move is still to come. Dorona, then wait until you see the attack power of this killer move before ending it? The dwarf said, "I have no objection." The cylindrical metal whistled in, and the temporary fortress built by the dwarves was almost instantly penetrated. The surging energy hit the scene and swept everything away. But the dwarves had already prepared. The humanoid exoskeleton device extended from the dwarf's waist, wrapping the dwarf from head to toe. In an instant, the sturdy dwarves turned into humanoid armor wrapped in steel shells. To be precise, this is not a steel shell. It is made of many long-extinct creatures, a wide variety of precious stones as ether nodes, and hundreds of dwarves tempering day and night, finally completing the most expensive device in the history of dwarf forging, the exoskeleton mecha. This is not a device that the natives of this world would think of. The races that grew up with ether are accustomed to using ether to gain power. Even the dwarves, who are keen on forging, are more accustomed to making more powerful ether weapons. Only humans who have no way to strengthen themselves but yearn for another world of power will describe the appearance of mecha. Its prototype comes from the homework submitted by the players. Many players are keen on making some kind of mech that can wrap the human body for combat. Of course, these designs are almost universally evaluated as failed products by the dwarves. After all, with the players' attainments in forging, these so-called mechs are objectively a pile of garbage. But after receiving one strange homework after another, the dwarves became interested in the so-called mech in the players' design drawings. When they were studying the manufacture of trains, they took the time to complete the modification and improvement of the design drawings. The design drawings are actually not difficult for the dwarves. The difficulty lies in the many problems that exist in turning the design drawings into physical objects. For these problems, the dwarves spent some time trying various things, and finally found that the players' failures were very normal. There are unsolvable technical problems in the design of mechs. The role that mechs made of ordinary materials can play can be easily achieved by the natives, who do not wear mechs with ether. So, in the end, the dwarves relied on luxurious materials to pile up their exoskeleton armor. Expensive materials have their reasons for being expensive. If the mecha made of ordinary materials is useless, then the exoskeleton armor on the dwarf is a divine weapon. Divine weapon means that it has reached the limit of what the dwarf can do. Luxurious materials, combined with the dwarf's attainments in forging, have reached the limit. The space vibrated, and several cylindrical metals plowed the ground, directly shattering the space. The dwarf in this space immediately put the player's resurrection points into his personal space. As the space was damaged, large etheric circuits lit up on the exoskeleton armor, passing through the space fragments. And when the skyworm sown the black hole, they passed by them in the concept of space and returned to their original position. In the bottomless pit, a hand climbed on the stone wall beside, and the dwarves hung in the pit one by one. Andy Sue looked up and retracted his hand that was clinging to the stone wall. The armor hummed and a pair of lifelike wings spread out from the back, allowing Andy Sue to stay in the air. Following him, all the dwarves hanging on the rock wall retracted their hands, and one by one, wings grew from their backs and stopped in the air. This attacked strength. Dorona muttered softly, "If it were us in the past, we probably wouldn't even be able to find the body now." The exoskeleton armor wrapped the entire dwarf, and the communication equipment built into the head was enough to let Dorona's whispers reach the ears of all the dwarves. Andy Sue took out a familiar machine from his personal space, looked at the top of the deep pit, and activated it. The small machine covered with blue light moved slowly upward. Connor, even a border defense army can have more than a dozen such attack devices. It should have been popularized in the army of the Diamond Empire. After all, we are talking about the Diamond Empire. Another dwarf muttered, "It is a behemoth that can only be compared with it during the heyday of the dwarf kingdom. Humans are not a powerful race." The dwarves talked about it, but the Diamond Empire has been able to develop from the Second Age to its current scale. It can only be said that the era when powerful individuals dominated the world is over. "I thought you should have known this when the Salpha Federation was established," Connor said. "The inventions of the great scientists are based on the fact that ordinary people can also use powerful forces. They even deny the existence of the Father God." Hey, they didn't deny the existence of the Father God. They just regarded the Father God as a smart creature with stronger individual strength, rather than as the creator who created the world and everything. This statement itself has denied the Father God, the dwarf said. "The reason why the Father God is called the Father God is because he is the father of all things in the world, and the creator of all living things." As they argued, a loud noise suddenly broke out above. The dwarves stopped talking and turned their heads to look up. The scenery that could be seen in the deep pit was only a narrow an unchanging sky. The dwarves waited for a few seconds. Andisa asked the other dwarves, "Go up? Wait a little longer. I can't stand the sight of blood." "When did you get so contrived?" Dorona muttered, flapped his wings behind him, and disappeared from their sight in an instant. The dwarves waited quietly for a few seconds. Dorona flew back. His expression was a little bad. "Let's wait a little longer." Another dwarf asked, "What's the situation up there?" Dorona's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he suppressed the rising stomach acid and said, "It's not burned out yet." Another player summarized for him, "So it means there are corpses everywhere?" Dorona glanced at him and said simply, "There are too many people, and it takes time for the ether to destroy the corpses." Andisu glanced up and silently flapped his wings behind him. The metal wings behind him took him out of the deep pit. The traces left by the battlefield appeared in front of him. At the location where the black blood stone completely released its energy, the collapsed ground was deeply sunken, and the blue flame formed a circle around the edge of the sunken area, expanding both inside and outside, destroying everything it encountered. The blood seeped into the soil and disappeared under the blue flame. The scene after the use of the semi-finished black blood stone device was different from the massive attack of the Diamond Empire army just now. It did not even defeat the space, but its attack intensity was much higher than the massive attack of the Diamond Empire just now. At that moment, the energy released from the inside of the black blood stone catalyzed the ether, and this energy impacted the bottom, destroying all defenses and killing with one blow. The existence of the black blood stone is just like the existence of the gods' falling land. It has an extremely close relationship with the fall of the Father God. The curse of the gods' falling land and the uncontrollable powerful energy in the black blood stone symbolize the Father God's anger towards creation. This is the most widely circulated version on the continent. Andisu stopped in the air and watched the blue flames continue to spread after cleaning the battlefield, just like real flames burning on the ground. The dwarves flew out of the deep pit one after another and looked at the blue flames below. This scene is quite beautiful. I think the king is a little modest. He threw this thing at the capital of the Diamond Empire, and the problem was solved? Even the king and the nobles of the entire Diamond Empire were killed. Even the Diamond Empire might have to surrender on the spot without a fight. He even politely notified the Diamond Empire. The dwarf muttered, "The king's tolerance really makes everyone respect him." Another dwarf looked at the blue flames below that continued to engulf everything on the road ahead, and casually said, "Let the dwarves become part of the kingdom." Dorona muttered, "Even the proudest dwarves will clearly understand the king's noble morality, and the absolute strength that can destroy the dwarves at any time in this scene." So I said, "Andisu is always right." Another dwarf said, "His choice will not be wrong." Andisa did not join their conversation. He watched the expanding blue flames and the reactions of the other two forces that were about to meet it. The Imperial Border City, which faced the scene of the army's annihilation, did not have time to generate more emotions and face the next more terrible threat. The energy of the black blood stone is getting out of control. The uncontrollable nature of the black blood stone is known to the whole continent. Many races have used it in various war venues for various purposes. In the end, the heavy casualties proved its uncontrollability, and the result of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of its own. Because of the countless lessons learned, the races on the continent finally reached a consensus not to use black blood stone in war. It is also because of this that the Imperial border cities facing it know very well what to do to minimize casualties. The entire city was urgently mobilized, and the vehicles with flying capabilities were full of people. The city could not avoid destruction, but humans could use flying vehicles to avoid being swept by the blue flames. On the other side of the Imperial border city, in the territory of the Dong New Life family, the dwarves were also preparing to evacuate quickly. And of course, they did not forget to question Andisu and the others. Not using black blood stones in war is an agreement reached by all races. Do you want to restart Pandora's box by violating the agreement? Andisu answered his question with action, and he took out the flag from his personal space. The players who had been waiting for a long time finally saw the option of resurrecting from the temporary altar of the Dong New Life family at the resurrection point. So, a large number of players resurrected from under the flag, and fell rapidly downwards, because the flag was in midair. Fortunately, they urgently clicked the ether control skill to make a small buffer for themselves, avoiding the embarrassing situation of dying again after resurrection. The players fell into the blue flames like dumplings. Did you finish the game? 1. No. I didn't record the most crucial part. How did you win? This flame looks familiar. Oh, I see. It's the same thing again. If you ask me, it could have been used a long time ago. I don't know what the dwarves are doing. Wait, are those dwarves floating in the sky? What are they wearing? What the hell? Mecha? What mecha? This looks like an exoskeleton. How can a mecha be so close to the body? What the hell? How did the dwarves get the technology points? I said. This is definitely not a Western fantasy world. Did the game planner just do something stupid again? I just have one question. Can players equip mecha? What the hell? Watson, you found a blind spot. Oh my god. Have dwarves finally embarked on the career path of equipment manufacturers? Don't say it. I choose to switch to casting, which is a very promising career. As the players were discussing, Andy Sue simply and clearly issued the task: extinguish the flames and find the black blood stone. The players took this daily task and walked in the blue flames, extinguishing the blue flames at hand. This daily task is not difficult. Finding the black blood stone on the empty ground is simply a free point question. Although the range of the blue flames this time is a bit large, there are enough players. So after a few minutes, the lucky one picked up the inconspicuous black blood stone, and the other players successfully extinguished the blue flames and completed this daily task. The two forces that were about to evacuate the crowd stopped their actions one after another and cast their eyes on the gradually shrinking blue flames until it disappeared completely. Am I seeing things? The human was surprised. The out-of-control energy of the black blood stone was extinguished. The word extinguish is itself very absurd when associated with the black blood stone. For them, how can they extinguish it if they can't even defend it? That's why we found the black blood stone in the ruins. The dwarf of the Dong Nili family looked at the team in the distance and said, they do have some way to control the energy of the black blood stone. Although this method is very inefficient, it can still effectively use the black blood stone. Some elderly dwarves looked at the young man beside them. Ali, go open the city gate. Grandpa, are we going to surrender? Ali, who witnessed the annihilation of the human army, had no objection to this point, but was a little surprised that Grandpa figured it out so quickly this time. And Disu has proved his ability. The old dwarf coughed and said, the Diamond Empire has lost. Ale repeated his words in surprise. The Diamond Empire lost? Unless the Diamond Empire has a trump card more powerful than the Black Blood Stone. Otherwise this scene will be repeated countless times, and it will only have the same ending. The old man urged him, go open the city gate and welcome our compatriots. Then Ale was a little unbelievable. Can we go back? I think the Diamond Emperor doesn't care whether we stay or go. The old dwarf said slowly. He has something more to worry about next. The old dwarf sighed deeply. And Disa Jin's luck is much better than ours. The closed door of the Dong Nili family slowly opened, and the war of unification of the dwarf kingdom came to an end here. But the huge waves it stirred up only began to sweep across the entire continent at this moment. The kingdom located in the land of the fallen gods became famous in one battle. Diamond Empire. Diamond Karen 3. Can the human kingdom control the energy of the Black Blood Stone? In the room with many people, no one spoke except Diamond Karen 3. The projection floating on the table faithfully repeated the scenes they had seen countless times. From the Diamond Empire's army's unstoppable advance when it had the upper hand, to the etheric reaction that directly ended the entire war, to the last group of players walking in the energy. Scenes beyond cognition were staged in front of them, and the enemy's danger level continued to increase. After a short silence, Diamond Karen 3 continued, it's not difficult to understand. After all, the human kingdom is located in the land of God's fall. It is immune to the curse of the land of God's fall. So it is not surprising that it can be immune to the destructive energy stimulated by the Black Blood Stone. The monk in black robe said, it looks like the Father God has forgiven them alone. Since the Father God has fallen, why bother intervening in the affairs of the continent again? Another knight in heavy armor said, Your Majesty, this is not just a problem we have to face. It is a problem that all beings on the entire continent have to face. A new civilization that is coming with great momentum and poses a huge threat. I heard that this kingdom has only 2,000 people. Your Majesty, please believe that your loyal people are willing to wash this shame for you at all costs. Your Majesty, the unification of the dwarf kingdom will only make it more powerful. It is the best time to strangle this human kingdom before it continues to conquer the continent with the invincibility of the Black Blood Stone. Diamond Karen 3 stared at the projection in silence. letting others talk excitedly without making any statement. From the current point of view, the demon's previous announcement that the dwarf army would march to the border of the Diamond Empire was not only not a provocation, but even polite. Restraint before having absolute strength is called politeness. Restraint without strength is called incompetence. Did they take away the entire Dong Nuli family? Diamond Karen III did not care much about this dwarf tribe that was obtained from the Diamond Empire's layout a long time ago. He interrupted the increasingly heated atmosphere. Instead of repeating the attack on the Imperial army on the Imperial city and pursuing the victory, the heated atmosphere stagnated. In the heated debate just now, the noble who had always remained silent took over the conversation. Yes, the other party was very restrained and did not have further conflicts with the Empire. I saw the other party's kindness from it. Although it is a bit inappropriate to say this. Your Majesty, I don't think this contact war is a shame. The most emotional young knight immediately objected to his statement. Are you crazy? Do you know how many bloody deaths were wiped out in your light-hearted words? An entire border defense team was completely wiped out, including the lives of more than 4,000 soldiers. And you still saw kindness from it? Those soldiers from the civilian class are really not worth a life in the eyes of you nobles. Right? When saying this, Viscount John, please don't forget that you are also a noble. The young noble glanced at the other party, and his tone was calm and gorgeous. Please use your brain, which is filled with anger, and think about whether it is worth sacrificing more lives for more than 4,000 lives. Of course it is worth it, the knight said firmly, although we have paid more deaths for this. We will eventually win the victory. Glory and dignity that belongs to us. Does the noble Marquis intend to surrender without a fight and give up your honor so that more people can live? That's not your style. When did the lives of civilians become so important in the eyes of the respected Marquis? Eugene deepened his smile and said sarcastically, Excuse me. Your brain seems to be unable to accurately understand the meaning of this word. The premise of surrendering without a fight is that the kingdom has launched a war against the Empire. On the premise that the kingdom restrains its behavior and avoids the intensification of conflicts. You, who shouted the slogan of washing away the shame, brazenly launched a war. You are the one who cares least about the lives of civilians. After mocking John, Eugene quickly returned to the topic, obviously. No matter what the reason, the king who can control the Black Blood Stone did not intend to start a war without reason. For the soldiers who died on the battlefield, I am as sad and angry as everyone else about their deaths. Eugene's expression was impeccable, without any extra emotions, but we have to admit that being dominated by anger and acting impulsively will only make the situation out of control. Eugene, calm down and think rationally about how to deal with unexpected powerful enemies. This is what we should do now. John said, Huh? Then, why don't you think rationally? Lord Earl, tell us, how are you going to deal with that human kingdom? Only in this way can we defeat the unexpected powerful enemy at the lowest cost. A powerful enemy outside? Eugene pointed to the projection that was still repeating. The answer is obvious if you watch the whole process of this contact battle carefully. When the energy of the Black Blood Stone got out of control, it was not the dwarves who were far away from the energy of the Black Blood Stone that stopped it. But, Eugene nodded slightly to Diamond Karen III, the group of undead that your majesty had contacted. Players. John restrained his tit-for-tat tone and became serious for a second. He stared at the group of etheric bodies on the projection and said, according to Lies Han, this is a new race. Eugene added, a new race beyond imagination. Judging from their previous performance, they have no morals. Greed, stupidity, shamelessness, accustomed to betrayal, no loyalty to the race, and no respect for the king. Since the human kingdom can accept them, the Diamond Empire can as well. We can offer the bargaining chips that the king cannot offer. Diamond Karen III interrupted the conversation. If it were that simple, they would not have refused to accept my gift before. Underestimating the human king is the root cause of most of the failures. Since he doesn't mind us having contact with the players, it is enough to prove that he is never worried about the players' betrayal. John continued, either the players will never betray the kingdom, or he is some kind of killer to ensure that the players cannot betray the kingdom. It is not safe to just use the players as a breakthrough to change the situation. Diamond Karen III's eyes stopped on the dwarf in the projection. Since Andy Su took away the Dong Nuli family, the unification of the dwarf kingdom should be a foregone conclusion. He said, the Empire will send an envoy to attend the ceremony of the unification of the dwarf kingdom. Everyone present, whether nobles, knights or the emerging class who had never spoken, stood up and said, we are willing to share the worries of the Empire. Send an envoy to visit the Salfa Federation. Diamond Karen 3 said slowly, anyway. They were once members of the Empire, and they have the right to know about this situation. While visiting the Salfa Federation, go and see how the barbarians are doing now. Diamond Karen 3, see if the wolf cub is dead. If not, maybe those bastards will finally appear on the world stage. That bastard is not an insulting word, at least it is not an insulting word when used to describe orcs, but an objective description. Chapter 110 Reality 17 The revival of spiritual energy has begun. The top of the mountains has become lively after a long absence. Groups of dwarves have returned from all over the world and rebuilt a new kingdom on the ruins of the dwarf kingdom. However, this has little to do with Yixingwen. The territory of the kingdom is still limited to the land of God's fall, which means that he cannot reach the top of the mountains and see the busy scene at the top of the mountains with his own eyes. But fortunately, players will never miss any excitement. They are keen to share these excitement with more cloud players who cannot arrive at the scene, and then gain more happiness from the reactions of cloud players. Forum. Has the main quest reached the last link? I looked at the task list. As long as you participate in the founding ceremony of the Dwarf Kingdom, you can settle the task rewards. Therefore, players have no sense of participation in this main task as always. Why don't you feel involved? Have you forgotten that we went to pick up black blood stones in the end? And we also confronted the enemy army head-on? Compared with the previous tasks, this sense of participation is simply beyond the sky. To be honest, this game is really bad. The power system is a mess. This is a familiar inverted sentence. I'll be honest too. Any game on Earth is a mess compared to this game. No matter how good the plot is. No matter how perfect the power system is. What's the use? That's the real second world. Don't mess with trashy games. Here we go again. Can those who praise and criticize others change their posts to fight? I want to discuss something that normal players care about. What normal players care about? Mechas. Speaking of this, I have been close to the dwarves. With the goodwill between me and Durana at 80, I successfully obtained inside information. They are indeed considering making exoskeleton armor that players can wear. First of all, the goodwill in this game is not based on a 100-point system. Secondly, whenever a player asks Durana, he will say so. Finally, it has been so long, and you still can't tell who among the dwarves is the one who keeps his word? I want to find Andy Sue, and I have to squeeze in. Screenshot of Andy Sue surrounded by a group of dwarves. I suspect that all the dwarves are Andy Sue's fans. No matter when I go to find Andy Sue, he is surrounded by dwarves. I have personally experienced that all the dwarves are Andy Sue's fans. I didn't pay attention before, and said something bad about Andy Sue in front of the dwarves, and my goodwill dropped instantly, and I couldn't pull it back. That's because you went to Andisu at the wrong time. When Andisa left the mountains and returned to the kingdom, you would definitely stop him outside the main city. So what did the above person ask? Andisu's original words were, "This is up to the king to decide." Oh, suddenly realized. So the king is the one who has the final say among the dwarves? This reminds me of that old question again. What is the relationship between the dwarves and the kingdom? A vassal state? The video website has a recording of the dwarf answering this question. The dwarf seems to want to join the kingdom. But on the other hand, the celebration of the reunification of the dwarf kingdom is also being prepared. And the location of the reconstruction of the dwarf kingdom is not on the territory of the kingdom. So, this relationship is very ambiguous. Speaking of the reconstruction of the dwarf kingdom, has anyone watched the video website Dwarf Infrastructure series? I would like to call the dwarves the infrastructure army, and type the two big words "awesome" on the public screen. The Dwarf Infrastructure series of videos is a series of videos uploaded by a player about the process of dwarfs building infrastructure. The uploader compressed the long construction time into a few minutes to present the audience with shocking scene changes. At first, in the lush forest background, the ruins of the dwarf kingdom were dilapidated and buried by the forest, and even part of them had already weathered and merged with the mountains. The territory of the dwarf kingdom was once extremely vast. As long as you observe carefully on the periphery of the top of the mountains, you could always find traces of buildings left over from thousands of years ago in the soil and plants. It's just that over a long period of time, they lost their function and became part of the mountains. Then, one dwarf after another appeared in the video. They cleaned the environment and rebuilt the dwarf kingdom on unrecognizable ruins. So, one building after another rose from the ground. leaning against the forest and the mountain, extending into the distance. There were no luxurious palaces or complex structures. Flat and vast roads were paved between the buildings, connecting residential areas, factories and squares, like a replica of the kingdom. A new kingdom was quickly outlined among the mountains, because the Upmaster edited the video and artificially accelerated the whole process. The process of rebuilding the kingdom was like a neatly completed scene in a strategy game, full of visual impact and bringing an extremely intuitive shock. Dwarves, the god of infrastructure. Dwarves, a race that cannot get rich because there are no contractors in the other world. This rhythm is so cool. Thank you, Upmaster. Today, I will teach you how to build a house. First, take out your big hammer, hit it a few times in the furnace, and finally assemble the various parts. Look, dear audience, building a house is so simple. I understand the principle. But why do they build so fast? I report that someone is cheating here. The school in the kingdom has not been completed yet. With this efficiency, the dwarves must be lazy. Wait, Upmaster, did you remove the players from the video? Players are obviously involved in the process of rebuilding the dwarf kingdom. This is not the credit of the dwarves alone. Are you talking about helping by moving building materials from the bottom of the mountain to the construction site? Are you talking about helping by picking up branches and cleaning the environment? You mean, keep harassing the dwarves and slowing down their construction efficiency? Anyway, the dwarves have issued a series of daily tasks to the players. I don't believe you didn't accept them. I didn't accept them. I'm a cloud player. I didn't accept them. I'm also a cloud player. Please don't assume that all netizens have a beta account. The total number of beta players is only more than 1,000. Guess how many netizens are surfing the internet? So, when will the public beta be released? Who has ever seen a game like this that takes 3 months to beta test it? To be honest, I haven't seen this kind of game before. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have inside information. I heard that it will be tested soon. Don't make up a bunch of messy relationships now. Just say I have inside information. That's too direct, isn't it? What do you mean by Uncle Party? It's really gossip. Believe me, I thought about it carefully. Logically, the only one who has the right to decide when to launch the public beta should be His Majesty the King. So, you mean, you know His Majesty the King? What? All the gods worked together for 3 months and couldn't find any clues about His Majesty the King's true identity. You actually know His Majesty the King? I don't know His Majesty the King. This news was guessed by my friend. This answer received a lot of ridicule. Contemporary netizens said that the Uncle Party nowadays is too lazy to make up stories. At the same time, in the busy Special Investigation Bureau, a unique conversation was going on. Please sit down. Wu Xing looked down at the information in his hand and subconsciously glanced at the opposite side. The young man opposite raised his hand to him, indicating to Wu Xing that the action of being handcuffed to the chair was not enough for him to complete the please sit down action. Wu Xing looked down at the information again and compared it with the young man in front of him and said in surprise, Du Kong, you have changed a lot. The energetic and sunny young man in the photo turned into a pale and abnormally thin person in front of Wu Xing. After the physical examination, it was confirmed that the other party had not committed any illegal acts that were harmful to his health. And this change was even more shocking. Du Kong tilted his head and spoke slowly, not as much as the world has changed in the past few months. Wu Xing raised his eyebrows slightly and sat opposite him. Since you want to talk to me by name, can you now tell me what you meant by your previous sentence? Du Kong, male, 9-to-5 office worker, no bad hobbies, no illegal crimes, clean family, and clean social relationships are clear at a glance. The reason why such an ordinary person appeared here in a posture of being handcuffed to a chair is also very simple. He knocked on the door of the Special Investigation Bureau with one sentence and got himself a silver bracelet. The spiritual energy revival has begun. Du Kong leaned against the chair, was silent for a few minutes, and said slowly, it means literally. He spoke ridiculously slowly, as if every word had to be carefully thought out before it was spoken. The spiritual energy revival has begun. Wu Xing glanced at him, not pretending to be stupid and asking questions knowing the answer, and went straight to the point. I'm asking what it means to start. Du Kong thought for a few minutes, slowly raised his hand, and pointed at himself. Wu Xing paused with a pen that was recording the conversation, raised his head and confirmed with the other party. Starting from you. Du Kong fell into thought again, and shook his head slowly. He stopped again and fell into thought. A few minutes later, he continued to say slowly, "It has begun to affect humans." Wu Xing began to record quickly. And he wrote as he wrote, "What are the specific manifestations of the impact on humans?" Du Kong paused again. Wu Xing stopped writing and waited patiently for him to speak again. "I don't know," Wu Xing asked patiently. "Then what do you know?" Du Kong was silent for a few minutes. Then threw out another shocking news. "His Majesty the King is about to start the public beta." Wu Xing couldn't help but have another guess. "Can you predict the future?" Du Kong shook his head. He pointed to his head with the other hand that was not handcuffed. "I guessed it." "Then what else did you guess?" Wu Xing paused and guided the other party. "For example, how did you know about my existence?" As a first-level supervisor, Wu Xing's personal information is classified as confidential. Ordinary people cannot obtain information related to him by checking the information. But when Du Kong found them, he clearly uttered Wu Xing's name. Du Kong was silent for a few minutes, and slowly said, "The account with the highest presence under His Majesty the King's video is China Star." He stopped abruptly again. Wu Xing observed his expression. Du Kang's expression was a state of erratic daze, as if he suddenly interrupted his thoughts at this moment. A few minutes later, Du Kong ended his silence and slowly finished the sentence, "It's you." This conversation was quite strenuous. Wu Xing muttered in his heart and continued to ask, "Did you guess this too?" "How did you guess it?" Du Kong pointed to his brain. "I collected information related to His Majesty the King, from forums to video websites to social media." Perhaps the sentence was too long, and he fell into silence again. Wu Xing took the computer handed over by the staff next to him and glanced at the text on the computer. There is an invisible existence behind the scenes, manipulating the direction of public opinion. Du Kong paused for a few minutes and spoke again. It left many traces, among which the reform of the relevant education system is the most obvious. Wu Xing looked at the computer screen and said, "All the information related to His Majesty the King is not a small number. Even if you spend all your time reading these every day except for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, it will take a lot of time. Right?" Du Kong pointed to his brain again. "It didn't take too much time. I read it very quickly." Wu Xing quickly wrote something on the paper. "So, the impact of the resurrection of spiritual energy on you is that it has strengthened your logical thinking ability?" Du Kong thought silently for a few minutes, and then said slowly, "The answers to many questions are right in front of me. This is not just strengthening, but more like a kind of." He was silent again, and continued after a few minutes, "I don't know." Wu Xing stopped writing, stood up and said to Du Kong, "You take a rest first." He hurriedly left the room, walked outside, and opened the door of the next room. There was already a big quarrel next door, and various speculations about Du Kong and the revival of spiritual energy kept emerging and were constantly denied. It was not until Wu Xing stepped into the room that the quarrel was temporarily declared over. Obviously, the Earth's ether content has exceeded a certain point, causing its impact on humans to change from being imperceptible to producing a definite change. Du Kong found us because of this special ability. But what about other people who are affected? We must pay attention to the vicious incidents and social unrest that may occur next. Before the problem continues to intensify, we must implement the previously prepared education system reforms and let the concept of spiritual energy revival quietly enter the public eye. It's easy to say, but how can such a concept quietly enter the public eye? That's a superpower. We have to communicate with His Majesty the King to determine the exact time for the public beta to begin. At least Du Kong took the initiative to contact us, and we have taken the advantage. We are well prepared. Wu Xing. The idea of the next conversation is this. After Wu Xing received the latest dialogue plan, he opened the door of the room again and returned to the conversation. "You searched for all the relevant information about His Majesty the King, and then found me. So what about His Majesty the King?" Wu Xing asked the most crucial question. "Have you found His Majesty the King?" Du Kong was silent for a few minutes, and said slowly, "No. I guess he is the same as me." He paused again, and continued after a few minutes, "Or, he is better than me." Wu Xing confirmed with him, "You mean? He has the same analytical ability as you." Speaking of this, Wu Xing remembered the information about His Majesty the King that was integrated within the Special Investigation Bureau. Du Kong was right. If the judgment of the Special Investigation Bureau was correct, the existence of the system was indeed enough to play this role. Wu Xing hesitated for a moment, and stood up again. You take a rest." Then he hurriedly left the room again. Dukong stared at the door that was closed again behind him, and fell into a dazed state again. In the room where the debate was going on, Wu Xing reported the situation to his superiors and then made his application. If we provide Dukong with the process of our contact with His Majesty the King, perhaps he can get other information that we are not aware of. Too fast. We need to further confirm the identity of the other party. If there is a problem with the other party, the problem caused by this error will be very serious. Let's talk about this later. The leader paused for 2 seconds. You can tentatively give him some latest information and let him help us find other people who have been affected. Wu Xing returned to the conversation for the third time. We are very interested in why you took the initiative to contact us. Can you talk about this? Dukong, because you are working with His Majesty the King, he said slowly. His Majesty the King is the only winner in this game. In other words, if Dukong could find His Majesty the King, he would not have gone so far as to contact the Special Investigation Bureau. Wu Xing subconsciously said, "It seems that you trust His Majesty the King very much." For the first time, Dukong changed his expression, and he looked at Wu Xing with a look that said, "Is there something wrong with you?" He changed the world. Only a fool would go against him. Wu Xing stopped recording and looked at Dukong. According to our information, you are a beta player? Dukong said slowly, "Yes." Then what do you think of this game? Wu Xing, what are your guesses about His Majesty the King who created this game? Dukong, as a game, it is terrible in all aspects. But as another world, no game can surpass it. After a long silence, Dukong continued, His Majesty the King is always trustworthy. If he is a human, then he is the last conscience of mankind, the guardian of the earth. Wu Xing coughed. He interrupted the other party's conversation, which was suddenly moving towards mindless flattery. Are you sure that the impact you received was only the strengthening of your brain's logical thinking? There are no other additional effects? For example, subtly raising your favorability towards the king to the maximum value? Dukong fell silent again. And after a moment, he spoke again. This is based on the conclusion I drew after collecting relevant information about His Majesty the King. I believe your conclusion is consistent with mine. Wu Xing took the computer handed over by other staff members, glanced at the information on it, and continued, We will talk about this topic later. Why don't we talk about the conditions for you to join the Special Investigation Bureau now? Dukong, I need to control this ability. It has put a great burden on me. According to my judgment, if I cannot effectively control this ability, I will not be able to continue to bear the side effects it brings. In short, I will die. Wu Xing, that is to say, this influence is not without cost. He glanced at Dukong and looked down at the data of the physical examination. The data showed that the other party was in a state of malnutrition and lacked a variety of trace elements essential to the human body, which is the most common sub-health state of modern youth. Evolution itself is a process of selection. Dukong, but I have made my thinking controllable by repeatedly watching the classroom videos of the mages, instead of being filled with a lot of information collected unconsciously. Dukong fell silent again abruptly, and continued after a few minutes. This allows me to use it to collect and analyze relevant information, and then find you. Wu Xing glanced at the computer screen. So, you can already sense and control ether. Dukong nodded slowly. It seems that because the conversation lasted too long, his face at this moment was paler than when they met just now, as if he would faint in the next second. Wu Xing glanced at the computer screen. In fact, they still had many questions, but the other party's condition did not seem to be good enough for further communication. Just as Wu Xing hesitated, Dukong closed his eyes and fainted. It seemed that there was no need to hesitate. Wu Xing closed his notebook and watched the people outside the door rush in, surrounded Dukong, carried him to a stretcher, and quickly carried him out of the room. Although the decision to increase the ether content on the Earth was finally determined after repeated discussions by the Alien World Investigation and Development Team, it was obvious that when it really came, it still caught the world off guard. The change did not happen in an instant. But when it suddenly broke out, people had the illusion that the world suddenly became another overnight. Dukong was the first person to appear in front of the Special Investigation Bureau and show that he had superpowers. But he would not be the last. Almost a few days after he appeared, people suspected of having superpowers suddenly spread all over the internet. In the contemporary society with developed social media, once a person's special features appear in the public eye, it is difficult to hide their traces. This brought heat. as well as a wave of social opinion and further social unrest. But it also made it easier for the Special Investigation Bureau to find them. The Special Investigation Bureau had long been prepared for how to deal with these. When the heat began to ferment, public opinion was still arguing about whether superpowers were true or false. And most people in society regarded this as a new hype topic. They intervened and directed everything towards a smooth transition. To be honest, a smooth transition is very difficult. But they have no choice. The wave of spiritual energy revival is engulfing everyone towards an unknown path. And no one has the right to refuse. Chapter 111 Reality 18 I seem to have superpowers. Forum. I seem to have superpowers? I'm still a little confused now. I don't know if there's something wrong with my brain, or if I really have superpowers. I was just browsing social media, mocking those videos claiming to have captured superpowers. But my phone went black in a second. It was out of power. Although I remember that I just fully charged my phone. Maybe it was broken. So I honestly picked up the charging cable. And then I was shocked. That feeling. Blood circulation and menstruation. Cool. And now I use my fingers to charge my phone. And I use my own charged phone to post this post on the forum. Why is there another one? At administrator. Quickly block it. No. Even if you are a troll. At least take a look at what kind of forum this is. This is a holographic game forum. Is it meaningful for you to post such a green post here to fish in troubled waters? I suggest deducting your salary. After discovering that I have superpowers. My first reaction was to come to the forum to tell netizens. Touching netizens' love. Let me ask you. Do you believe it yourself? In just a few hours, there are several superpower posts on the forum homepage. What's going on? Is it that everyone in our forum has superpowers in reserve? It's just a scam. What else could it be? Otherwise, do they really have superpowers? Original poster, I swear. I mocked those posts with you guys a few hours ago. And just a few minutes ago, I mocked those who took videos on social media. But the problem is, do they really have superpowers? Wait, why is my phone running out of power again? Is this power board broken? I'll go charge it, and come back to prove it later. Proof? Proof of using your fingers to charge your phone? I've said it 100 or 80 times. Pictures can be photoshopped. Videos can be edited. Don't give this kind of mindless green post traffic. Report it. And wait for the administrator to deal with it. In a room in reality, the fat man who saw his phone screen go black in a second wailed and frantically searched for a charger on the table. As soon as he touched the charging cable, his whole body trembled and there was a crackling sound like static electricity. The lights in the room flickered twice. And because the current was too high, it tripped directly. After a pop, the whole room went dark. So the glittering fat man became more and more conspicuous. A few minutes later, the light on the fat man disappeared. He regained control of his body, released the charging cable, lowered his head and stared at the palm of his hand for a moment, and very slowly extended his finger to the phone on the table. The fat man's finger gently touched the charging port of the phone, and an arc flashed, and the phone that was forced to shut down lit up with a charging sign. The fat man moved his hand away, and the charging sign disappeared. He moved his hand back, and the charging sign reappeared. He repeated the behavior he had tried before several times, but he still couldn't believe that he, a non-African who had never been hit by another bottle, actually had superpowers. Am I the chosen one? With this thought in mind, the fat man happily turned on the phone, quickly took several photos of the finger charging posture, opened the forum, clicked on his post, and a deleted popped up. Fatty didn't mind, and opened a new post to share this good news with netizens. My phone is charging. I'm back. Don't disbelieve me. I really have superpowers. Self-certification forum posting page photos screenshot. I am an old member of our forum. Judging from my previous posting volume, I am still a distinguished internal test player. If it were a water army, who would spend so much effort to cultivate an account? Fuck. The water army has evolved to this point. There are also lurking ones? I suspect that this account was either stolen or sold. At administrator, this guy has posted again. Just block this account. But his photo is very interesting. There is no trace of photo editing. It looks like it was taken directly with the front camera. Water armies are still wholesale now. They are singing the same tune and deceiving people together? What's the point? I really don't understand the situation recently. So many videos and posts with superpowers suddenly appeared. This is not a hot topic. Normal people don't believe that there are really superpowers in the world. Right? I am more curious. Even if it is true, what is the reason for the OP to be so keen on sharing the fact that he has superpowers with netizens? If it is true, you don't hide it, for fear that others will know, but instead promote it online as soon as possible? This behavior is a bit stupid. Right? OP, if you find yourself suddenly becoming a Superman, can you bear it? Please don't substitute it into the novel. The male protagonist in the novel kills decisively because it is required by the plot. I hope you can understand that it is impossible for a normal person to calm down instantly after discovering that he suddenly has superpowers. Especially the middle school boys. Have you graduated yet? The author, not yet. But I swear, I have been out of middle school for many years. No need to explain. I suspect that the first few superpower posts may have been posted by the internet, but the ones that popped up later are probably because they failed the middle school period, have excessive self-awareness, and want to gain a sense of existence. This explanation is reasonable. I believe it. The author, brother, I really have superpowers. My hands can discharge electricity. Wait a minute. I will record a video for you. The fat man looked at the battery level of his phone. 100%. The battery level was safe. So he moved his charging finger away, turned on the screen recording mode of his phone, and found a position where he could include most of the indoor background, in order to prevent the phone from suddenly running out of power and automatically shutting down again, resulting in a recording failure. He also thoughtfully set up the function of automatically uploading the video after shooting. After making sufficient preparations, the fat man still had some privacy awareness. He took a deep breath, put on a mask, and pressed the shooting button. Then he walked to the table and reached out to touch the charging cable again. There was a crackling sound, and a human figure appeared in the dark room. When the glowing human figure disappeared, the fat man almost regained control of his body. He walked to the phone that was filming and suddenly fell into thinking since the phone was filming. How should he show netizens the trick of charging his fingers? Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. The fat man turned his head to look in the direction of the door and muttered, "The takeaway arrived so soon?" He walked to the door in his slippers and opened it without any precautions. Not a delivery man? His voice faintly came from the door. "Who are you?" "Police." "Come with us." "Police?" His voice was instantly full of vigilance. "Do you have a license? Why do you want me to go with you?" "I haven't committed any crime." "Don't be nervous. Just understand the situation," the male voice said, "about your superpowers." Clang. There seemed to be a collision at the door, but it soon subsided. "I told you not to get excited," the male voice said. "Don't worry. We won't perform an autopsy, restrict your personal freedom, or do anything to you. Just read less novels. It's just to understand the situation and register." "Why are you so skilled?" the male voice said. "Don't worry. The relevant policies will be issued soon." The fat man's adaptability was amazing. He quickly believed his words and even complained, "Why are there relevant policies? Shouldn't I be the only one chosen by heaven? Do you know about the resurrection of spiritual energy? Wow. Uncle Police. You are so fashionable. I told you not to call me Uncle Police. It's not certain who is older or younger. It's not like I don't read novels." The male voice continued, "Anyway, this is the situation. Don't get too excited. You are not the chosen one. I said I didn't even buy another bottle of iced black tea. How could I suddenly become the protagonist?" The fat man muttered, "Then I'll pack my things. By the way, I'm still recording a video. I'll turn off the video. Don't upload it to me later." The fat man reappeared in the video. He walked into the room, and two figures stood far behind him. Because he didn't follow him in, he couldn't take a more detailed picture of them. He picked up the phone on the table and was about to stop and delete the video. The battery of the phone in his hand suddenly dropped again, and it turned off automatically in the blink of an eye because it was out of power. The fat man was stunned for 2 seconds holding the phone, turned his head to look at the figure at the door, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's over." It turned off automatically, and the video was uploaded automatically. The figure standing at the door side walked into the room, glanced at the phone in his hand, thought for 2 seconds, took out his own phone and handed it to the fat man. "Take it and try it." The fat man held the phone with a confused look on his face, and after a few seconds, the phone also turned off automatically. Another figure said, "It seems that the automatic shutdown of the mobile phone is related to your ability." He pressed the headset and said, Wang Xian's forum account just uploaded a video and applied for deletion. The fat man looked at the two turned-off mobile phones in his hand with tears in his eyes. Then I won't be able to play with my mobile phone in the future? This superpower is too bad. Let an internet-addicted teenager not be able to play with his mobile phone. Then, he would rather choose not to have this superpower. So we ask you to come with us to understand the situation, and see if we can help you control this sudden ability. The fat man was overjoyed when he heard this, and grabbed his arm, as if he was afraid that they would regret it, and urged, Let's go. Let's go quickly. By the way, take my charger. Another figure stopped his action, and picked up the charger and wires himself. Before I know more about your situation, you'd better stay away from these electrical appliances. Another figure said, I guess you don't want to know how much your electricity bill has increased just now. While the Special Investigation Bureau was finishing up these superpowers, the forum was also stirring up a storm. The moment the fat man's video was successfully uploaded, it was destined that even if the background urgently deleted this video, there would be a steady stream of saved videos reappearing. What the hell? That post was deleted in a second. Originally I was watching the fun, but the administrator deleted it so quickly that it's a bit suspicious. Watching the fun +1. I just clicked on the video, and the next second the video was gone. And the post was gone. It looks like a cover-up. Fuck. I'm getting scared. Which big guy saved that video? Share it. What did they film? Network disk link, take it yourself. Thanks to the kind people. Fuck. I was confused after watching the video. Was this the poster self-directed and self-acted? Or did the official really admit that the aura has been revived? This post has been deleted. Has the post next door been deleted too? Fuck. I believe it. I was wondering why there are so many brainless water armies saying there are superpowers. It turns out that they are not brainless water armies, but really have superpowers. I came too late and didn't join in the fun. I want a brief introduction. Network disk link, take it yourself. Wait. Don't put the link. The next second this post will be deleted again. Really? Aura revived? What does superpower have to do with aura revived? It's better to say it's human evolution. It feels very subtle. The post has been deleted. Those who understand please come in. The last brother didn't finish his reply. What does very subtle mean? Please help me. Someone who understands. I'm so scared now. Reminder to the front row. Don't put it on the network disk. Don't popularize science. Let this post live for a while. The subtle point is that there are too many posts about superpowers in our forum. No one posts this in other forums. At most, some marketing accounts on social media post videos and screenshots that have been passed around many times. But our forum. If you say so, I'm really overthinking it. What do you mean? The administrator of our forum is Tian Dao, specializing in selecting suitable people in our forum to become superpowers? Have you read too many novels above? Why else do we have so many posts like this in our forum? Speaking of this, have you ever tried the ether control spells that the wizard talks about in real life? It's not what I think. Right? How could anyone try something like this in a game? It's fun. But if you really try it, you must have some brain problems. I tried it. But I didn't feel anything. I tried it too. But I didn't feel anything either. After several floors of copying and pasting, a different answer finally appeared. Don't be afraid to tell you. I just tried it. Fuck. I saw ether. The ether in the game. I began to suspect that there was something wrong with the people in this post. Did you guys team up to deceive me? This is too much. It's already this time. And you're still joking like this. If you keep doing this, I'll call the internet police. Fuck. It's 7:30 in the evening. Have you watched the news? I'll post a screenshot of the news. And you can see it for yourself. News screenshot. The news screenshot is a speech by a familiar boss. In a long string of official speeches, several key points were captured. Based on the current situation, it is reasonable to judge that a new era is coming to us. A new substance has been discovered by us and named ether. This substance has some special properties. Although we are still exploring it, please don't panic too much. It is a controllable energy. It will have some effects on the human body. Please contact the relevant department in time when you find that you have abnormal performance. The contact information of the relevant department is as follows. Stun.jpg. I have witnessed history again. Is it true? Not a prank by netizens? Fuck. I saw the news on TV. Fuck. I really witnessed history. People can see all kinds of strange things when they live long. Someone tell me. Did he say the word ether? Ether. The direction of this word is too clear. Right? I must be dreaming. What kind of game am I playing? Shit. I told you this game is wrong. How can there be such a stupid planner? And the mage course is so detailed. It turns out this is a tutorial for the government to make us adapt to the era of spiritual revival in advance? What? This game is a tutorial? Why do I feel so magical? Can I still play this game? Will it tell me that the game will stop running in the next second? Then I'm going to curse. Why? I can't even play a holographic game? Wait. Did you see the trending search on the social networking site? The first one. Are you talking about the trending search education system reform? Click in and see. There's a surprise. Ether-related courses are open for people with special abilities to help people use Ether better and adapt to the current society. Some related courses are planned to be included in the college entrance examination subjects. Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? I think I am crazy along with this world. I can actually see the Ministry of Education say that we must learn how to control Ether reasonably in my lifetime? This is crazy. What should we do when the whole society reforms together? Does anyone really think that the reform of the education system is all? The news has said so much. And it is obvious to the naked eye that the relevant parts of the whole society need to be reformed. Didn't you hear him say that a new era is coming? Reform. Spiritual energy revival, flying sword. So the novel I read at some point is not a novel, but a prophecy? Wait. Are spiritual energy revival and superpowers in the same system? I think it's a bit funny for us to discuss these seriously. But when I think about it carefully, the news is released like this, which is simply a more efficient, realistic, absurd comedy. Comedy? That may not be the case. There is no comedy in the real world. Only absurdity. Don't forget the social problems caused by the lack of gun bans in Aachen. If everyone has superpowers, what do you think the social order will become? Fuck. What's more terrifying is that it's not that everyone has superpowers, but that some people have superpowers and some don't. Don't panic. Stay calm. And trust the country. Doesn't the existence of this game prove that the country knew it would happen long ago? Then it must have relevant preparations. And it will never let the contradictions escalate into social class issues like the Arkansas. Don't forget what country we are. As soon as the news was released, the entire state machinery started to operate, and huge manpower was invested in preventing public opinion from getting out of control, calming the people's emotions, paying attention to malicious incidents, etc. And the Border Defense Army was also activated to conduct military exercises in some areas. As a certain message said, the country has made full preparations before choosing to disclose relevant information to the public through the news. In the inevitable wave of public opinion, it was finally proved that the people still trust the government they choose. Of course, extreme thoughts still exist. After all, human beings are diverse, and idiots and lunatics cannot disappear out of thin air. But apart from a very small number of extreme thoughts, there are more ordinary people who are worried about the future. They are still willing to believe in the country and believe that this approaching new era is a better future, not another doomsday. Facts once again prove that the superiority of the system determines everything. Unlike the protests abroad, the Chinese people, after being at a loss at first, quickly followed the emergency measures issued by the state, and through the cooperation of the grassroots and the people, completed the registration of people in abnormal situations, and quickly carried out relevant popular science, training and emergency rescue. After all, superpowers are not without a price. Along with the extraordinary abilities, the inability to use ether leads to excessive consumption of body energy. However, the body's energy is not infinite. When the energy consumption in the body reaches a certain limit, the gradually weakened life will die. Possessing superpowers. It sounds like a script for the chosen one. But in reality, it is more of a reality in the world where people cannot control their newly acquired abilities, resulting in abnormal behavior and facing the threat of death. For example, Du Kong. His ability is still one of the most powerful abilities to some extent, even after the emergence of special ability people one after another. But this ability, at first, brought Du Kong dementia in an instant, unable to control his own abilities, resulting in the rapidly improving thinking ability not being controlled by Du Kong himself. His brain is constantly conducting unconscious analysis, and the complicated programs occupy his entire brain. And Du Kang's own will is completely crushed, and the external manifestation presented is a manifestation of near dementia. Du Kong cannot control his actions, and has no reaction to the behavior of the outside world. When he appeared in front of Wu Xing, he was already the appearance of Du Kong after he could slightly control this ability. But under the premise of being able to control his abilities a little, he still showed pale face, thin body, speaking too slowly, often interrupting the conversation abruptly, falling into unknown silence, and even fainting directly when the conversation lasted too long. This is why it is necessary to guide people with special abilities in an orderly manner, and why the situation has not deteriorated further. Because these humans who are affected by the ether and have special abilities are not only weak in the early stage, but also in danger of life. Even if some criminals who suddenly have special abilities want to use superpowers to do something, they will soon realize that it is more important to control their abilities and avoid suddenly becoming demented/paralyzed/vegetative than to do bad things. Life is not easy. Use and cherish your superpowers. Chapter 112 Reality 19 Training Center and Dialogue Again. When the international situation was tense and China was vigorously carrying out the socialist revival of spiritual energy, Yushin pulled his suitcase and walked into the Special Ability Training Center accompanied by Xiaoming. By the way, this training center is located next to the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. At the same time, training center branches have been established in various places. It is a learning, training and management center provided by the country for the endless special ability people. Yushin is not very old. He wears a hat, sunglasses, a mask, and gloves to cover himself tightly. But even so, he can still feel that the other party is not easy to mess with from a distance of 800 miles. Wu Xing gave him a general introduction to the various areas of the training center. And finally, when he introduced it to the cafeteria, he met others unexpectedly. Wu Xing glanced at the time. It's lunchtime. He introduced Yushin. Lunchtime is from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Wu Xing. Who is this? A new classmate? It was obvious that just looking at him could not satisfy their curiosity. After looking Yushin up and down, someone in the crowd sitting at the table asked Wu Xing, "What ability does he have? Why is he covered so tightly?" Wu Xing sighed. You can't expect a group of people with different careers and experiences to suddenly become soldiers. Just like you can't expect these guys from all over the world to strictly abide by discipline. Yushin tilted his head slightly, glanced at the crowd, and his eyes fell on Du Kong in the center of the crowd. The two looked at each other through their sunglasses for a few seconds. New classmate? A hand suddenly stretched out from behind Yushin and placed it on his shoulder. Wang Xian, also known as the Fat Man, arrived a step late and just happened to see the scene. He put his arm around the other person without any hesitation, as if he didn't see Yushin's full armor, and said happily, "I am Wang Xian. Let's go and have dinner together." He greeted Wu Xing and dragged Yushin to the window to get food. "Have you received your meal card? If not, swipe mine first." The meal card is issued uniformly by the training center. Wang Xian finished his meal while chattering, and naturally took Yushin into the crowd. "Brother Kong, there are dishes you like today." Wang Xian put down the plate and greeted Du Kong. "Don't talk. You will faint later." Du Kong opened his mouth, but was blocked again and fell silent again. "But your ability is really awesome. But the side effects are too great," Wang Xian said while eating. "I think our previous suspicion is very reasonable. The more powerful the ability, the greater the side effects." When Wang Xian was the only one who could be heard talking in the whole place, he suddenly noticed a small problem. "Hey, new classmate, why aren't you eating?" Yushin pushed his sunglasses and glanced at Wu Xing who was standing there. Wu Xing walked forward and introduced everyone. Yushin, the new trainee. His ability is a bit special. Wang Xian lowered his voice and whispered to Du Kong, "Isn't he suddenly turned into a handsome guy?" Du Kong opened his mouth. Wang Xian blocked his words again. "You don't have to answer. Don't waste your brain. I think it's very likely. Otherwise, why would he cover up so tightly? Because of his great charm. I just don't want to expose my face to bacteria." Yushin said, "Besides, my ability is to see bacteria." Wang Xian scratched his head and asked Du Kong in confusion, "I see you keep staring at him. Is this ability amazing?" After a suffocating silence, Du Kong slowly reminded Wang Xian, "Lunchtime is almost over." Fuck. Between eating and curiosity, Wang Xian did not hesitate to abandon his curiosity about the new classmate's ability. Introduce him to the course schedule of the training center. I have other things to do. I have to go. Wu Xing handed Yushin to Wang Xian and left in a hurry. After lunch, Wang Xian took Yushin and asked as they walked, "Have you watched the magician's course on the video website before?" "Yes." "Can you sense the ether?" "Yes." "Awesome. Buddy." Wang Xian gave him a thumbs up. Before coming here, there was only one person who could sense the ether. Du Kong. Now there are two. Wang Xian glanced at the slow-moving Du Kong, whose eyes were still on Yushin. He suddenly realized something. "Brother, you can't still control the ether, right?" "A little bit." Wang Xian made a surprised voice. "Awesome. No wonder Wu Xing brought you here personally. Let me tell you, don't look at us as not so good. In fact, we are already one of the most powerful superpowers." Yushin pushed his sunglasses. "I know." Wang Xian gestured to the corridor opposite. "Do you know what's in there?" Yushin took a look and didn't respond. Wang Xian didn't mind and said to himself, "They are all big guys who haven't controlled their abilities. Let me tell you, there is a super awesome guy who can hear everyone's voice." Du Kong said slowly, "There is a range limit." "Yes, but because I can't control it, I almost went crazy." Wang Xian is a chatterbox. This point does not need to be emphasized, because he has already shown it vividly, but it is true. Think about everyone's inner thoughts. Even if it is just a thought, it will appear in your ears. How painful is it? Yushin cast his eyes towards the ordinary corridor. "I know." Wang Xian was stunned for 2 seconds. "What? I know this kind of pain." "Wang Xian, you know this?" Yushin lowered his eyes and stared at the fat man in front of him for 2 seconds. "Everyone is a humanoid creature surrounded by bacteria in my eyes." Wang Xian imagined this scene, subconsciously shuddered, and avoided the topic. "Come on. I'll take you to see other places. In fact, the training center is not. The rumors outside are so scary. It's almost the same as going to school. But the management is stricter than going to school. However, if you were still in school before, you can be arranged with professional courses here to ensure that you don't fall behind in your studies. There are also physical training, scientific management of recipes, etc." Wang Xian babbled. "If you ask me, this is much better than hiding at home and thinking about it. These are all basic things." Yushin pushed his sunglasses and said, "I want to know more. Do they have a systematic practice method?" "Practice method?" Wang Xian tasted the word and finally felt a personal sense of spiritual revival. "I don't know. We are taking classes according to the arrangement of the training center." Du Kong said slowly, "At present, our current level does not need to form a systematic training plan." Yushin looked at Du Kong. "It's because they don't have it." He added, "Unless they are the ones who created this spiritual energy revival. They are on the same starting line as us." He paused for 2 seconds. "At most they know a little more than us." He changed his tone and suddenly asked, "Have you seen His Majesty the King?" Wang Xian scratched his head. "His Majesty the King? Why do you want to see His Majesty the King?" Du Kong said slowly, "No." He stopped talking and stared at Yushin in a daze. Yushin pushed his sunglasses, ignored him, and continued, "Didn't you notice that many special people with superpowers are mostly beta players of holographic games?" Wang Xian showed a surprised expression. "You also play holographic games?" The other party's temperament that is not easy to mess with makes people inexplicably think that he should not be the type who can play holographic games. Yushin did not answer his question directly. "I guess they have discovered this, otherwise they would not be able to find me at all." Du Kong finally recovered from his dazed state and slowly continued his previous words. "His Majesty the King will not show up." Yushin turned his head to look at Du Kong. Du Kong said slowly, "For an era, each individual is just a tiny symbol in it. If you stay for a few more days, you will know." Du Kong fell silent again. Yushin turned his head to look at Wang Xian. "What's wrong with him?" Wang Xian pointed to his head. "His brain is working too fast. He can't keep up. He needs to rest." A few minutes later, Du Kong continued, "You will know how lucky we are." Yushin pushed his sunglasses, then suddenly reached out and took them off, revealing eyes that were no different from those of others, staring straight at Du Kong. Wang Xian thought for 2 seconds, although he didn't know what the other party was doing. As an intuitive creature, he silently reached out and took out a power bank from Du Kang's pocket. As soon as his hand touched the charger, his whole body trembled, and a crackling sound rang out at the scene. The current flowing through his body's surface lit up his whole body. Wang Xian tried hard to recall the basic knowledge he had learned in the past few days, slowly controlled his torso that was numbed by electricity, and raised his hand at an extremely slow speed. With a swoosh, a small arc flashed in the air. The sound of the current stopped, and the power bank was completely damaged. Wang Xian groaned and said refreshing? Yushin put on his sunglasses again. So you suddenly did this just to show me I electrocuted myself? Wang Xian scratched his head. You suddenly took off your sunglasses, which is too suspicious. He turned his head to look at Du Kong. Brother Kong, tell me what he wants to do. Du Kong said slowly. He said he can see bacteria. I guess his ability can be more specifically described as he can control microorganisms. Control microorganisms? Wang Xian repeated the word. As a contemporary college student, he guessed, I remember whether microorganisms can decompose organic matter. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yushin, and said in a rhythmic manner, fuck? Wang Xian hurriedly took out his mobile phone and searched the internet for the definition of microorganisms. Microorganisms include bacteria, viruses, fungi, and some small protozoa, microscopic algae, etc. A large group of biological groups from Baidu Encyclopedia. This means that Yushin can also control bacteria and viruses? Then isn't this thing invincible? Wang Xian suddenly realized why the other party was brought into this training center by Wu Xing as a transfer student, because the other party's ability is particularly awesome. Du Kong said slowly. The premise is that he has enough energy to use this ability. Yes. Wang Xian's hair was blown back to normal. They took a few days of basic courses and had a preliminary understanding of the relationship between superpowers and ether. The more powerful the ability, the more energy it consumes to use it. At this stage, everyone's energy for using abilities comes from themselves. And the energy we can provide can only let you see cells at most. Also controlling microorganisms, relying solely on the other party's shallow understanding and control of ether. Even if they exhaust their own energy and become human, they can't do it. As a counterexample, Du Kang's appearance of falling down when the wind blows and fainting at any time is the result of using the shallow energy contained in his body to frequently use his ability for simple logical reasoning. Yushin didn't say that his behavior just now was to control microorganisms. He just took off his sunglasses and took a look at the situation. Yushin pushed his sunglasses, according to the point that using ability consumes energy. This guy seems to be an exception? He gestured to Wang Xian. His eyes fell on the power bank in his hand that was emitting green smoke and was completely damaged, and said, he is not using his own energy. Right? Du Kong said slowly. What is your student number? Yushin realized something. Number 3. Then the original number 3 will be moved down. Wang Xian muttered, and gave Yushin a bright smile without any ulterior motives. He looked particularly friendly because of his chubby body. I'm number 1. He introduced Yushin. Brother Kong is number 2. Yushin stared at the fat man's bright smile for 2 seconds, turned his head to look at Du Kong, and rarely showed an incredible emotion. Is this guy the most powerful one? Du Kong added slowly. He is currently the only known special ability user who can obtain non-ether energy to use his abilities. Wu Xing hurriedly left the training center and left Yushin to Du Kong and the others. But he was not too worried. After all, at this stage, superpowers are powerless even if they want to do anything. Although Yushin's ability is very worthy of vigilance. At present, this guy is a poor guy who has to fall into the hell of cleanliness because he can only see the appearance of being surrounded by bacteria. If they hadn't found him in time, he would have starved to death because of not eating. Of course, considering the appearance of food in his eyes, the scene of billions of bacteria surrounding it, it is normal for him to not eat. Perhaps in the future, these superpowers will grow into powerful people that people fear. But at the moment, it's not a good idea to keep dripping glucose. You have to eat something. Thinking about how to prevent Yushin from starving to death before he becomes a powerful person that people fear, Wu Xing hurried to the busy meeting room. The meeting room was still arguing, but everyone was very used to it. Even when necessary, they would become one of them and argue with another person until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. Wu Xing walked into the room quietly, sat in the corner, and glanced at the projector at the top. The projector is showing the scene of Xiaoming communicating with His Majesty the King through the computer in real time. Since the holographic game started internal testing, the way the Special Investigation Bureau contacted His Majesty the King has changed to communicating with His Majesty the King directly in the game. This way of communicating with His Majesty the King through the computer has not been used for a long time. But the situation this time is different. The uncontrollable one-sided dialogue in the game is obviously not as good as the current dialogue method of multiple people watching, recording, analyzing, and even giving feedback in real time. So they chose to contact His Majesty the King in the most primitive way. Wuxing glanced at the dialogue on the projector and realized that this conversation had just begun, and he had not missed too much. The text on the projector floated quickly, and there was a clear surveillance video on the side. The image on the video was Xiaoming sitting in front of the computer. Xiaoming, the way ether has further influence on humans is somewhat beyond our expectations. We thought that the resurrection of spiritual energy means that humans control the energy of ether to do things that humans cannot do. But now it seems that it is more like a superpower. The text slowly emerged on the computer desktop. His Majesty, I don't recommend you use the fantasy elements in literary works to infer reality. It doesn't make any sense. Everything we have experienced is something that the Earth has never experienced. His Majesty, it can be defined as superpowers. But in fact, you could also call it humans with special talents. His Majesty, from the time when the ether first affected the Earth, you should have guessed what might happen after the ether had further effects on humans. In the beginning, plants grew from the desert, and the landforms changed due to the influence of ether. Animals showed abnormalities. Water came out of the tortoise's shell, and organisms underwent abnormal changes due to the influence of ether. Then, when ether began to affect humans, what form do you think it would take? Xiaoming, that is to say, humans changed due to the influence of ether. And this change was specifically manifested in some people having superpowers? Your Majesty, I prefer to call it that ether stimulated their special talents. Perhaps everyone has a certain talent, but because there is no suitable environment for it to grow, this talent will never be known. Xiaoming looked out the window and said, It's a very interesting point of view. I have seen arguments in this regard. If someone has a talent for mental arithmetic, but he has never been to school and has been buried in the fields all his life, then no one will ever know his talent for mental arithmetic. Your Majesty, similarly, if there is no ether on the Earth, then their special talents will never appear, and people will live in the familiar modern society. Xiaoming, if so, can the revival of spiritual energy be understood as the stimulation of human special talents? His Majesty, people are always eager to define everything at the beginning. You have seen the world in the eyes of humans who perceive ether, and you should know how thin the ether they perceive is. His Majesty, the concentration of ether on Earth has just reached a certain critical line, which has caused a little impact on humans. But please believe that this is not the arrival of the era of superpowers, but the beginning of the era of spiritual energy revival. His Majesty the King, because the special abilities of humans are, in the final analysis, also a way of using ether. Xiaoming, just like the performance of the mages in the holographic game, is it what the Earth will become in the future? His Majesty the King, the Earth will not become like that world. And the arrival of the spiritual energy revival is not to turn the Earth into a different world. He Xingwen spent so much effort to prevent the Earth from being assimilated by the other world, not to let the Earth go back to the old path of the other world. He reminded everyone who watched their conversation, I hope you have not forgotten why you chose ether and spiritual energy revival. Whether to let ether influence this world, whether to usher in the spiritual energy revival, this is a choice question before them. They pushed forward the arrival of the spiritual energy revival step by step under controllable circumstances, rather than the sudden arrival of the spiritual energy revival. Xiaoming recalled the numerous discussions he had at the beginning, saying, rather than our descendants being caught off guard by huge changes and turmoil in a few years, it is better for us to take the initiative. Xiaoming, evading the problem is not the best solution. Moreover, no one can be sure that after the Earth establishes a connection with the other world, the ether will really not have any impact on the Earth as they choose. His Majesty the King, I am glad that you still remember this. Taking the initiative and turning the ether into an energy source that the Earth can use is what you should do, isn't it? Xiaoming, I am glad that we have the same view on this. After a long conversation, Xiaoming mentioned the reason for initiating this conversation. Based on this, we have some doubts about how to explore and use the ether. He asked the question, should we build an ether control system according to the experience of the mages, or form our own ether control system? His Majesty, it sounds like you want me to provide an ether control system suitable for the Earth. Xiaoming frankly admitted this, indeed. Our understanding of ether is very superficial. But those with special talents are already suffering from the negative effects of special talents and even death threats. We need your help. His Majesty never seemed to be embarrassed by the questions they asked. And the text continued to emerge at a constant speed. If you are sure you need my help, I can provide you with a complete set of Ether exploration and growth system. The compressed file Ether complete system recommendation.rar appeared on the desktop of the computer without an internet connection. In order to maintain a good relationship with each other, Xiaoming explained the reason for their request. For us, there is not much room for maneuver. Every life is precious enough, and every attempt may require a huge price. In front of this fate of the entire country, there is a reference that can reduce deaths and prevent us from going the wrong way in our exploration. We are good at summarizing experience from failures and absorbing experience from references. Xiaoming said, caution is one of the reasons for maintaining a huge country to continue moving forward. His Majesty the King, I respect everyone's choice. This is your right. His Majesty the King seems to be always like this. Xiaoming remembered the analysis of His Majesty's age and personality in those many analysis reports. It is hard not to agree with what Du Kong once said about His Majesty the King. When he can change the world, he still has an extremely soft heart for the world, takes all the pressure alone, and silently carries two worlds forward. Before the appearance of the superpower, there was no related case in this world, which is enough to prove that the other party has no idea of profiting for himself because of his unimaginable power. Everything he does is not for himself. From this perspective, the king who never wanted to reveal his name might be the purest one among all. You have done well enough, Xiaoming said softly. We all know. Chapter 113 Game 88 and Reality 20. Caution is one of the reasons for a huge country to keep moving forward, which is true for China and the Diamond Empire. After suffering a huge setback in the Contact War, the Diamond Empire did not immediately set off the flames of revenge and expand the situation. Instead, it cautiously contacted other forces and paid attention to the next dynamics of the Dwarf Kingdom. After learning the exact time of the Dwarf Kingdom unification celebration, it expressed its willingness to attend through Azijin. This intention reached Andisu's ears through Azijin, and Andisu conveyed it to the king, and finally got permission. The celebration of the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom was held on the top of the mountains. But before that, another party was held in the Human Kingdom in the Land of God's Fall. The dwarves who were busy rebuilding the Dwarf Kingdom took time to attend this party. The square of the main city was full of intelligent creatures. The demons were still unique, without any organization or discipline. There were many more of them. After Nolita and Yixingwen finished their conversation about what the demons were doing, demons came to the kingdom from far away one after another, blending into the demons who were just waiting to die with the momentum that they were originally one of them. As a result, almost no one noticed the increase in the number of demons, until they gathered together at this moment. The number of demons. The dwarf in another corner counted carefully. How come there are more than 100? Huh? Wasn't there only a dozen before? Another dwarf stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction of the demons. Surprised, there are really a lot more. He touched Andisu beside him. Andisu, do you know what's going on? Andisu Jean looked at the demons with a high presence, and looked up at Azijin, who occupied a corner alone. Anuta? Anuta, who was using the communicator, said without raising his head. Demons from all over the continent seemed to be moving towards the kingdom. He stopped and looked at Nolita in the center of the demons. Obviously, the demons have been summoned. The dwarf who heard this couldn't help but show a worried expression. Demons gathered together are a huge trouble no matter how you think about it. Andisa looked at the king standing on the stage, but here, obviously not. Anuta followed his gaze and looked at the king. Different from their focus, he was concerned about another thing. Did the king tell you why this party was held? No. But is there any difference between telling and not telling? Andisa had a clear understanding of this. The decision-making power is never in our hands. Anuta took back the communicator and looked at the altar behind the king as the background. On the shining spire of the altar, there was a golden dragon tempted by the gem. It's hard for me to imagine what big event would make the king call the guy over. Anuta felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Torjean is not a citizen of the kingdom. Andisa looked at Anuta with a strange look and reminded him, you are not either. But Anuta's appearance at the scene was particularly natural, and even he himself didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But I am a permanent resident of the kingdom. Anuta has his own explanation for this. I have the right to know the latest developments of the kingdom. But Torjean is neither a citizen of the kingdom nor a permanent resident of the kingdom. So the king has no reason to call him to this party. Moreover, it was not just Torjean. Anuta looked around and saw that all the human beings in the kingdom were here. They were located in the center of the square. As silent as ever. The disorderly part of the etheric body did not participate in this party. But the orderly 117 team and the 321 team that mined on the top of the mountains all year round were there, located in another corner of the square. The mages also attended the party to show their respect, standing far away from everyone else at the outermost end of the square. What surprised Anuta even more was that the druids were also present. Since they came to the kingdom, they have devoted all their energy to plants and forests, and have not had contact with other races in the kingdom. This is their usual style in their eyes. Plants are far more important than intelligent creatures. But even such druids took their attention away from plants, and came to attend this party. This is enough to show how big the scale of this party is. After Anuta looked at all the intelligent creatures in the square, he turned his eyes to the platform. The king stood on the platform, and the 5 humans Yin, Huang, Zhe, Yu, and Jin, who they had more or less contact with, stood at both ends of the platform. This scene, Anuta speculated on the purpose of this gathering and subconsciously glanced at Indisa Jin. The celebration of the unification of the dwarf kingdom was about to be held, and the king held such a serious gathering, which made people imagine. At least Anuta still cannot clearly understand the relationship between the dwarf kingdom and the kingdom. Although everyone knows that the dwarf kingdom was built by the king, neither the king nor the dwarves have made any official statements on the relationship between the two forces. He Xingwen looked around at everyone present, and confirmed that everyone who should come had come. And then, he opened the prelude of this party in the noise. The reason why I called everyone here is because there is something I need to tell everyone. As soon as He Xingwen opened his mouth, the noise disappeared instantly. Although they could not have unified order, it was obvious that everyone could respect the king. They all looked at He Xingwen. But only Tuor Jin was still obsessed with picking the gems from the altar, and was indifferent to He Xingwen's words as the chief of the dragon clan. The affairs of the human kingdom had nothing to do with him. He Xingwen continued, obviously. The kingdom has reached the time to determine the political system. Political system? Among the races that were unfamiliar with this word, and were talking about it, the orderly 117 and 321 teams were more like outliers. As a demon, Nubalada spoke first. As glib as ever, although I don't understand what the political system is, I unconditionally support your choice, King. Kendi echoed, however. I am a little curious. What is its role? He Xingwen thought about the wording, just like the Diamond Empire, the Salfa Federation, and the Orc tribe. These three have adopted different political systems to govern their countries. The political system is the specific way that rulers use to rule the country. The other races at the scene looked at each other, still not understanding what He Xingwen meant. Or rather, they still didn't understand what He Xingwen was going to do. Nualada spoke again. So, hasn't the kingdom's political system been determined long ago? You have been the king for so long. Isn't it too late to establish a political system now? In fact, there is no. He Xingwen denied the devil's words. Now is the time to determine the political system of the kingdom. Nabuta thought for 2 seconds and didn't understand the king's idea. But one thing was right. In this kingdom, the king decides everything. So no matter what the king wants to do, support is enough. Then let's determine it. Nabuta waved his hand and went straight to the ultimate purpose of this gathering. So, what is the political system of the kingdom? Before expressing his own ideas, He Xingwen asked for their opinions. Do you have any suggestions? Uneven voices rang out. No. Just kidding. You have to dare to make suggestions. The intelligent creatures who can stand here are extremely clear about the power the king has on this land. Those who don't know the king's power have long died for violating the law. He Xingwen looked around and paused for a moment at Team 117 and Team 321. As weapons, they would not have their own ideas in this regard. So Team 117 and Team 321 remained silent. After making sure that no one had any suggestions, he continued, the political system, I want to confirm, has never appeared on the mainland. So in order to avoid that everyone cannot remember, she'll walk to the huge stone tablet in the square. Next to this stone tablet stood a stone tablet full of words, which recorded the laws promulgated by the kingdom. He Xingwen, you can come to the stone tablet at any time to recall the corresponding political system of the kingdom. The demons who had paid the price of death for the laws of the kingdom quickly cheered up, although they didn't understand what the king wanted to do. This thing looked like another existence that would die if violated. The square was extremely quiet, and everyone's attention was focused on the stone tablets of He Xingwen and Jasmine. He Xingwen, The kingdom is a democratic communist country composed of the kingdom's citizens, as the main body, and other intelligent races. National resources are distributed according to the results of labor. There is no racial distinction. No class distinction. The leaders of Team 117 and Team 321 couldn't help but look at each other. They were always orderly, and rarely showed a subtle sense of anxiety. Other intelligent creatures, on the contrary, were very calm because they didn't know the deeper meaning of He Xingwen's words. In the early stage of the country, the king, that is, me, formulated the kingdom development plan and allocated national resources. In the middle stage of the country, after me, the position of king will be permanently abolished. They couldn't maintain the order of silence, and the whispering sounded from the demons first. What do you mean by abolishing the king's position permanently after me? So there will be no king after that? Or will there be no king after the king dies? Then the human kingdom will be dissolved next? Speaking of this, how long can the king live? The king is not an immortal, nor is he an immortal. Doesn't he die soon? Amidst the whispers, He Xingwen continued his words. The kingdom accepts all races and allows them to maintain their original social order. But at the same time, as a group, they still need to fulfill their duty of distribution according to work. Anuta glanced at Ndisu and asked in a low voice, "Are the supplies provided by the kingdom to the dwarfs free of charge?" Ndisu scratched his head. "It sounds like it's not." Anuta looked at Ndisu with pity. As a wandering merchant who had a certain understanding of the dwarves and a keen sense of business, Anuta almost immediately smelled the long time in the future when the dwarves would be paid for their labor. It seemed that, to their surprise, the young king did not intend to use a vassal state to resolve the relationship between the dwarves and the kingdom, but chose a more relaxed way to maintain their connection. Amid the rustling of the carving knife, He Xingwen stopped the overly long declaration of the establishment of the political system. After his voice stopped, whispers quickly swept the entire square. Nilita spoke first again, asking what everyone wanted to ask. "So what did you say just now?" He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds, and said simply and clearly, "Those who do not work shall not eat, and obey the laws of the kingdom." Kenny complained in a low voice, "Didn't you say nothing? It's no different from before." Nilita stared at the newly engraved words on the stone tablet for a few seconds, and said sharply, "Accept all races." What does that sentence mean? He glanced in the direction of the dwarfs. It sounds like the relationship between the dwarf kingdom and the kingdom has been established. They are a member of a democratic communist country. He Xingwen made this conclusion first, and then continued, "But the country respects the original customs of the dwarves, and they can maintain the system of the dwarf kingdom." Kenny thought for a long time. So the difference is, the dwarf kingdom is also a member of the democratic communist country. Someone couldn't help asking, but they are also a kingdom? They abide by the laws of the democratic communist country. Enjoy the rights and obligations of the kingdom's citizens. He Xingwen cast his eyes at Ndisu, who remained silent. They are a member of the dwarf kingdom. But the dwarf kingdom is a member of the democratic communist country. Ndisu Jin raised his head and glanced at the people around him. "I have no objection." After he expressed his opinion, other dwarves, who didn't understand what the king said at all, said, "I listened to Ndisu. I have no objection. Do we owe the kingdom a lot of money?" And so on. The stone tablet was full of words. And just slowly carved the date and cut the last knife. At the same time, the square, which was full of discussions, suddenly pressed the pause button, and time froze at that moment. It is detected that the kingdom has established a political system, and the kingdom is being updated. The sense of weightlessness was fleeting, and everything in reality was perceived again. As expected, He Xingwen sat up from the bed, smoothed his wet hair and said, "System?" The system responded to him instantly, "I'm here. The subsequent development is consistent with my previous judgment. You just need to do it as we agreed before. Please wait patiently for a few days. I will be back soon." The system paused for a few seconds. "I hope to meet you with a brand new attitude by then." As the system said, the subsequent development is completely consistent with the system's previous judgment. After establishing the kingdom's political system, the kingdom performed the third update, which was also considered by the system to be a key update for the public beta. Although that political system was very idealistic, and He Xingwen even doubted whether it would be recognized by the main console of the game at first. From the current development, the main console of the game recognized it. This idealistic political system, which even makes people doubt whether it is feasible, is not the optimal solution of the system, but He Xingwen's own choice. just like the profile of him by the Special Investigation Bureau. He Xingwen's character has a very strong idealistic color. This is not difficult to understand. After all, He Xingwen's life before meeting the system was smooth and generous. He was surrounded by love, and grew up to be what he is today. If he had not met the system, perhaps he would gradually realize that the world is not what he originally thought after entering society, and then be polished by reality to lose that naive idealism and become one of the common people. But he met the system. So all this stopped when he still had naive idealism. No reality has the right to turn him into what they want. People are prone to feel uneasy and fearful about the unknown. But with the system, for He Xingwen, there is no unknown. Naturally, there is no uneasy and fear. He just needs to follow the path the system sees, and make his choice. He Xingwen said in a relaxed tone, I am also looking forward to your appearance after your intelligence level is upgraded again. See you later. After the system finished speaking in a gentle tone, a familiar countdown sounded. After the countdown was announced, everything returned to silence. He Xingwen sat on the bed. Everything was placed in his familiar position, and even the lights were considerately maintained at the most comfortable lighting. But something was wrong. He Xingwen walked around the bedroom, opened the curtains, and the bright lights outside the window came into view in an instant. The lights of the city gathered together and extended from afar, and the noise of the entire city could be clearly felt. He Xingwen subconsciously asked, why is it so lively? No familiar voices sounded in the silent air. The wind outside the window blew through the trees, and the leaves collided with a slight sparse sound, making the silence in the room more obvious. He Xingwen suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was too quiet. The system always appeared when he needed it, so that he almost forgot what it looked like when he was the only one in this house before the system appeared. It turned out to be so quiet. He Xingwen smiled slightly, drew the curtains again, sat back on the computer, turned on the music player, and let the music fill the overly quiet room. Then he opened the forum slowly, looked at the many posts on the forum homepage wailing about being forced offline, and began to write the game update notice in a happy mood. Your Majesty, due to the influence of many factors, the game will be updated to a new version at 1902 today. The update is expected to take 3 to 5 days. Players will not be able to log in during this period. Please wait patiently. Update content, including the expansion of the kingdom's territory, plot updates between other forces, etc. This update is mainly focused on providing a better gaming experience for more players. If everything goes well, it is expected to end the internal test in the near future. If the update is not smooth, just pretend I didn't say anything. He Xingwen clicked to publish and synchronize the game update notification to the video website, official game website, and social media. Players and countless people who follow the game gave explosive reactions. But He Xingwen didn't pay any attention. His attention was attracted by the notification that suddenly popped up on the computer screen. The first animal mutation occurred in City B. The situation on the scene was out of control. All residents are requested to close the windows and doors and not go out. If there is any abnormal situation, please contact XXX. If He Xingwen remembered correctly, he was in City B. He Xingwen, the first animal mutation? When the question came out, only the automatically played song list gave a faithful response. He Xingwen reacted, shook his head, and clicked on the hot search on social media. He didn't forget that the system was upgrading, but he was used to sharing with the system subconsciously when encountering anything, and receiving a response from the system. Not long. He Xingwen glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It has been more than 3 months since the system appeared. Habits are terrible, He Xingwen muttered, and found the answer to this question on his own. Fortunately, the hot searches on social networks never disappoint him. The first hot search with the word explosive was wild animals in City B are mutated. He Xingwen looked down and saw that the second hot search was holographic game public beta. The third hot search was holographic game update. And the fourth hot search was Archon superpower riot. From the fact that 2 hot searches quickly jumped to the front row just after he released the game update notice, the attention the holographic game has received may have already exceeded imagination. He Xingwen took a quick look at the information in the first hot search and roughly understood the situation. Before the concentration of ether was high enough to affect humans, plants were affected first, followed by animals, and finally humans. This is enough to prove that when humans begin to have superpowers, animals will be affected more deeply by ether. However, animals are different from humans. before an accident occurs. It is difficult for people to realize this. The resurrection of spiritual energy has changed not only them, but also the whole world. They should realize it now. He Xingwen glanced at the picture. A sturdy black gorilla jumped over the roof and turned his head to stare at the crowd below. It was clearly pierced with several anesthetics. But it didn't work. It climbed between high-rise buildings at an astonishing speed, showing a defense and sensitivity beyond its peers. Chimpanzees, one of the animals closest to humans. He Xingwen scrolled down. Among the many pieces of information from unknown sources, some said it escaped from the zoo. Some said it was wild. And some even said it was domesticated. At this time, the necessity of the system was highlighted. The system could tell He Xingwen its past, present and future in 1 second, without He Xingwen having to distinguish the possible truth from countless false information. After being offline for a long time, it suddenly went offline, which made people miss it. He Xingwen threw down his phone, stood in front of the window again, opened the curtains, and stared at the unusually lively lights in the city. Then he watched a furry paw suddenly stretched out from the edge of the window. He Xingwen blinked, and met the chimpanzee who moved to the windowsill through the window. Chapter 114 Reality 21 Contact and Mutated Animals. He Xingwen and the chimpanzee looked at each other in surprise, staring at each other for 2 seconds. He Xingwen didn't see how the other party was feeling at the moment. But according to common sense, it shouldn't be too good. Anyone who has been chased for a long time and received several injections of anesthetics must have a hard time controlling his emotions. He Xingwen looked away, thinking about the possibility that this ordinary glass could successfully keep the other party out. He glanced at the bulging muscles on the chimpanzee and gave up thinking. The sound of a conversation came from a distance. Report. The target has entered the residential area. Please be alert. Search in 4 directions. Have the exits been arranged? Do you want to guide the residents to evacuate? If we gather together, we will be too big and accidents are likely to happen. Send an electronic notice to all residents in the area, asking them to be alert and contact us immediately if they see the mutant creatures. Isn't it a bit risky to do this? The other party has injured people many times, and the enhanced power caused by the mutation has kept the residents indoors. I'm afraid there will be more injuries. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the argument gradually moved away from He Xingwen's direction and disappeared in his ears. He Xingwen turned his sight back and looked at the chimpanzee clinging to the windowsill. To be honest, he didn't know much about the chimpanzee species. But the other party's current action, isn't it trying to open the window? The other party reached out to feel the edge of the window, trying to find a way to open it. The window that opened from the inside to the outside was tightly closed, giving the other party no chance to take advantage of it. It seems that its IQ has not evolved to that of humans overnight. He Xingwen took a step back and saw the phone on the table flashing with a new message notification. He picked it up and took a look. At the bottom of the unread text messages of the emergency notification was an emergency contact number. He Xingwen glanced at the text message and then looked at the chimpanzee outside the window. He Xingwen did not notice the approaching carpet search in the community, but the chimpanzee obviously sensed the danger. After failing to open the window, it gave up its original idea and exerted a little force on the window. The effect was immediate, and the entire glass shattered instantly, and the glass fragments fell all over the floor. Of course, the more immediate conversation sounded. It seems like there is a sound? Where? Go over and take a look. The messy footsteps sounded clearly. He Xingwen took a few steps back again, and his finger fell silently on the emergency contact number on the text message. The reason why he didn't rush to contact the authorities was not because he had other concerns, but because letting the authorities break in without any preparation was simply announcing to the world the secret that he was His Majesty the King. The page where he said game update notifications was still on the computer. The chimpanzee turned sideways and jumped in from the window with an unusually neat movement. He Xingwen and the chimpanzee looked at each other again. The other party was taller than he saw in the photo, and with strong muscles, when there was nothing else between them as an obstacle. It brought a strong sense of danger. He Xingwen was unexpectedly calm, and even rationally suppressed his impulse, waiting for the right opportunity to deal with this emergency. It's not surprising that He Xingwen didn't do anything because of the difference in their fighting power. But what's strange is that the chimpanzee didn't act rashly either. In the awkward and mysterious eye contact, the chimpanzee took a step forward and narrowed the distance between them with a cautious attitude. He Xingwen's fingers moved slightly, watching the other party approach cautiously, and then brushed past him. He turned his head and saw the chimpanzee easily unlock the bedroom door, walked to the living room, opened the refrigerator, took out the apple, and ate it one by one. After eating the apple, it seemed that it was not comfortable in this posture, so it simply sat on the ground and took out the frozen pork from the refrigerator in this posture. He Xingwen watched a food show dedicated by the other party in the bedroom. It was bloody and not very good looking, but it was novel, so it was barely acceptable. Seeing that the chimpanzee didn't even let go of the last 2 eggs in the refrigerator, he skillfully knocked the eggs on his teeth, drank the raw eggs in one gulp, and then threw the eggshells on the ground. He Xingwen then realized that he couldn't go on like this. There were only 2 bean sprouts left in the refrigerator, and it was hard to say whether the chimpanzee would be interested in bean sprouts. But in any case, it was obviously not wise to wait for the other party to eat or not eat the next action. He hurriedly turned around and typed on the keyboard, letting the computer enter the normal mode arranged by the system, hiding all traces that should not be exposed. After making sure that his secret would only remain a secret, He Xingwen walked out. The chimpanzee, who was still trying to take out something from the refrigerator, glanced at him in his busy schedule because of his actions, but didn't mean to pay attention to him. It sat on the ground with a swagger, ignoring the 2 bean sprouts. After failing to find any food, it simply took out a bottle of white wine from the refrigerator. He Xingwen walked through the living room, opened the door, and turned his head to look behind him before leaving. The chimpanzee held a bottle of white wine and poured it directly into his mouth with great generosity, drinking it fragrantly. He Xingwen closed the door and walked downstairs. Be alert. Xiao Wan, who hurriedly walked through the residential building, paused, shone a flashlight down the corridor, stared at He Xingwen, who came out of the building, and said in a serious tone, "Why did you come out? Didn't you receive a notice? Don't you know it's dangerous outside?" He pointed in the direction where He Xingwen came out and shouted, "Go back quickly." The chaotic footsteps did not stop, and it was obvious that there were many people searching the community in a carpet-style manner. This accident was not in the hands of the many backups arranged by the system before. Because it was too sudden, He Xingwen could only solve it by himself. He naturally chose to hand over the chimpanzee to the country. Otherwise, there is no other choice. Keep the chimpanzee at home? With the other party's appetite. Whether it can be raised or not is another matter. And the most amazing thing is that it is not discovered by others. I can't go back, He Xingwen said seriously. There is a chimpanzee at home. As if time had stopped for a moment, Xiao Wan and He Xingwen looked at each other for 2 long seconds before they reacted. It went in. Seeing He Xingwen nod, Xiao Wan hurriedly picked up the intercom and reported the situation to the leader at a rapid speed, glancing at He Xingwen frequently while reporting. It went into the room. And you just came out like this? He Xingwen informed the other party of another tragic loss. It emptied my refrigerator. Xiao Wan glanced at He Xingwen suspiciously, thinking that this development was very wrong no matter how he looked at it. After the well-equipped team assembled, Xiao Wan explained the situation to Zhang Ji and quickly returned to his position. Zhang Ji glanced at the location of He Xingwen's room, focusing on the broken window for 2 seconds. It was dark at night, and this was an old community with weak lighting. In order to avoid disturbing the chimpanzees, they did not directly illuminate the place, so that the broken glass that was extremely obvious in the daytime was not noticed until the residents came to report the situation in person. Zhang Ji turned his head to confirm the situation with the residents, but he did not see the other person's figure when he turned his head. His expression became more serious. He quickly glanced around and asked others, "Where are the people?" Someone pointed to the corridor and reported to Zhang Ji. They went back. Zhang Ji? He looked at the team ready to go. No one stopped him. Didn't you, Captain Zhang, ask him to go back? Zhang Ji signaled to the sniper not to act rashly, and then signaled to the members, who had already climbed to the windowsill with their bare hands, to stop the action. And then he said angrily, "No organization. No discipline. He is just a civilian." Someone muttered, and was glared at by Zhang Ji and shut up. "Captain Zhang, what should we do next?" Another team that was ready to force a breakthrough asked. "Ensure the safety of the people or follow the original plan." "Nonsense. How can we blow it up when people are inside?" Zhang Ji turned around in anger, like an active volcano about to erupt. Xiao Wan had sharp eyes and spotted the figure at the entrance of the corridor. "Wait, Captain Zhang. He's back again." Zhang Ji stopped and stared at the disorganized and undisciplined He Xingwen. "I went back to check. It seems drunk." He Xingwen glanced at the figure climbing on his windowsill, carrying a big bag, ready to carry out the explosion, and said to Zhang Ji, "You just go up and take it away." Drunk? Zhang Ji suspected that this guy was talking nonsense. Do you know what organizational discipline is? He Xingwen took out his mobile phone and showed them photos. Look. It's still snoring. The photos were not enough, so he also played a video for them. The chimpanzee was leaning against the refrigerator with his arms and legs spread out, a pile of messy garbage thrown next to him, and a bottle of white wine in his hand. He was sleeping soundly and snoring rhythmically. Zhang Ji was stunned for 2 seconds, took his mobile phone and looked at it repeatedly, and turned his head to look at He Xingwen, looking like his worldview had been shocked. A few minutes later, Zhang Ji waved his hand, and the team rushed up and rushed into the corridor. Zhang Ji returned the phone to He Xingwen and interrogated him. "What's your name? Who are you from? Where do you live? Are you still in school or working? Do you play holographic games? Are you a beta tester? Have you had any abnormalities in your body these days?" He Xingwen answered all his questions. During this process, the chimpanzee was carried out of the corridor. Not only was he drunk, but he was also very drunk. With such a big scene, he didn't wake him up. Seeing that the situation was indeed no different from what He Xingwen said, Zhang Ji's expression eased a little. Someone will come to make a follow-up visit tomorrow. The state will compensate for the economic losses it caused. He looked at He Xingwen again and couldn't help saying, "It has a record of suddenly attacking and injuring people. It is highly aggressive. So next time you encounter this situation, you'd better not act rashly like today. You know, your luck won't be so good every time. This kind of mutated wild animal is good at hunting. If it suddenly attacks, it will never give the prey a chance to escape." Wild animals? He Xingwen thought for a moment. There is no precedent for wild chimpanzees appearing around City B. Did it migrate to City B from other places? Zhang Ji looked at He Xingwen with suspicion again. "Your body has not been abnormal recently, right?" He Xingwen thought for a moment and said with certainty, "No." Zhang Ji didn't believe it and said to Xiaowan casually, "Xiaowan, send someone to give him a comprehensive examination later." The next day. "Hello. I'm from the Special Investigation Bureau, and I'm here to pay you a follow-up visit." Wu Xing reached out and shook hands with He Xingwen, looking at the young face in front of him without leaving a trace. After people with special abilities frequently entered their field of vision, Wu Xing came into contact with a large number of people with special abilities of all kinds, and even summarized a set of simple identification methods. Those who are overly excited are students who have read too many novels and think they are the chosen ones and have not experienced the cruel society. Those who behave reservedly and deliberately suppress their excitement are office animals who have experienced society and think they are the male protagonists of Chitian. Those who are neither excited nor reserved, and are no different from ordinary people, are the very few who need attention. Among these very few people who need attention, some are special ability people who don't know they have special abilities at all and react slower than others, while the other part is special ability people whose emotional intelligence and IQ are always one or both of them crush ordinary people. As for the one in front of Wu Xing, I looked at the information. "You applied for a leave of absence from school not long ago?" Wu Xing said seriously. "Can I ask the reason?" He Xingwen glanced at the game helmet beside him and said confidently, "Addicted to games." Wu Xing followed his gaze and looked at the gaming helmet, flipping through the information while saying, "You are a beta player, right?" He glanced at He Xingwen. "You used to have a lot of other social activities, but since the beginning of this summer vacation, it seems that you haven't been hanging out with other people much?" He Xingwen confidently repeated the universal answer again, "Because I am addicted to games." This reason is really reasonable and impeccable. Wu Xing continued to look through the information and asked, "Have you seen the previous news?" He Xingwen recalled. "What news?" "The one about the revival of spiritual energy." He Xingwen suddenly realized. "I saw it." Wu Xing looked up at He Xingwen. "What do you think?" He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. "It has nothing to do with me. When the chimpanzee entered your house, the search personnel in charge of your area said that they did not hear any screams. From the photos taken at the scene, there was no fighting in the room." Wu Xing looked at He Xingwen. "Aren't you afraid?" He Xingwen said calmly. "No." Wu Xing showed just the right amount of doubt. "It didn't hurt me," He Xingwen said. "And I've seen dragons in games." He gestured and shared with Wu Xing with great interest. "Have you seen one? A dragon that big? When it flies to the sky, Its shadow can cover the entire city. The conclusion is that this is an internet-addicted teenager who is addicted to holographic games. Wu Xing was writing something on his notebook and continued to ask, I looked at the physical examination report you just did. You are a little subhealthy. But other than that, there is no problem. He looked at He Xingwen. There is one thing you may not know. The probability of superpowers appearing among internal test players is much higher than the probability of superpowers appearing among people who have never played the game. He Xingwen thought, you mean? I also have superpowers. It is not certain yet. He Xingwen's physical examination report is too normal. At least Wu Xing has never seen any special ability person as healthy as him. They have more or less paid the price for not being able to control their abilities. The specific manifestation of this price is that the superpowers have abnormal physical conditions and health problems. Wu Xing continued to ask, has there been any abnormal situation before? He Xingwen, what do you mean by abnormal situation? Wu Xing, seeing something you shouldn't see. Or being unable to control your body. Or more directly, being able to talk to animals or something like that. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and said affirmatively, no. Wu Xing wrote another line on the notebook before standing up and looking in the direction of the bedroom. Do you mind if I take a look? He Xingwen spread his hands. Please feel free. Wu Xing walked around the bedroom, turned on the computer screen, checked the web browsing history and favorites very professionally, and picked up He Xingwen's mobile phone. After He Xingwen unlocked it with his fingerprint, he openly browsed the social network accounts, forum accounts, speech records, and chat records of communication tools. He Xingwen waited patiently for a while, and was particularly calm based on the premise that the system had already prepared a plan for this situation. Wu Xing finished the visit and returned to He Xingwen, handing him a business card. If there are any abnormalities in the future, you can contact me. He smiled an official smile, although there are many different opinions on the internet. I hope you can understand that for people with special abilities, contacting us in time is a responsible behavior for their own health. Wu Xing continued, regarding the losses caused by the mutant animals. The assessed compensation will be deposited into your account within 3 days. If you have any questions later, you can contact me at any time. Special Investigation Bureau. Discussions on the first mutant animal are ongoing. What is the situation of the chimpanzee? Are you sure he was drunk before? According to the test report, the alcohol content in his body exceeded the standard, and he was indeed drunk. After a round of physical examinations of the chimpanzee and internal discussions, the medical staff who wrote the report said, in addition to this, preliminary tests show that the physical fitness of the other party in a coma is 5 times that of a normal chimpanzee, which is almost an all-round improvement in physical fitness. It is not yet certain whether the other party's IQ has also improved accordingly. But considering the genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans, it is not ruled out that the other party has an IQ that can communicate. The concentration of ether in the other party is stronger than that of other humans and objects. It is basically certain that the other party has undergone a mutation or evolved due to the influence of ether. After it woke up, we conducted tentative communication with it. The other party showed aggressive behavior many times. After finding that the attack was difficult to achieve, the other party obviously avoided contact. I think its IQ has indeed improved to a certain extent. The specific degree of improvement is currently unknown. The other party refused to cooperate and was highly hostile to humans. Through monitoring and repeated tracing of the first scene of the other party appearing in City B, we found traces of the other party before entering City B. There are some traces of the other party's actions left on the north side of the Ling'an Mountains. From the analysis of the traces and routes, it can basically be ruled out that it was brought to City B by others. So, it spontaneously migrated to City B? According to the living environment requirements of chimpanzees, City B does not meet its habitat standards. If it spontaneously moved to City B, there must be a reason that we don't know yet. Will this be an isolated case? Or is it just a beginning? Will other mutant animals move to City B later? From the latest development, this may be just an isolated case. Another person raised the report in his hand and said, just a few hours ago, another animal mutation rescue incident occurred in City S. 1 second before the car accident, Wang Xiaofeng's border collie dragged Wang Xiaofeng and her daughter away from the scene and saved another child at the scene, causing it to be hit by the car. But from the video at the scene, it was fine. From these 2 cases, mutant pets are because of their contact with humans. The special bond between them shows completely different behaviors from wild animals. You can pay attention to the mutation of pets in the future. As for this border collie, we are negotiating with the owner to let it undergo a series of tests. The relevant test results should be available soon. By the way, the one that the chimpanzee met last. The other party looked down at the information. He Xingwen. Right. Pay attention to his subsequent behavior. Although he does not meet the external performance of a person with special abilities, judging from the chimpanzee's aggressiveness towards humans, the fact that it did not attack the other party itself has many doubts. Is it possible that he has the special ability of animal affinity? He does not meet the external performance of a person with special abilities, unless he completely controls his abilities, and his research on ether far exceeds ours. The other party stopped talking. We can't completely deny this point. After all, it is possible that geniuses beyond imagination exist. Keep an eye on him. If chimpanzees or other mutants encounter any problems in contact, you can consider letting him come over for contact. Will you arrange for him to go to the training center? Hasn't it been confirmed that he is a special ability person? Besides, he dropped out of school to play games. Would he be willing to go to the training center? Under the premise of no health problems. He is not in urgent need of controlling his abilities, like other special ability people. From the perspective of his own will, he is unlikely to be willing to accept the arrangement of the training center. Finally, the leader made the final decision. Let's talk about it later. Chapter 115 Reality 22 The Chosen One. Miserable. Forum. Open beta is coming soon. Screenshot of the latest update notification of His Majesty the King. Simple and crude. This update is to prepare for the open beta. Seeing the title, he rushed in with a 50-meter knife, which grandson is spreading rumors again. Seeing the screenshot, he took back the 50-meter knife. Damn. It's actually true? Cloud players can finally play the game? I was so excited that I burst into tears. Why was it suddenly forced to go offline? This update came too suddenly? There was no hint, and they started preparing for the open beta directly. Open beta. Open beta. Open beta. Interestingly, at the same time as the sudden update of the game, the first case of mutant animals injuring people appeared in City B. Think carefully about the ether setting in this game, and recall the class notes of the mages. You taste it. You taste it carefully. Take your sister. It's weird. I report it. I just want to play games and not pay attention to these messes. Can't I just play games properly? Why think so much? A few days ago, someone swore that this game was a tutorial made by the country to promote ether, and it would be stopped immediately after the spiritual energy was revived. Now it has not only not stopped running, but it is even preparing for public testing. Slap in the face. Here we go again. The forum has been crazy these 2 days. No matter what post, conspiracy theories are everywhere. Can you look up and see the name of the forum? This is a forum for holographic game lovers. The problem is right in front of you. It's useless to pretend that you don't see it. How can it be so coincidental that when the special ability person didn't appear, you didn't mention the public testing at all? But when the special ability person appeared, you suddenly wanted to have a public testing? I just want to play games. I don't care about anything else. I have a rumor that most of the special ability users are beta testers. Then I don't accept it. Why didn't I become the chosen one? Did I not play the game long enough? Or is there someone behind the scenes? Being the chosen one is not a good thing. Look at those examples. They didn't call the shots, but they were sent to the intensive care unit overnight. The chosen one. Miserable. What's worse is that everyone can learn how to control the ether. The only reason the chosen one is chosen is that they have special abilities in some aspects. As a result, the negative effects are greater than the positive effects at present. At least they have special abilities. Not everyone is sent to the intensive care unit. Why worry about ordinary people who don't know what will happen to them in the future? Worry about yourself. What kind of unidentified creature is upstairs again? Report it. Fuck. It was deleted so quickly. When I refreshed the page, not only was the reply deleted, but the account was also banned. The administrator's work efficiency has been too high recently. Speaking of the administrator's efficiency, seems like they hired a new person? They are deleting posts online 24 hours a day. Has anyone seen the trending searches? Aiken has started protesting again. He. They are asking our country to open up holographic game technology. It's better to send His Majesty the King to them and accuse our country of violating the monopoly law. It's funny. Aiken is worthy of its reputation. Looking at the way they are jumping up and down, you can know that holographic games are beneficial to us. I can't understand why there are always conspiracy theories. Is the game not fun? Or is the country's control over the revival of spiritual energy not strong enough? Are they just bored? This time the country reacted too quickly, and the grassroots were mobilized directly. Several people with special abilities were sent to the hospital. It is said that the treatment costs are still covered by the state. Speaking of this, it is rare for us to have someone who does not need to be sent to the hospital. It turns out that this guy's special ability is to eat. Is this really a special ability? Not greed? Compared with him, the big eater is nothing. So he made a lot of money by live streaming his meals, and used it all to buy meat. He almost bankrupted his family. You didn't see what he looked like. This special ability is quite expensive. So fortunately the country took him away. The superpowers in novels are obviously not like this. Why are they so real after the novels become reality? I cried. How about you? Because this is reality. By the way, what happened to the netizen who said he could charge his phone with his fingers? I remember he was taken away in the end of the video. Didn't he come back to the forum to report the news? It's probably because of confidentiality requirements. There are so many strange creatures squatting in our forum, waiting to collect intelligence. The administrators blocked one after another and killed many people. But guess what? The number of forum members has reached a new high. We have built a training center here. I heard that the subsequent ether control courses have also been arranged. This year, the school will directly connect with the ether course and become a trendsetter in the new era. Fuck. The trendsetter in the new era is too appropriate. I'll laugh first. The topic has gone too far. Pay attention to the game. Since it is going to be publicly tested, should the power system of the game be reworked? Rework it? Put yourself in the king's brain and think about what he would do, in addition to more players. Do you expect him to improve your gaming experience? As a planner, I strongly disagree. How good is the planning? How full are the NPCs' personalities? How rich are the plots? How reasonable is the logic chain? And when there are immortals everywhere, players start killing as soon as they come in. Don't you think there is a problem? Shocked. The planner above. Please speak on your big account. No. 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 It is really possible that he is not the planner. Some players like to understand the plot in depth and don't care about the sense of participation. I don't expect him to improve my gaming experience. I just hope that he can maintain his original advantages and not lag when there are more players. Speaking of lag, it seems that this problem did not occur during the internal test. It was so smooth that it perfectly met the slogan of the second world. Speaking of this slogan, isn't it the official slogan? Why do people seem to have accepted it? Because it's very appropriate. This game is like a second world. Isn't it? If you say so. I'm a little scared. What is the relationship between ether and ether? Game and reality. It's impossible that this game is really the work of the state, just to let us feel the revival of spiritual energy? Bullshit. If that's the case, why is he doing internal testing? Direct public testing is in line with the so-called purpose of making a holographic game to let us feel the revival of spiritual energy. Since it's not the work of the state, then who can tell me why there is an ether in the game and ether appears in reality right after? What's more mysterious is that the lessons in the game are actually useful. It's terrifying to think about it. Right? Go to the account of His Majesty the King and the relevant department to see how many comments there are on this issue. The official is playing dead and has never responded. His Majesty the King sent a game update notification and did not respond to these. This reaction itself is very interesting. I want to clarify for His Majesty the King. He has never cared about comments. I guess he doesn't even read comments considering his workload. I think this is reasonable. So, could it be that the game is really the second world? Then you are not bold enough. Refer to the next post a few conjectures about games and reality. There are more than you dare to think. I took a look at it last time and saw that they were seriously discussing that reality is a game. The game is reality. And the resurrection of spiritual energy is that we gradually wake up from the game. After exiting the program, I clicked the cross. I suspect they have some problems here. JPG. Then you retreated too early. The following speculations are more interesting. What about ether being a bridge connecting two worlds? The game and the Earth are actually parallel worlds. And the Earth is actually the world tens of millions of years later. Although the guess is outrageous. This holographic game is indeed very suspicious. I haven't heard that China is researching holographic games before. And such a mature and immersive holographic game. Aiken can't even produce a replica. The technological gap must be at least a gap. Right? This thing can't just suddenly break through. Right? Don't make any more guesses. The post will be deleted later. In any case, the country must have a plan in mind. And we don't need to panic with foreign countries. It's been so lively abroad recently. People with special abilities are dying one after another. Capitalism is well deserved. However, there are also benefits to wild growth. Isn't it said that some people with special abilities have survived and started slaughtering them? Don't discuss current affairs. The post will be deleted later. The post has been deleted. During the few days when the game was updated, it was very lively both online and in real life. After the first mutant animal appeared, people seemed to find that there were a lot of mutant animals and plants around them overnight. Of course, most of the mutant animals and plants have no lethality, and they mutate mostly for the purpose of survival. Just like the first turtle that came into people's sight before the concept of spiritual revival appeared. In the absence of water, it had an abnormal change of water coming out of its shell in order to survive. Most of the mutant animals and plants that came into people's sight later were in the same situation. Abnormal changes, like those of chimpanzees, that are not for survival are extremely rare. But mutations like it often bring more dangerous consequences. Wild animals are extremely aggressive, and with their physical fitness and brains further strengthened, once multiple injuries occur, the country will be passive and even face a worse situation. Before the situation deteriorated further, when chimpanzees were still the only exception, the Special Investigation Bureau took the time to conduct various research on chimpanzees. However, the progress of the research was limited by the non-cooperation of chimpanzees. Not only did the other party not cooperate, but they even launched surprise attacks on the experimenters many times. It's not that they don't want to use anesthetics, but the other party has extremely high drug resistance. Ordinary anesthetics can't work, and too high concentration of anesthetics may cause irreversible damage to chimpanzees. So they were not approved. After trying many methods without success, the researchers reported the problem to their superiors. So, on the second day after Wu Xing's return visit, He Xingwen was taken directly to the training center by a black car. As a familiar face he had met before, Wu Xing naturally became a tour guide. "Sorry to bother you so soon," Wu Xing said in an official tone. "The chimpanzee's desire to attack is very strong. We can't find a way to communicate with it. So please come and see if it can calm down." He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and said sincerely, "I don't think I'm a special ability person. It's not that I think. But he is definitely not. If he is a special ability person, the system should have told him the follow-up plan that he should pay attention to and control 800 years ago. Since the system did not do so, it can only mean that he can't be a special ability person." Wu Xing turned a deaf ear and continued, "We will ensure your safety and make sure you can contact the other party under safety protection." It sounded very lively not far away, and He Xingwen turned his head and looked at the other side of the corridor. The chubby fat man, the thin man as thin as a pole, and the suspicious person wearing sunglasses and masks. All three of them seemed to have noticed something and cast their eyes on him. Wu Xing slowed down and introduced to He Xingwen, "That is a special ability person in the training center. I have seen the video recorded by the fat man." He Xingwen said, "He can charge a mobile phone with his fingers." "Yes. Because of that video, Wang Xian is quite famous." Wu Xing smiled and said, "Many people with special abilities know him." "Who is that?" Wang Xian gestured to the figure from a distance. Du Kong slowly turned his head and looked in the direction he gestured. Yu Xing glanced at it and didn't care, apart from a person with special abilities. What else could it be? "I'm asking Brother Kong. What can you see?" Wang Xian muttered. And when he turned to Du Kong, his tone changed and became extremely flattering. "Brother Kong, did you see anything?" Du Kong slowly said, "Student." Yu Xing glanced at the figure again and was a little surprised. "Not a person with special abilities? It doesn't look like it." Du Kong slowly said, the direction they went. He stopped talking abruptly. Fortunately, the remaining 2 people present were already accustomed to it and continued the conversation on their own. "We don't have access to that place. But it was quite lively a few days ago, with people coming and going." Wang Xian asked curiously, "What kind of student would directly enter a place where we don't have access?" "Yu Xing, it means he is not an ordinary student." Du Kong ended his silence and continued slowly, "That is the laboratory. The chimpanzee is there." "Oh!" Wang Xian suddenly realized. So he went to see the chimpanzee? He reacted, "He is not a special ability person. So why did he go to see the chimpanzee?" Yushin reasonably guessed. Maybe he is the owner of the chimpanzee? Chimpanzees are protected animals. Right? Wang Xian followed Yushin's guess. Then he must be very rich. Du Kong ignored their unreliable speculations and slowly turned the conversation back to the original topic. When the game was prepared for public testing, it was planned to add holographic game-related courses in the training center, which basically tacitly accepted the speculation about the two. Yushin became interested. So, what is the relationship between holographic games and ether? Du Kong fell silent again. After a long silence, Du Kong shook his head and said, I can't tell you. Wang Xian also became excited. So, Kong good. You know the answer? Du Kong said slowly. I guessed. When did you guess wrong? Yushin coughed and said, a little reminder is fine. Du Kong blinked slowly, then closed his eyes, performed a stunt for them, and fainted on the spot. At the end of the corridor, there was a strict security that had never appeared outside the training center. After a comprehensive security check and identity verification from multiple doors, He Xingwen and Wu Xing finally arrived at their destination, another corridor. The doors on both sides of the corridor were closed, and the purpose of the rooms could not be seen. But in the current environment, it was difficult for these closed doors not to make unnecessary associations. Fortunately, it was He Xingwen who was walking in the corridor at the moment, so he would not make unnecessary associations. After all, he knew the Special Investigation Bureau better than Wu Xing. At the end of the corridor, Wu Xing swiped his card to open the closed door, revealing the busy white coats behind the door. Have they picked up the people? The white coat glanced at the door because of the sound of the door opening, and his eyes swept over He Xingwen, then retracted his gaze and returned to his work, motioning to the monitoring screen in the room and said, it is very energetic now. You'd better wait until night to go in. Wu Xing took He Xingwen closer to the screen. On the screen, the chimpanzee was placed in a separate room, sitting on a rockery with his legs spread out, his round eyes vigilantly watching the door. There were a few banana peels on the ground, and a fruit plate at hand, looking more like an old man than an old man. Wu Xing's focus was different from He Xingwen's. His eyes paused on the other's amazing muscles, and he fully understood why the researcher could not make contact with the other. With this muscle, a punch would probably cause serious injuries or even death on the spot. Based on what the other party said, Wu Xing guessed, if we go in at night, will its aggressiveness be reduced? White coat, no. If we go in at night, it won't be so excited and can escape quickly. Wu Xing closed his mouth and turned to look at He Xingwen. What do you think? Since this was the first time he saw the complete appearance of a chimpanzee up close, Wu Xing could fully understand any retreat from the other party and said, if there is pressure. He Xingwen interrupted him. I will go in directly. The white coats cast a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Look at He Xingwen. Wu Xing confirmed with He Xingwen again. If you are a person with special abilities, there is no need to hide it. It's not that rare. There are hundreds of people like you in the training center alone. Wu Xing said patiently, and relying solely on personal exploration of one's own abilities is definitely not as strong as the support provided by the research of the national standard system. He Xingwen stared at the bored chimpanzee on the surveillance video and didn't respond. He was very sure that he was not a person with special abilities, and he was also very sure that the chimpanzee would not hurt him. He clearly remembered the other person's appearance when he passed by him before. The one who was under increased pressure because of the contact between them was definitely not He Xingwen. Click. With a sound, another door was opened. The idle chimpanzee in the video instantly became alert, and the posture of lazily lying on the rockery suddenly changed to a state of being able to attack at any time, staring at the direction of the door. After He Xingwen pushed the door in from the outside, he did not go directly to the room where the other person was. There was an isolation space between the rooms to prevent the chimpanzee from running out when someone entered the room. Passing through the isolation layer, He Xingwen unlocked the door from the outside and pushed it open. The chimpanzee pounced in an instant. The high temperature was transmitted to He Xingwen's perception through the air. The heavy panting sound was close to his ears, and the fishy smell of animals floated into his nose. In an instant, he faced the attack of the other party. Wu Xing, who was standing next to the monitor, stood up straight and pressed the communicator to call for support from the guards outside the chimpanzee door. The next second, he stopped. When the chimpanzee who launched the sudden attack was about to knock He Xingwen down, he took a step back and circled around He Xingwen uncertainly, as if to confirm his identity. Then, as if no stranger had entered its territory at all, It slowly retreated to the rockery and laid down again in its original position. He Xingwen turned his head to look at the monitor, and then looked at the chimpanzee who treated him as nothing. He Xingwen didn't know the reason for the other party's behavior for the time being, but it didn't matter. He would know when the system was updated. So he was not in a hurry, and didn't make meaningless guesses about it. After a subtle silence, Wu Xing's voice rang out in the headphones worn by He Xingwen. Why don't you try to communicate with it? I think this behavior is a bit stupid. He Xingwen muttered, walked a few steps in the direction of the chimpanzee, and after attracting the other party's attention, he began to try to communicate. Can you understand what I say? The chimpanzee picked at the banana and ignored him. In He Xingwen's subsequent monologue, the chimpanzee proved one point with practical actions. Its IQ is not yet at the level of being able to communicate with humans. Wu Xing continued, the researcher will go in and try it later. You pay attention to safety. If it shows any abnormality, evacuate immediately. After He Xingwen and the chimpanzee maintained a long silence for a while, the sound of the door opening sounded again. The lazy chimpanzee became alert again, and it stared at the door intently. The moment the white coat appeared in its field of vision, the scene fell into chaos. The chimpanzee that rushed out instantly, the white coat that turned around and ran back to the isolation layer for safety, and He Xingwen shouting at the same time mixed together. And in just 1 second, everything was settled. The chimpanzee scratched at the door that was closed again, and roared angrily. The roar echoed in the corridor, making people tremble with fear. He Xingwen stood in the room, like a perfect neglected decoration. The situation was different from what everyone thought. The relationship between He Xingwen and the chimpanzee seemed to be limited to the extent that the other party ignored him. There was no further communication, let alone the ability to control the other party. The chimpanzee's roar was heard far away in the corridor, and it was obvious that it was deeply angry. He Xingwen approached it tentatively, and the chimpanzee suddenly stopped roaring and turned to look at He Xingwen, as if realizing his presence for the first time. Wu Xing, who was watching the monitor, frowned. From the surveillance footage, the eye contact between He Xingwen and the chimpanzee was more like a confrontation than a scene of friendly communication. This was definitely not what they had guessed before, that the chimpanzee would be friendly to He Xingwen. The chimpanzee bared its fangs and slowly approached He Xingwen. It's not that it doesn't want to attack me, He Xingwen thought, staring at the chimpanzee. But for some reason, it remained cautious and did not attack. From the point of view of being able to restrain its desire to attack, it does have an IQ gap with pure animals. The angry chimpanzee brushed past He Xingwen and returned to the rockery. Wu Xing, come out. When He Xingwen returned to the laboratory, Wu Xing had to tell him a regrettable news. At present, it seems that you may not have special abilities. Although we don't know why the chimpanzee didn't attack you. From the situation just now, you didn't have any special effect on it, except that it didn't intend to attack you. Wu Xing fell into thought. But why didn't it attack you? Wu Xing stared at He Xingwen, muttering to himself in confusion. There must be a reason that can explain this. Right? Chapter 116 Game 89 System and Kingdom Update ended. The reason for this problem is very simple. System, you have the breath of the dragon and the sub-bear on you, which has deterred it. Unlike other players, they exist in the other world in the form of etheric bodies. For them, the other world affects them by affecting their etheric bodies. But you use your own body to enter the other world. For you, it is more about affecting your body. He Xingwen got a reasonable explanation, and a new doubt emerged. So, the reason why the chimpanzee found me was just a coincidence? Of course not. The system denied this. If this is a coincidence, it is too coincidental. In fact, I suspect that the reason why it moved to City B is because of your existence. Animals are the most sensitive, and they will subconsciously pursue prey. System, of course. This prey refers to ether, not you. System, you stayed in the other world long enough. Long enough to leave traces of ether. He Xingwen, so, was it attracted by the ether in my body? Yes. Although the ether in the other world is the same substance as the ether on Earth. The difference is that the former is pure, while the ether on Earth is currently at a lower concentration. In this case, it subconsciously pursues a higher concentration of ether, which is an animal instinct. You handled it very well. The darkest part is the easiest to ignore. The system changed the subject and returned to praising He Xingwen's response, and now that the identity is clear, other things will be easier to handle later. I haven't worried about that. He Xingwen had no worries about contacting the Special Investigation Bureau. In a sense, This was bound to happen. It was even more impossible to stay out of the matter in an era of spiritual energy revival and universal evolution. He Xingwen, how are you doing after the level of intelligence has increased? I'm a little surprised. The system's voice showed real surprise, although I predicted the changes that might occur after the level of intelligence has increased. Its changes exceeded my expectations. The development that surprised the system was enough to prove how unexpected it was. He Xingwen became interested in this. So, what is it? Under the dim light, dots of starlight emerged from the void, gathered together, and outlined a human figure condensed by light dots. Wow! He Xingwen uttered a meaningless exclamation, staring at the figure floating in front of him. Although it was a human figure, it was more like a projection, composed of pure light and shadow. The blurred facial features, and the condensation of light and shadow made him look like another life form that poorly imitated the appearance of humans, but still could not conceal his essence. Wow! After looking at the projection, He Xingwen once again uttered a meaningless exclamation. So, you have a... He Xingwen thought about the exact wording. External manifestation? System, to be precise. It is enough for you to see. The projection took a step forward and stretched out his hand to He Xingwen. He Xingwen stretched out his hand, and the hand made of light and flesh touched each other. There was no doubt that He Xingwen's hand passed through the light and shadow. But another perception was transmitted to the brain from the nerve endings that passed through the light and shadow. It was like a gentle flow of water, leaving a strange touch a little itchy. He Xingwen subconsciously retracted his hand. What is that? You touched me. The system could hardly hide his joy, although we are different life forms. Although we are in different dimensions. Just now, we had physical contact. He Xingwen subconsciously rubbed his fingers, recalling the strange touch just now, and confirmed his previous statement. It is indeed very surprising. The projection swayed in front of He Xingwen happily. If I talk to you in this way, you should be able to notice my existence more clearly? He Xingwen was very surprised by this question. Does your sense of existence need to be enhanced by projection? In those trivial fragments that the author did not describe, the system was talking to He Xingwen almost every moment, providing him with judgments, sharing ideas, and answering He Xingwen's doubts, relying on the fact that others could not hear his conversation in He Xingwen's mind and being unscrupulous. If it weren't for this, He Xingwen wouldn't be unable to respond due to the system upgrade, and suddenly realized that he was not used to silence. He Xingwen, in fact, I still need to get used to your new image. He Xingwen glanced at the light and shadow that was looking at him sideways, and changed the subject. So, only I can see it? Yes, only you. System, as an intelligent life, I am not without a physical body, but non-intelligent life cannot see me. By the way, in my eyes, the appearance of intelligent creatures is not what humans see. What separates us is not just a species difference, but also a difference in dimension. System, in order to let your visual organs see this appearance, I specially adjusted the manifestation of this part of the magnetic field so that it can be received by your visual organs. But this is limited to you. If you want more people to see this image, the amount of data to be adjusted will be an incalculable astronomical figure. It is meaningless to spend a lot of time on this matter. He Xingwen, so, what do I look like in your eyes? The system paused for a few seconds, and suddenly a gentle smile emerged. It is the appearance that all electrons will pause for you. He Xingwen, I seem to have asked a nonsense question. Considering that their existence forms are completely different, it is meaningless to ask each other what humans look like in their eyes. Just like He Xingwen couldn't see each other before. The system is not a human, and will not have a human appearance. The only thing he can do is to make himself appear in front of He Xingwen in the form of light and shadow. The breeze blew, and everything familiar reappeared in He Xingwen's perception. He Xingwen returned to the kingdom, and fell into silence. Everything familiar became less familiar after the kingdom was updated. The main city and the novice village have been updated with the kingdom's renewal. Metal and technology have become the main components of the city. The walls surrounding the entire city have been changed into metal products. And the original city gates have become huge entrances and exits operated by machines. The small villas in the city have become high-rise buildings with a futuristic style. The roads have been expanded again. The roads made of unknown metals exude a high-tech atmosphere. The vehicles suspended on the ground waited quietly. And even new vehicles appeared. They floated in the air and circled between the buildings. A silver-white road loomed in the sky, reflecting the black road below. At the intersection of several roads, the automatic command port stood on the ground. projected at the junction of the silver-white roads in the sky, and had the function of commanding ground and air traffic. On both sides of the road, several rows of single-person suspension cars were parked in the automatic suspension station. They had a spherical appearance, and people could sit in the middle. He Xingwen sat in the single-person suspension car. The ball sank slightly, and then slowly floated up. A thin film appeared above the seat, quickly sealing the entire space. The film has positioning and station functions. A complex map appeared on the film, and hundreds of stations of the single-person suspension car flashed blue light on the map. And right in front of He Xingwen, where the driving platform should have been, was replaced by a screen. Greetings came from the screen. Good morning. It's a pleasure to serve you. Please enter your destination. He Xingwen, Altar. We have automatically navigated to the altar for you. The current traffic conditions in the city are good. It is estimated that it will take about half an hour. If you need to speed up, please apply for permission. If you need to specify the route ahead, please apply for permission. If you need to take off, please apply for permission. Amid a series of notifications for applying for permissions, the single-person hovercraft slowly started and moved forward along the street at a steady speed, reflecting the surrounding scenery into He Xingwen's eyes. After turning around the outermost block of the city composed of high-rise buildings, the style of the next block changed accordingly. Small villas reappeared in clusters, and the style of the block returned from cold mechanical intelligence to warmth and refinement. The small garden was located in the villa, and it was more like a pure residential area. But He Xingwen looked up at the sky above the villa. At both ends of the silver-white suspended road, the shadows of high-rise buildings were still everywhere. It was not that there were no high-rise buildings here, but because the connection between high-rise buildings and the buildings below was severed, making people walking in this community mistakenly believe that the space here was not fully utilized. The single-person suspension car slowly drove through this community and entered the next community. This community is very lively, with various productive buildings clustered together, and busy machines running automatically, producing daily necessities, from towels to clothes, from wash basins to bathtubs, from food boxes to mechanical cooking tools, from wooden flutes to huge music stands. It seems that all daily living and hobby products can find the source of production here. The scale of the city has expanded a little too much. When the single-person suspension car passed several vast blocks, but still had not reached the altar in the center of the city, He Xingwen had this idea. This is indeed the case. After the Third Kingdom update, the size of the main city has approached that of City B, and the land resources and space developed far exceed those of City B after all. It has not even spared the air domain. But there are only a few people in the kingdom. Who are all these houses for? He Xingwen looked up at the ubiquitous high-rise buildings in the sky and had a little doubt. At the stable speed of the single-person hovercraft, after a long sightseeing, He Xingwen finally arrived at the center of the city. The simple and undecorated square before has become a real square. Stone sculptures with a classical atmosphere are placed around the road outside the square, extending a winding road. There is a fountain every 50 meters, with water jets gushing out at a fixed point. The scene of hundreds of fountains spraying water together is very spectacular. And beside the road on the square is a sea of flowers extending along it. The single-person hovercraft stopped at the periphery. We have arrived at the square. The altar is located inside the square. If you need to drive a vehicle into the area, please apply for permission. He Xingwen listened to the permissions all the way, and was very curious about what permissions it was talking about. How can I get permissions? Citizens of democratic communist countries can unlock permissions through points. The hovercraft said in a serious tone. Points are obtained through daily labor. He Xingwen sat in the car and began to think about one thing. Is this the content updated by the game main console based on the national political system I promulgated before? The reason why he was sure that it was not the system was because He Xingwen was very sure that the system would ask for his consent before doing so. System. I think this is why the kingdom updates and why updates exist. The main console condenses the time it takes for humans to slowly implement these systems into a short update. This is not something that can be done in reality, He Xingwen muttered. Of course, it's not strange to happen in the game. But the problem is that although this is called a holographic game on Earth, it is reality for this world. He Xingwen reminded the system, after you unlock the relevant information of the main console, remember to tell me. I am very curious about what this game main console is. He Xingwen turned to the single-person suspension lane. Verify permissions. Permission verification. Identity acquisition. Points information acquisition. After a mechanical sound, The screen flashed slightly. Permission unlocked. Navigation restarted. Do you need to accelerate? No. He Xingwen glanced at the screen, which did not display his personal information or relevant points information. He was a little curious about this. How many points do I have? A huge number appeared on the screen. He Xingwen, how did it come from? The points accumulated every day as the king of a democratic communist country. The single-person suspension car walked onto the path on the square. Slowly moved forward, past the outer perimeter of the square with a strong artistic atmosphere, and gradually went deeper into it. So, other buildings appeared on the square, including exigent shops, dwarf factories and warehouses. Of course, because the kingdom was renewed again, these buildings have also been transformed. The originally narrow shops have become a huge commercial center, with the same style as high-rise buildings, extremely high floors and a vast area. At the top of the commercial center, there are 3 huge characters exigent as a sign. He Xingwen began to worry about Anuta's daily workload. Can he, an exigent, handle such a large commercial center? But the commercial center is not the most conspicuous among these buildings. In fact, the other buildings around it are almost all of such a huge style. The dwarf's factory has changed the most. Its floors have not increased on a large scale. The pollution generated by forging and furnaces has been completely transformed. At least from the outside, no exhaust holes can be seen. The running machinery was visible throughout the factory, on the basis that the dwarves did not modify it. The main control console seemed to have added many other functions to the factory without authorization. At least He Xingwen only took a quick glance in the single-person suspension car, and saw that the furnace that the dwarves were most accustomed to had been changed into a complete set of forging tables. In the core area, a black blood stone was inlaid to provide energy for the forging table. The dwarves themselves have not yet studied the use of black blood stones. Here, they have begun to maturely use the energy of black blood stones for forging. The single-person suspension car continued to move forward. After passing the dwarf factory, it passed the warehouse. The warehouse continued the same style as before, with a flat house design and separate storage spaces. At most, there were corresponding intelligent settings for the storage of different materials, so that the materials could be stored in the most suitable environment for the longest period of time. The warehouse was the last building. After passing the warehouse, He Xingwen arrived at his destination, the most eye-catching building in the entire square. The altar, the originally solemn church, disappeared, and a huge monument stood in the center of the square. The history of this world is recorded in another form. The murals are carved from the top to the middle, recording the epics of the 5 eras on the monument in an unignorable manner. The fact that the upper part can be filled with historical murals of 5 eras is enough to make the onlookers realize how magnificent this monument is. And in the middle and lower part of the monument, the history of the kingdom is recorded, from the initial village to the scene when the king established the country's political system in the square, all of which are vividly carved on the monument. At the bottom of the monument, which is also the part that can be observed most easily by the naked eye, a line of words is engraved in calm handwriting. There is no racial distinction, no class distinction. This is a work of art that is shocking enough, not only because of the meaning it contains, but even from a purely aesthetic and artistic perspective. It is enough to silence the most demanding artists. The gems and glittering luxury goods inlaid on the monument are perfectly digested by it, making people pay attention to it first, rather than the expensive decorations on it. The single-person hovercraft slowly floated up and stopped at the top of the monument, allowing He Xingwen to identify the scene in the mural. In the void of nothingness, the world was created by the Father God. There was nothing in the empty world, so all things were born from his hands. The world of basic elements appeared. Mountains and rivers, sky and clouds appeared. Demons were born, and the world was filled little by little, and it conformed to the appearance of people's cognition little by little. Different gods were born from the authority of the Father God, and different races began to establish countries. In the beginning, everything survived and developed in an orderly manner, until civilization progressed. The Father God fell silent. Religious, royal, and racial conflicts intensified, and the Third Age appeared. The country was divided. Wars between races became frequent, and civilization continued to evolve in fierce wars. The Father God appeared less and less on the murals, and humans, orcs, dwarves, demons, and gods appeared more and more frequently. The single-person hovercraft slowly moved down and drove towards the Dark Age. A mural was used on the monument to transition from the Third Age to the Dark Age. Demons and gods step into the land of gods fall from the murals. This place was not a desert, but the most fertile plain on the continent at that time. The demons favored by the father god settled here. And on the murals, countless great demons and gods came here from all directions of the continent. And they rushed to the father god. The mural depicts a dialogue scene here, including the father god's angry eyes. The gods bowed their heads, and the faces of the great demons showed indignation. After the dialogue, a thin layer of fog covered the land of gods fall. The next scene, the father god fell, and blood was spilled on the plain, almost drowning it. The gods held their swords, and the ether lingered around the demons. The next picture, the continent was broken. All things fought with the god of death, and the Dark Age officially began. He Xingwen stopped the single-person hovercraft from continuing to descend, and looked thoughtfully at the four murals that made people feel as if they were at the scene of the incident, and suddenly stretched out his hand to the murals. A familiar touch came, and golden light emerged from the murals. He Xingwen read the information of NPC summons, and the information of the game menu. The current number of people who can be revived is 0. The current number of people who can be revived through rules is 1. Currently available rules, 1. The current number of people who can be summoned is none. Preconditions are not met, and summoning is not possible. The current number of lost civilizations that can be hired is 1. Basic options for manual game settings, 10 unavailable. He Xingwen stared at the big 0 behind the number of people who can be revived for 3 minutes. But when he spoke, he mentioned another thing. I think it's obvious enough. The system agreed with him, indeed. This is the main console of the game, and it is the existence that dominates the kingdom update. He Xingwen said, what kind of power can make reality as simple as a game? What kind of power can reproduce the unknown scene before the fall of the Father God? The system gave an answer, the wreckage after the fall of the Father God. This is the only answer. If it is the Father God himself, it is impossible that he has not communicated with He Xingwen for such a long time. If it is not the Father God, then no other existence can do these 2 points. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds and then said, so, the Father God is still alive? No. He has completely fallen. After a moment of silence, He Xingwen said, as an atheist outsider, it is difficult for me to judge whether it is better for the gods to exist or disappear. But for this world, this is bad news. The illusory light and shadow floated outside the single-person suspension car. Watching He Xingwen, to be honest, this scene was a bit scary. So He Xingwen was trying to make himself accept this new change of the system as soon as possible, so as not to be startled by a sudden glimpse of the system floating beside him. Because he has been scared many times. The system seems to like this form of existence, and persists in swaying around He Xingwen in this form. If the space inside the single-person suspension car is not too small, the light and shadow have no space to land, and the system will not just sway outside the car. In fact, I am thinking about another question, the system said. As a wreckage without the ability to communicate, why did he appear in the kingdom? He Xingwen reacted, you mean? This is related to you? Obviously. Although this part of the relevant information has been blocked due to insufficient intelligence. From these obscure clues, my meeting with you is not a coincidence. Is it part of your elaborate plan? He Xingwen fell into thought. Before meeting me? System, I have not yet unlocked the relevant information. But the fact that there is another console in a system is enough for me to notice the problem. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. There are too many secrets in the system. Before the other party has unlocked the relevant information, blind guessing is meaningless. So his attention turned back to another point that he has been very concerned about since just now. Number of people who can be revived, 0? He Xingwen felt incredible about this, and was full of sadness, like a miser who returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Where did the energy I saved go? I have worked hard to save it for so long, and I didn't want to resurrect NPCs on a large scale just in case. But it was cleared as soon as the update was over. System, I think you need to go and see it yourself. The light image is like walking on a staircase, stepping on the non-existent air stairs to go up. The single-person hovercraft also started, and followed him upward. It passed a certain height, and landed on the silver-white road in the air. To be precise, this is not a road made of metal, but a special road that can be captured by the naked eye. Its function is probably to divide the flight paths of aerial vehicles to avoid accidents and traffic jams. It does not have a physical body. So the single-person hovercraft easily passed it and reached another height. At this height, the entire kingdom is in full view wherever He Xingwen can see. It is the kingdom's territory. Chapter 117 Game 90 and Reality 23 Holographic Game Cabin. The kingdom was originally just a small oasis in the desert. Even though it has been slowly expanding, the desert is still almost endless for the kingdom. And now, He Xingwen is trying to find traces of the desert at the end of his sight. He didn't find it. Cities are rising from the ground. In the center of the huge territory is the main city that He Xingwen is familiar with. Between the main city and the novice village is a school that has been built. It covers a large area and has dormitories, canteens, and even libraries. It has been further optimized on the system's previous planning map of the school. To the east of the kingdom, the sea that appeared out of thin air with no place to go, and no place to go has now become a real sea. Rushing from the north of the God's land and merging into the South China Sea in the east, it is even connected to the South China Sea, and to the north of the kingdom. The piece of land that could only be called a small forest, and later barely counted as a forest due to upgrades, has now formed a mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. The endless forest gives people a sense of déjà vu. He Xingwen's sight moved northward along the forest, and he realized the source of this sense of déjà vu. This forest bordered the Ever Forest. He Xingwen silently drove the single-person hovercraft upward until he had enough space to take in the entire kingdom, and then stopped. At this altitude, he finally saw traces of the desert that was the territory of the Arcane Academy bordering the kingdom. To the south, the kingdom bordered the top of the mountains, and the plains were connected to the mountains without any obstacles. There was no sense of disobedience, as if it had always been like this. Everything was very harmonious, except for the disappeared God's falling land. To be precise, God's falling land did not disappear. It was just completely occupied by the kingdom. And the curse of God's falling land was completely integrated with the kingdom. He Xingwen looked for a long time. From the calm sea to the lush forest, the most critical issue is that the God's falling land, which originally stood between other forces and the kingdom, allowed people to distinguish the kingdom sea from the South China Sea, and the kingdom's forest from the endless forest. But now, the desert has disappeared. The sea is connected, the forest is connected, and there is almost no difference in the natural environment. It is difficult for the straight person to realize that he may have unknowingly crossed the boundary between the endless forest and the kingdom forest and entered the kingdom. He Xingwen didn't mind the other party straying in. But whether the curse of God's falling land could be understood was another matter. What the straight person needs to face is not the anger from the king, but the curse from God's falling land. He Xingwen was unnecessarily worried about this for a few minutes. Then he realized that it was too early to worry about this. Both the South China Sea and the endless forest were on the list of the most dangerous areas, and the edge bordering the land of God's fall was even more of a high-risk area. Ordinary adventurers would never enter here. What he should worry about more is... He Xingwen turned his eyes back to the cities that were rising from the ground. A quick glance showed that there were about 12 cities in the kingdom, including the main city and the novice village. That is to say, after this third update, the kingdom had 10 more cities of the same size and layout as the main city, although there were many more cities than before. Compared with the expanded kingdom, these 12 cities were like isolated islands scattered on the kingdom's territory, separated by a long distance. The kingdom has changed so much after the update. He Xingwen almost collapsed. But even in this situation, he still thought about his lost treasure. So, the energy I worked so hard to save was used to generate the city? System, I think you have guessed what it was used for. He Xingwen held the last glimmer of hope and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Don't tell me. It was used to generate NPCs." Yes. The system confirmed this guess and gave He Xingwen the final blow. The number of NPCs that have been revived is 120,000. He Xingwen couldn't believe it. Where did so many NPCs come from? See? That amount of energy is not enough to revive 120,000 NPCs even if it is multiplied several times. Yes. So the remaining ones are given by the game main console. The system said in a serious tone. As you can see, in order to make your kingdom a real kingdom, he didn't ask for my consent. After muttering, He Xingwen asked the system, "Have you unlocked the relevant information about what NPCs are?" System, "No." He Xingwen was quite restrained before. Even if he had enough energy, he did not revive a large number of NPCs. After all, the existence of NPCs is too bizarre for this world. A kind of NPC that is born out of thin air by relying on energy. does not have the function of reproduction. And even the rules of the kingdom override their self-will. It can be said to be a veritable NPC. If it is in the game, no one will care how they were born, and whether they have unknown stories. But the problem is that even if all this is covered with the shell of the game, it cannot cover up its essence of reality. But there are no NPCs in reality. So how did this kind of existence come into being? And whether there are any unknown stories behind it? It is hard not to care about it. He Xingwen did not want to find out that he had become a participant or even a creator of some kind of tragedy after knowing those related stories. But judging from the behavior of the game main console, whether he has the ability to think or not, his attitude towards this is very clear. The large-scale revival of NPCs in the kingdom is what he wants to see. System. Considering that the game main console may be the wreckage after the fall of the Father God, I think the identity of the Resurrector is not difficult to guess. Because of this, everything has become worse. He Xingwen said, no matter what they were originally, they have now become existences where the kingdom's rules override their own will. The system can truly feel the softness of He Xingwen's treatment of this world. Or even another world. In a world full of all kinds of existences, his contractor is the only light. Care about things that don't need to be cared about. Restrain your behavior because of the encounters of existences that have nothing to do with him. And treat every existence that may be affected by his decision in the softest way. But at the same time, he would not hesitate to launch a necessary war, and would not back down in the face of bloody death. His contractors are really excellent. This idea is not even a rainbow fart for the system. If someone can reach his database, and query the system database for information related to He Xingwen, then the other party will agree from the bottom of their hearts that this kind of praise is not a rainbow fart for the system. In the system's database, all the information related to He Xingwen is filled with praise, sighs, and some stronger emotions. The light and shadow standing in the cloud stared at He Xingwen with a relaxed tone and the usual indifference of intelligent life. If that is the choice of the Creator God, then for them, perhaps all this is not bad, or even a kind of honor. Except for He Xingwen, the system has no ways in the story of intelligent creatures, but just repeating history. For a system with huge data and eternal rationality, intelligent creatures always repeat the past stories, constantly stage old-fashioned plots, and then repeat the emotional fluctuations dominated by sadness, joy, anger, and anger. There is no novelty, and they can never get rid of the bad nature of being intelligent creatures. He Xingwen did not stay on this topic for too long. After all, reality will not change because of their ideas. The revived NPC will not disappear again. The single-person hovercraft fell back to the ground, and He Xingwen returned to the altar. The golden light spread again under his hands, dyeing the world with golden colors. He Xingwen activated this world. Various sounds appeared in the always quiet city. NPCs walked out of the streets and alleys, and had no doubts about the huge changes in the kingdom. The council chamber should not be called the council chamber now. It has been upgraded from its original simple and rough appearance to a magnificent government building located outside the square. Although the NPCs are indifferent to the great changes in the kingdom, the sequelae brought about by the great changes still require them to make corresponding changes. For example, their job arrangements. For example, the lack of proper managers in the 11 newly emerged cities, and the corresponding material production and distribution planning of the kingdom, etc. These have become the first problems that the NPCs have to face. After the entire kingdom was activated, He Xingwen didn't even have time to think about this huge change, and was hurriedly pulled to the national administration by Zhe. This sign was hung on the original meeting hall, now the upgraded government building, and it was very eye-catching. Zhe, Yu, Yan, Huang, and Jin, 5 elite NPCs, gathered together to discuss the current problems with the king. Zhe was the first to speak. I just visited the national administration and found something new. Everyone looked at him in unison. Jin was holding a piece of paper, calculating something. Hearing this, he said without looking up, "You mean the information storage center?" Zhe nodded. "It is the information storage center. To be precise, it is a huge information database that contains relevant information of all the citizens of the kingdom." He snapped his fingers. "Open the information database." A screen appeared on the opposite side of the round long table. The screen flashed slightly, and a line of words popped up. "Please obtain permission." Zhe, verify permission. Relevant information is being obtained. After flashing this sentence, the pure white screen flashed, and entered the main interface of the information database. A main interface that includes multiple functions such as information query, positioning, dynamic summary, itinerary tracking, permission restrictions, and manual issuance of related tasks for the citizens of the kingdom. He Xingwen stared at this interface for 2 seconds and had a sense of déjà vu. The system sitting next to him held his chin and said his inner thoughts in time. This looks exactly like a simplified game console, or a built-in console specially used to manage the kingdom. Yes, it was this sense of déjà vu. She continued, this information database links all the new programs in all kingdoms, and can query the points and permissions of the kingdom citizens, unlock more advanced permissions for the kingdom citizens, and has the function of big data analysis. Jean finished the calculation, looked up at the screen, and said perfunctorily with obvious carelessness, it's good. It will be much easier for you to deal with chores at that time. And you can adjust those arrangements by comparing big data. He ended the casual perfunctory greeting and urged you directly. So, hurry up and make arrangements. The work task arrangements, material distribution and production plans of 11 cities are waiting for you to do. Before Zhe could speak, Jean turned his head and told He Xingwen what he had just been busy calculating. I just calculated that there are many inconsistencies in the contract that Ezigen signed with us before. Reasonable place. These 12 cities provide such a huge commercial center. If all of them are provided to Ezigen, then the previous contract must be changed. Oh, by the way, after the expansion of the kingdom's territory, the original transportation distance has also been shortened, and Ezigen's transportation costs must also be adjusted accordingly. Also, I just went to see the industrial zone in the main city. We already have the production capacity for some of the materials provided by Ezigen, and the list of materials purchased from them before should also be updated accordingly. In Jin's endless words, He Xingwen couldn't help yawning and interrupted him. When it comes to this, wait for Ezigen. He Xingwen stopped talking and thought about another question. Where are Ezigen? Dwarves, demons, mages, and druids? She took over the topic. I checked the database, and from the location of the kingdom citizens built into the database, they are currently in an area outside the kingdom. Huang slowly interrupted. Maybe the kingdom has changed too much. So in order to avoid accidents, they were driven out of the kingdom during this period. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. This has never happened before. You took over the topic. The changes before were not so big. You made a perfunctory remark and quickly returned to what he cared about. Your Majesty, the players are not online now, but the relevant issues. Wait, one by one, before you threw another series of problems at him. He Xingwen interrupted him and said to Jean, after AI Zijin comes back, you can communicate with AI Zijin about the problem you just raised. He Xingwen turned his head and looked at Zhe, about the 12 cities. You reminded He Xingwen, 11 cities. The head of the novice village is a player. He Xingwen reacted and realized another point. There is only one novice village, which is a bit too little for players. The NPCs all turned their heads to look at He Xingwen, showing horrified expressions. As a frontline person in contact with players, you had the biggest reaction to this. The number of players will increase again? Just scan the many cities that sprang up on the kingdom map of the Information Reserve Center and had an ominous premonition. How many more will it increase? Sitting next to He Xingwen, no one except He Xingwen could see his system and said, considering the total population of China, 100 million is only a conservative estimate. If we add the subsequent foreign players. He Xingwen didn't rush to speak. The system continued, but considering the production time of the holographic game cabin and the country's thoughts on the strength of the public beta of the holographic game, even if it is a public beta, the increase in the number of players will be a gradual process. He Xingwen didn't tell the NPCs the overly shocking numbers, and said very implicitly, except for the main city, other cities are open to players. Zhe instantly understood the subtext of the king's implicit words. 11 cities of this size can barely meet the number of new players. The scene fell into a sudden silence. The NPCs who have personally experienced the disorder of the players can imagine the chaos of the entire kingdom afterwards. Those were the players who turned the novice village into a mess with only a few hundred people and organized several demon-killing actions. If this number was multiplied by hundreds or even thousands of times, you, who has been dealing with players for many years, made a dreamy voice. The order of the kingdom is over. So, before the players pour into the kingdom. He Xingwen glanced at the time. We have enough time to ensure that the order does not get out of control. You said weakly, Ensure that the players do not get out of control? This is simply impossible. Then change the goal to minimize the degree of loss of control. He Xingwen changed the goal very kindly. In fact, the kingdom already has enough experience in handling. Before the players appear, these experiences will be popularized to every citizen of the kingdom to ensure that after the players appear, the kingdom will not fall into chaos because of their disorder. He Xingwen is very sure of this. The disorder of the players is within the rules. The citizens of the kingdom have a natural advantage when they come into contact with them. As long as this advantage is exerted, it is enough to turn the disorder of the players into another kind of order. After all, under the premise that players do not see the red name and health bar, the safety of NPCs is much higher than that of other people. He Xingwen sincerely believes that what is more worrying about this is all the races on this continent that are not citizens of the kingdom. 100, 1,000, 10,000 players. For a powerful race. Maybe nothing more than that. But 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion players. What is this concept? When they gather together, they are enough to flatten the Diamond Empire with the two characteristics of numbers and immortality. That is the fourth disaster. Weakness is relative. An immortal and endless race can never be called weak. The king's order will not be questioned. You accepted the task and turned to ask another question. Do players also have to serve as the head of the novice village in other cities? No. Only the novice village. The other cities are managed in the same way as the main city. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds and looked at the system. The system nodded at him. And He Xingwen continued, except for the necessary people. No other kingdom people will be arranged to live in the novice village. The novice village will be a city exclusive to the players. And they can build it themselves. Countless chores overwhelmed them. It was not until the Mangxing passed through the sky again that He Xingwen briefly put an end to the things that needed to be dealt with after the kingdom was upgraded. Other elite NPCs also need to communicate with other races in the kingdom to deal with the subsequent problems brought about by the kingdom upgrade. After all, those other races that were suddenly expelled from the kingdom are probably now looking at this rapidly expanding kingdom with question marks in their minds. Just use logical thinking to guess how many things need to be dealt with next. However, for He Xingwen, the players who are waiting outside the game need to be dealt with more. The game public beta is not a word that can be said and done. Accompanying this word is the entire process of game release, launch, operation and players entering the game. For holographic games, this process becomes making holographic game cabins, issuing holographic game cabins, and setting the start time of the public beta. After the holographic game cabins are released, the official public beta begins. The most important existence in this process has demonstrated its presence in constant repetition. Holographic game cabin. It is not a simple game helmet that the system fools itself, but a high-tech product with real game functions that is enough to extract the player's ether to enter another world, that is, the real tool allowed to run by the game main console. If the holographic game cabin is the official passport to obtain permission to enter the other world, then the simple version of the game helmet that the system fools itself is smuggling. Before going offline, He Xingwen went to the altar to take a look at the line of information. Basic options for manual game settings. 10 unavailable. The system explained, the reason why it is unavailable is that after the kingdom upgraded, the holographic game cabin was unlocked. So the previously permitted smuggling behavior is no longer permitted. Reality. He Xingwen once again contacted Xiao Ming through the original contact method. Xiao Ming at the computer desk. Not surprising. We saw the public beta notice you sent before. Xiao Ming got straight to the point. So, what do you need us to do? Words appeared on the computer desktop. The simplified game helmet provided before can only be used for internal testing. After the internal testing, it will not be available. The words appeared slowly. In fact, through the internal testing, I found many shortcomings of the simplified game helmet. So the function of the holographic game cabin will be more complete. Xiao Ming stared at the line of words for a few seconds. Not sure what he meant. Do you mean that the public beta will log into the game through other tools? Yes. Through the holographic game cabin. Game cabin design and production process.rar. Xiao Ming stared at the compressed file on the computer desktop for a few seconds. We haven't studied the relevant design drawings of the holographic game cabin parts you provided before. If you want us to produce the game cabin, we don't have the production capacity yet. I know. The speed of the text remained the same. Not shaken by these unexpected news, the dwarves will solve the core parts. You only need to be responsible for the non-core area. Xiaoming stared at the word dwarves for a moment, not forgetting what it meant. If this is the case, then the material exchange between the other world and the Earth will be very frequent, and the ether concentration on the Earth will increase rapidly. He paused for 2 seconds. The ether concentration that can affect humans has caused so many out-of-control situations. We are a little worried that the situation will get further out of control after the concentration increases further. Although I really want to give you a negative answer, the fact is that it will. The text continued to emerge. Never think that you can reduce the occurrence of emergencies. God can't do this. The best you can do is to reduce the impact of the emergency and keep the situation under control. Xiaoming paused for 2 seconds and then said to His Majesty the King openly, "Wait a minute. I will discuss it with others." He left the computer desk and went to another room. In that noisy room, there were many familiar faces and a new face. Dukong stared at the conversation on the projector, his eyes fixed, his eyelashes occasionally swaying, proving that he was a living person. But he was in the lively place, like a lifeless puppet. Skinny. Xiaoming walked into the room, past the familiar faces arguing, and stopped in front of Dukong. "How is it? What did you see?" Dukong reacted violently to Xiaoming's question. He slowly raised his head. At first Xiaoming thought Dukong wanted to see him, but soon he realized that the direction Dukong looked up was upwards. There was nothing above. "You are looking at us." Dukong stared at the empty ceiling and said, "You are looking at the whole world." As he was about to continue, his overloaded brain declared a strike. Dukong rolled his eyes and fainted again on the spot. The system watching this scene couldn't help laughing. He Xingwen, who didn't see the scene and was still waiting for Xiaoming to continue the conversation, turned his head and looked at the light and shadow close at hand with some confusion. "What's wrong?" "I saw an interesting picture." The system could hardly suppress its sigh. Humans are really weak and stupid creatures. Such an obvious answer actually requires a brain developer to come up with it. And this brain developer will overload his mind even when he comes up with such an obvious answer. A row of question marks appeared on He Xingwen's head. Why is he mocking again? Who is being stupid in front of the system again? The light and shadow turned his head and looked at He Xingwen, and his smile settled, and completed the second half of the sentence. "You are the only exception." Chapter 118 Reality 24 There are still 10 days before the game's public beta test. Dukong. Xiaoming gave Dukong simple first aid. After the medical team came and took Dukong away, he looked up at the ceiling, as if he saw another shadow watching them through it. The others who were arguing stopped talking, and the scene showed a strange silence. After the subtle silence, Xiaoming was the only one who took on everything. He walked back to the next room, sat in front of the computer desk, stared at the flashing cursor on the computer screen, and suddenly realized that this should be an answer in front of him. This area has no network, no surveillance, and no modern equipment. It is almost the most primitive level they can do. But His Majesty the King has never been hindered by this, and these arrangements have not prevented him from transferring files to this computer with only basic functions. This is enough to show that the interaction between the other party and this computer is based on technology that they are not aware of. In other words, the system is not in existence that they can explain with current technology. So, it is also very natural that the other party's way of receiving information cannot be understood by current technology. As Dukong said, he was watching the whole world. All the self-proclaimed hidden conversations and all the arrangements from them were clearly visible to the other party. In Xiaoming's silence, the other party took the lead in opening the conversation. "I communicated with the system, and what happened just now?" The speed of text emergence was no longer unchanged, but there were pauses and gaps for thinking. From emotionless mechanical input to human. Xiaoming perked up in a second. His Majesty the King communicated with them personally, instead of inputting the dialogue through the system. This was a rare opportunity for the Special Investigation Bureau. After all, there was an essential difference between soft humans and rigid machines. It's hard not to. Xiaoming paused and carefully chose words. Feel frustrated. He Xingwen agreed with this very much. Facing an existence that crushes humans in all aspects, it is indeed easy to cause psychological trauma. He comforted the other party and changed the subject, but when you speculate that he is a system, you should be mentally prepared for what he can do. Xiaoming, so, he is indeed watching the whole world? That's right. He Xingwen frankly admitted this. I reminded you that he is a super AI, the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. An intelligent life beyond the definition of AI. Xiaoming wanted to say something, hesitated, and closed his mouth again. The text was still emerging. So, before you have negative emotions about this, I think you can feel the goodwill I radiate more clearly. He Xingwen made it clear, I know all your discussions about me. And I know your character profile of me, as well as all your related plans during these contacts. But I have never expressed any opinions on this. I understand your vigilance against the unknown. And I respect everything a huge country does for its people and society. So now, you should fully understand and believe that we are on the same front. Xiaoming covered his forehead and said, regarding this, we have to hold a meeting to discuss. And then report to the superiors. And finally the superiors will hold a meeting to discuss and make the final decision. I know. Even if He Xingwen didn't know it before. After watching the system so many times, he knew it clearly. I can understand it. When He Xingwen gradually became a qualified king, he could better understand the necessity of these procedures, and the response to an unknown existence that could shake the entire country, or even the entire society, no matter how vigilant it is. It is not too much. Putting the security of the country and the stability of society on the conscience of an unknown existence is what an unqualified decision maker would do. But it is not a decision that a mature political institution would make. You have plenty of time to carry out these procedures. He Xingwen went straight to the point, but I think you should also understand another point. No matter what decision you finally make, it will not have any impact on the current situation. At the moment when the spiritual energy revival began, the initiative was completely transferred to He Xingwen. So, let's get back to the point. About the arrangements and preparations for the public beta. He Xingwen paused for a moment, and finally comforted them, although the beginning of the spiritual energy revival is accompanied by many accidents. At least it gives humans another choice. Whether it is technology or magic. In the final analysis, it is the exploration and utilization of different energies. It's not that the technology side is not good enough. But who would complain that they have too many cards to use? I need you to mass produce other parts of the holographic game cabin and lay the channels for the sale of the holographic game cabin, including online and offline. As He Xingwen spoke, a compressed file appeared on the computer desktop. Public beta arrangement China-related steps.rar. This sounds like a large-scale infrastructure project. Xiaoming clicked on the file and took a quick look at the densely packed, detailed arrangements of the most trivial projects in the file. From the simple and clear arrangements, he saw one thing: the system is really awesome. The entire plan is only one step away from being directly implemented. Even the specific person in charge of each part has marked the recommended candidates. Is it because they are afraid that they don't know that the system knows China very well? The Special Investigation Bureau has made various speculations about the system, combining human imagination of AI and the inference of top personnel in the field of intelligence. There is one thing that everyone agrees on. The system has the ability to analyze problems and get the optimal solution. This is the basic function that AI should have. But before seeing such a document with their own eyes, no one can really realize what the optimal solution of the system is. That is a field that humans cannot enter. A field that the top existence of intelligent data can reach an optimal solution that encompasses all possibilities and solutions. In Xiaoming's silence, He Xingwen suddenly remembered something. By the way, before the public beta begins, I hope you can correctly understand the significance of the public beta. He Xingwen, as you know, most people with special abilities are internal beta players. You should keep this in mind. It is not a game. All the in-game skills, ether points, and self-created skills acquired by players affect them. Therefore, when the ether content of the Earth is enough to affect the human body, the internal beta players first show their specialness. He Xingwen said straightforwardly, therefore, the public beta of the holographic game is the best solution for humans to gain a firm foothold in the recovery of the Earth's spiritual energy. The public beta is not for a certain person, but for every Earthling who is caught off guard by the revival of spiritual energy. The king had finished speaking, and Xiaoming's many emotions in his mind rose and fell, and finally settled on the main topic. As for the trivial matters such as the system watching the whole world, and the system knowing everything, he threw them aside. It is meaningless to care about the reality that cannot be changed. Of course, people always like to do some meaningless things to vent their accumulated emotions. But for a senior inspector, controlling their emotions is the most basic professional quality. So, holographic games are an effective way to help humans control ether. Xiaoming now, then. The caliber of the holographic game's external publicity will be uniformly explained as a simulator for perceiving and training ether? He Xingwen confirmed with the other party. You don't plan to tell them that this is another world? There is no need to test human nature. The meaning of a game and another world is completely different. For this point, the decision of the Special Investigation Bureau is very unified, since you are sure that the two worlds will not border each other and will not have contact outside the game. It is better to let them stay at the distance between the player and the game. He Xingwen respects their choice, then explain it in this way. But since you don't intend to reveal the truth, how to make players take it more seriously, and not just treat it as a game is another task you have to deal with. He Xingwen recalled the performance of the internal test players. The attitude of the players towards the game led to a lot of uncontrollable behaviors. At the beginning of the public beta, the number of players increased sharply. This attitude will only lead to more problems, and then accumulate into a complete loss of control. In order to avoid this from happening, I hope to change the attitude of players through the government's propaganda. Xiaoming and his team have sufficient experience in this request. He nodded and said, in addition to the players, grassroots cadres, internal personnel of the organization, and party and faction members will enter the holographic game. I believe they will play a great role in stabilizing the players. For China, this is the most effective way to organize and mobilize. No country in the world has such efficient mobilization capabilities as China. If this model is copied to the other world, simply put, it is to turn a group of scattered players into an unimaginable behemoth. When the spiritual energy revival affected the Chinese people, China had already demonstrated the powerful efficiency of mobilizing grassroots personnel and quickly organizing the masses. Not only does there not exist a second country on Earth that can do this, there is no country in the other world that can mobilize billions of people like them and organize them into effective response bodies. Forum. Is anyone watching the news? I'm hallucinating at such a young age? Screenshot of TV news, screenshot of some speeches. The official finally explained the relationship between holographic games and the revival of spiritual energy? To be honest, I didn't have the habit of watching the news before. But since the last time I saw the news announcing the arrival of the era of spiritual energy revival, I have been watching the news every time I saw it. It's on the hot search on social networking sites again. The Ether Training Simulator designated by the official holographic game. Awesome. I've only witnessed history this year. Who would have thought that this ordinary summer vacation would lead to such a fantastic future? Let's get back to the point. To answer the original poster's question. The original poster. You didn't have hallucinations. The official did say so. Holographic games are auxiliary tools to help us better welcome the new era. I suppressed AFCK in my throat. Looked at my grandpa, grandma, dad, and mom who were watching the news with me, and didn't dare to say it out loud. No one really believed it. Did they? Hey, you know what? My grandpa believed it. He urged me to buy a holographic game cabin. My grandma also believed it, and just asked me where to get that holographic game. With the current trend in our country, the official will take the initiative to make a game for you to play? How is that possible? No matter how you look at it, it's just a random excuse. But the official has said so. So I just want to ask, when will the public beta be released? The previous notice said 3 to 5 days, and now it's been 5 days, and there is no news at all. His Majesty is not going to give up. Right? Isn't the news here? New notice from His Majesty. I'll post a text version. His Majesty, the game update has been completed. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that the public beta can be started. The bad news is that the internal beta is over. So this is a plain notice to postpone the game launch, dear internal test players. After the internal test is over, the simple version of the game helmet will not be able to connect to the game. The relevant department will come to collect the helmet within 1 to 3 days. Please actively cooperate with the actions of the relevant departments. Thank you for your understanding and support. In order to cooperate with the public beta, the official version of the holographic game cabin is being produced as soon as possible. Please be patient. For the sale and reservation of the holographic game cabin, please follow at the latest official notice of Huagua holographic game. They are responsible for the distribution, door-to-door delivery, and reservation of the game cabin. Please note that holographic game is the only officially designated ether exercise simulator. This game does not make any profit. The official charges the corresponding production costs. You can make reservations online and offline with your ID card. Please do not believe in any fee scams. For other related matters, Please follow at the latest official notice of Wagwa holographic game to obtain it. Thank you for your support. September 3rd, 2020 His Majesty. By the way, I will post the online and offline reservation methods I obtained from the official Wagwa holographic game. Online. You can click on this website link and fill in your real identity to make an appointment. Offline. You can take your ID card to the village committee, neighborhood committee, or street to make an appointment. I believe this offline reservation method. It is really issued by the official. I have said many question marks. But this time, I am sincere. Has this thing transformed into an officially designated ether exercise simulator? Yes. That's right. It's what you see. Is this considered official support for playing games? It seems. Probably. It seems to mean this. I didn't expect that I would live for more than 20 years and still see the day when the official supports playing games. It's worth it. My uncle. Anyway, you know, the gossip that has been passed down through countless hands said that all civil servants, government officials, and grassroots cadres in China will also enter the game. I don't know what to say. Just leave a message for me to witness history again. Suddenly I feel a little worried. How many people are they planning to enter at the beginning of the public beta? There are more than 1 billion people in the whole of China. Looking at the prompt on the reservation page, the qualifications for the game cabin should be issued in batches. Then what is the basis for reviewing the qualifications for obtaining the game cabin? Contribution to society? Game master? Excellent cadre? I have a feeling that I will never be able to obtain the game qualifications. Not really. His Majesty the King will not ignore it. Right? Speaking of this, I have been curious about whether His Majesty the King is an official insider for a long time. This statement should mean that he has been recruited. Right? If he has been recruited, even if he wants to manage it, he does not have the authority. Right? His Majesty the King has just issued a new statement. I suggest you take a look. His Majesty the King issued 2 statements in one day? Strange. What the hell? I am shocked. His Majesty the King is not only not recruited, but also has a lot of authority. The network is not good. Is there anyone who can take a screenshot? What did His Majesty the King say in the second statement? Text version. Read it yourself. His Majesty the King. I just looked at the private messages and found that many people are concerned about whether the holographic game will be sold overseas. Here is a unified explanation. It will be released overseas, and we are currently preparing to communicate. What can be confirmed preliminarily is that the release date of holographic games overseas will be later than that in China. The specific release date depends on the final communication results, and whether the channels for the release of holographic games overseas will be handed over to local governments also depends on the final communication results. As for those who communicate with foreign countries about related matters, please follow at Overseas Holographic Game Official, which is mainly responsible for communicating with foreign governments to discuss the promotion and release of holographic games. It will also be released overseas. Since the official said that this is an ether training simulator, shouldn't it be a national weapon? Still released to the outside world? Normally, it is impossible to open the game to foreign countries. After all, those who understand the international situation understand it. So, I just want to ask, what is the relationship between His Majesty the King and the government? He has already announced the relationship between the holographic game and the ether, and this official statement was issued by him at the first time. Wait, do I smell the atmosphere of negotiation from this notice? After communication, the time for the holographic game to be released overseas is determined? Isn't that just a different way of saying it in the negotiation? Recently, the situation. Don't talk about current affairs, or the post will be deleted. Then I will ask politely, has the release date of the holographic game cabin been announced? I went to the latest official notice of Wagwa holographic game account and took a look. It just issued a notice to recycle the simplified version of the holographic game helmet, and didn't mention when the holographic game cabin would be released. I think the official is more anxious than us. After all, this is not a game, but an ether control simulator. In the current situation, everyone needs this. It's done by making a reservation. With this number of reservations, I don't know if I can play the holographic game in my lifetime. Wait, am I the only one who noticed that His Majesty didn't mention any game features added after the public beta? There was no update log? You asked this question as if you had just met His Majesty on the first day. Hasn't he always been like this? He used the attitude of the most lordly to make the most problematic plan, considering that the official even knelt before him. I think there is nothing wrong with His Majesty's attitude, even if the internal beta becomes a public beta. But there are actually no game features added. What can you do? Aren't you just forgiving him with fatherly love? Facts have proven that scientists are the best. The premise is that the technology you master is completely different from the entire current civilization, and the world cannot replicate it. In the past few months, foreign news has gone from saying that holographic games are fake at the beginning, to that we are successfully developing holographic games, to that the founder of holographic games intends to join our nationality, to now strongly accusing China of technology monopoly and demanding the opening of holographic game technology. Ironclad facts have proved how awesome His Majesty the King is. I don't care about the hens when I eat eggs. I just care about when the public beta will be launched. If there are no more holographic games to play, I will die. The production of the holographic game cabin is not so smooth as it should be. Even though the Special Investigation Bureau had obtained some of the holographic game cabin parts drawings from He Xingwen before, and conducted targeted research, the technical content of the holographic game cabin is still too high for this world. Half of the problem comes from the inadequate understanding of the drawings, and the other half comes from the supporting production equipment required for overly precise parts. Due to the technological barriers between the holographic game cabin and the world, the production of the holographic game cabin is a real task that requires a new production line from the smallest parts and bolts. The biggest problem is that the production line of holographic game cabin parts is built almost from scratch. Even if the relevant departments of the country are mobilized, they will inevitably encounter setbacks here. The production line has not yet been perfected, let alone the large-scale manufacturing of holographic game cabins. Only the craze for booking holographic games is still being promoted unprecedentedly, and the number of bookings has repeatedly broken through history. Compared with China's tireless efforts to overcome difficulties, the dwarves were much smoother in manufacturing the core parts of the holographic game cabin. Although it is more difficult, the dwarves' talent in this area is always trustworthy. When the elite NPCs in the kingdom explained to other races the sudden expansion of the kingdom, the dwarves had no extra thoughts about the changes in the kingdom. They poured into the kingdom, poured into the new buildings that appeared in the city, studied all the updated tools, and even wanted to use the equipment in the dwarf factory that exceeded their own forging level. They accepted the tasks brought by He Xingwen without any doubt, and while exploring the use of new equipment, they gathered together to study the manufacturing of the core parts of the holographic game cabin. These new existences were like a burning flame, which firmly attracted their attention. The single-minded dwarves' enthusiasm for forging is very worthy of the preference for forging given to this race. Most of the dwarves were busy building the dwarf kingdom on the top of the mountains, while the elites among the other dwarves were drawn out at this moment to focus on conquering the forging of key parts of the holographic game cabin. After spending some time discussing solutions, a new production line soon appeared in the factory, and parts began to be manufactured in an orderly manner. The dwarf completed the task easily, and then began to shift his attention to the new items that appeared after the kingdom update, such as the forging table that can perfectly use the energy of black blood stone. The production line was established with difficulty, and the parts of the game cabin were gradually accumulated from scratch. Everything was on track in the shortest time, although it is still a long time for those who have been waiting for a long time. At least, before this period becomes longer, He Xingwen promptly confirmed the specific time of the public beta with the Special Investigation Bureau. Your Majesty, on October 1st, the game will officially start the public beta. Before that, the list of the first batch of players who have made reservations will be announced, and the holographic game cabin will be delivered to the door by the relevant departments. Please note that the game cabin is bound to the player's ID card and cannot be resold or disassembled. Resale will be subject to legal liability, and those with serious circumstances will be prosecuted for treason. All after-sales services will not be provided for any game that cannot be run due to disassembly. He Xingwen is not concerned about the heated discussion caused by this statement. There are still 10 days before the game's public beta. The kingdom that is about to usher in the public beta needs to be prepared. Chapter 119 Game 91 The reaction of other natives in the kingdom. Time goes back for a moment. Let's turn our attention to the suddenly updated kingdom. After the king explained the somewhat bizarre and funny political system, time in the kingdom paused for a few seconds. This pause was too short for anyone to notice. By the time they realized what had happened just now, they had been expelled from the kingdom, as if someone had used space teleportation at that moment. causing their spatial position to change. But everyone present was very clear about another point. No one used space teleportation. In that brief moment, there was no trace of space teleportation, and they strangely moved from the kingdom to their current location. The mages stood outside the junction of the Arcane Academy and the Land of God's Fall, looking at the familiar desert. And after the initial doubts, they quickly started the discussion mode. What happened? No ether fluctuations. What did the king do? The mages who were discussing stayed where they were cautiously, without making any rash moves. Nor did they try to control the Ethernet network deployed by the Arcane Academy in the main city of the kingdom. The dwarves and demons outside the border between the top of the mountains and the Land of Gods were stunned by the change in geographical location. And then, they quickly responded to it. The dwarves tried to use the communicator to contact the communication equipment they deployed in the factory in the main city. The communication was unsuccessful. Huh? Strange. Dorona tried several times without success, and then looked at Andy Sue with a puzzled look. What's going on? Is the communicator broken? It's not that the call is not connected, but that the communicator cannot be contacted? The dwarves were talking loudly. What's going on? What happened to the kingdom? It's blocked? I can't find the signal. Will the human kingdom just disappear? How about someone go in and take a look? That's the Land of Gods. We have to accept the curse calmly and go in and take a look. Right? As soon as the dwarf finished speaking, he heard a pop sound from the demons beside him, which was extremely slight. The dwarves turned their heads and looked at the demons, who had been very lively since just now. A bunch of demons were lying at the junction of the Land of Gods and the top of the mountains, as if there was suddenly an invisible barrier here, separating the Land of Gods and the top of the mountains. Can't get in. Kenti, who had tried and failed, climbed down from this invisible barrier and turned to the dwarves and said, "It refuses us to enter." Nubleta stared at this invisible barrier thoughtfully, and a violent ether reaction spread from him. The dwarves and demons retreated in unison, quickly keeping their distance from each other. Dorona was still whispering to Ndisu, "I didn't expect that Nilita's control over the ether was so strong. It's completely different from his previous performance." Ndisu knew this better than Dorona. As the first dwarf to come to the kingdom, he witnessed the entire process of Nilita's contact with the kingdom. If Nilita's current strength is all, then he showed it most 1% when he first came into contact with the human kingdom, using superb acting skills to show that he was no threat to the human kingdom, thus opening the next story. As expected of a demon, he is not trustworthy at all. As Ndisu sighed, the violent ether fluctuations were brewing, accurately penetrating the barrier and catalyzing the reaction. Nothing happened, whether it was the explosion or the subsequent fluctuations of the ether. It was like a flame falling into the water and quickly extinguished, without even a ripple. Nubleta got the result of the test, ended his silence, turned his head, and said to the demons, "It is absolutely impossible for an intelligent race to remain unmoved by my attack." Kendi's hoof dug the soil, and he was obviously a little excited. "Father God?" Everyone's ears stood up instantly. Nubleta stared at the invisible barrier, frowning. "I didn't sense the existence of the Father God." Kendi urged him, "What is that? Don't lose your appetite. Tell me quickly." "I don't know." Nubleta spread his hands. "If I knew, would I still stare at it with you?" The demons heard the words and dispersed, each looking for fun. The druids and treemen standing outside the border between the Everfree Forest and the Gothall land were much more silent than those in other directions. The kingdom's forest refused to communicate with them from the beginning. So after suddenly moving outside the kingdom's territory, the druids and treemen had no way to contact the creatures inside the kingdom. So after staring at the Gothall land for a few seconds, the druid reached out and communicated with the treemen, saying okay in a way that others could not know. After the communication, the druid built a tree house on the spot, and the treemen simply took root there and entered a short state of sleep. Obviously, they planned to wait until this unknown change was over. Compared to the silence of the druids, the other direction seemed too noisy, too close to the sea. "Fly higher." Anuta, who was clinging to Turjin's claws, urged him while searching for a flying tool in his personal space. "I'm flying now?" Turjin flapped his wings boredly and glanced at the shadow of the huge wind and waves that kept tumbling below. How could it be such a coincidence that you just hit this guy when you fell? It made them look like they were running away. "If you ask me, I'll just burn it to death with a breath of dragon breath." Turjin was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation that he was forced to run away. I am the leader of the dragon clan after all. And running away is too embarrassing. Anuta took out the flying tool from his personal space, released his dragon claws, and stabilized his body in the air. Unless you can burn through the sea surface, how do you want to burn a sea creature to death? So, sea creatures are really unpleasant. Although Dragon Island is located in the South China Sea, it does not prevent Turjin from complaining about it. It's ugly. And it's so big all the time. Who are you trying to scare? Anuta stared at Turjin, who perfectly fits these adjectives. For a few seconds, I'm afraid they don't think the dragon race is so pleasing. Turjin doesn't care whether other races like dragons or not, but you are still the most powerful. You fell into this thing unexpectedly, and you can still get out of it. With this level of protection, you don't even have a few protective spells on your teeth. Right? He made an envious voice. It's worthy of being the gold of the gold. You are really rich. Anuta ignored him. If Ezigen had the individual strength of the dragon clan, they would not have to make so many preparations to ensure their personal safety. What happened to the kingdom? Anuta raised his altitude and looked down at the kingdom's territory from a high place. How did we appear in the South China Sea? Do you remember? Turjin stared at the waves below and said casually, I was admiring the gems on the altar and didn't pay attention to other things. Even the dragon clan didn't know what happened at that moment. Anuta came to the conclusion, reached out, and took out the dedicated communicator inside Ezigen. Initiated a contact with the device he left in the grocery store in the novice village, and got the same result as the dwarf. Anuta looked down at the communicator in his hand and muttered to himself, no way to establish contact. It seems that something else has been attracted here. Turjin looked at the increasingly turbulent sea surface below, stretched out his claws, pulled Anuta on his claws, and then flapped his wings slightly. At too fast a speed, the originally comfortable breeze quickly escalated, scraping Anuta's face like a blade. Where are you going? Anuta raised his voice and said, can you discuss it with me first? The flying speed of the dragon clan is very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they jumped a long way along the boundary between the South China Sea and the land of God's fall. Go find the dwarves, Turjin said as a matter of course. Otherwise, if I am so big and I am hovering over the South China Sea, wouldn't these sea creatures come one after another to join in the fun? I saw them. The dragon race has a wider field of vision than most races. After flying along the edge of the gods' falling land for a while, Turjin saw the small black dot standing on the periphery of the mountains. He greeted them. I'm coming. The dragon roar came from afar. Nolita looked up at the horizon. There was no dragon in the boundless sight, but there was only one culprit who made the dragon roar. How did this guy come so fast? Nolita muttered and moved aside. The huge figure that had disappeared just now fell from the sky, and the ground made a loud noise. The shadow fell and covered everyone present. The dwarves who were discussing turned their heads to look at the amazingly large Turjin, who had the aura of a dragon tyrant. They were too lazy to even say hello, and retracted their eyes to continue the original topic. However, the demon still greeted him in twos and threes to be precise. They greeted Anuta. Does Ezigen know any news? Anuta, the problem is a bit serious. I'm afraid the kingdom is gone. Ezigen is always trustworthy, as long as you can pay. After learning the information they knew so far, Anuta cut the Gordian knot and said directly, go find the wizard. Right. Nublita, standing aside, said loudly as if he had come up with the idea, with the wizard's virtue. They must have secretly set up spells in the kingdom. Finding them will definitely help us find out what happened in the kingdom the fastest. Kinty interrupted. No one is listening to you. They left long ago. Nublita looked around. The dwarves were busy exchanging information with Anuta. Turjin was busy opening black holes, and the demons had already left. No one paid attention to Nublita's performance at all. Nublita said, oh, put away the extra expression, and lazily followed the main force. The black hole unfolded in the area of the Arcane Academy, quickly attracting the attention of Ethernet and the positioning of many offensive spells. The voice came before the person arrived. Turjin shouted loudly and successfully avoided the tragedy of being hit by the ether in the face. Are you there? Mages? Are you there? Are you there? We are coming to find you. With his roar, dragons, dwarves, and demons emerged from the huge black hole. The mages at the border between the Arcane Academy and the Land of Gods cast a glance at this team, then retracted it, still battling academic issues. The dwarf ended the battle. Our communicator in the kingdom has lost contact. Can you contact it? The honest dwarf went straight to the point. What spell arrangement? Or Ethernet? You can't have done nothing? The mages looked at the team configuration with all races, and their eyes fell on Ezigen, the only one who had a relationship with him. Anuta took on the responsibility and explained the current situation to them. The mages then slowly began to control the ether to interact with the Ethernet in the kingdom. They got the same result. The mages looked at each other and tried one by one in silence, confirming that they could not establish a connection with the ether in the kingdom. Anuta finally summarized the current situation. In other words, we have completely lost contact with the kingdom? Nublita added, to be precise. The kingdom is isolated from the whole world. So, why did this change suddenly occur? Tall Jin's voice came from the air. The mages silently repeated the act of connecting with the kingdom through ether. The dwarves whispered to communicate. The demons can't destroy the barrier. Do anyone else want to try? I'll do it. After hearing this, Tuarjin took the lead and pounced. The ground shook violently, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone watched the huge golden dragon fall on the invisible barrier that separated the kingdom from other areas, as if it was not the strongest dragon in the world, but a little chicken that rushed up, and it had no effect on it. After watching the good show, Nolita gloated and said, "Don't try it. Judging from the strength of my attack at that time, I don't think that other people's destructive behavior would get different results." Tuarjin rubbed his face and flew back to the sky. I don't believe it. This is simply an insult to the dragon race. Everyone took a step back and watched the various attack methods of the dragon race, including but not limited to dragon breath, collision, ether attack, etc. Half an hour later, Tuarjin flew in the sky again as if nothing had happened. I should go back to guard the mine. What if it is stolen by accident? Watching the back of the golden dragon leaving, the upright dwarf said first. He ran away. What should we do next? What else can we do? Wait. Nublita was easygoing and accepted the unexpected very quickly. Either wait for the kingdom to reopen, or wait for it to never open. There are only two results. The immortal species is the immortal species. The dwarf sighed. Such words can be said lightly. In fact, although most of the races present have long lifespans, there is a difference between long lifespans and long lifespans. Just like living for 1,000 years and living until the end of the world are two different concepts. Demons and dragons are truly immortal. That is, they live almost as long as the years. Mages, dwarves, and Etchen are between immortal and short-lived. Mages rely on the exploration of ether to extend their lifespan, while dwarves and Etchen can live for thousands of years. Compared to humans and beastmen, they are immortal. But for demons and dragons, thousands of years is just half an era. Although the dwarves sighed, they did not raise any objections. Different races began to wait for different purposes, compared with their psychological preparation. The time the kingdom was isolated from the world was so short that it could only be called a moment. It was as if they had just made the decision to wait yesterday. And the next day, the great changes in the kingdom were staged in front of them. When the kingdom began to change drastically, everyone cast their eyes. At first, there were only some vibrations from the depths of the kingdom. But soon, they realized the reason for the vibrations. The golden dragon flew from the top of the mountains. The physical fitness of the dragon race is the best in the other world. And so is their vision. Before anyone noticed, Tuarjin rushed over and told them the reason for the vibration. The kingdom is expanding. The stubborn dwarf asked immediately, "Aren't you going back to the mine on the top of the mountains?" Tuarjin ignored the dwarf, the fool, and held everyone in his claws, rising higher and higher, reflecting the changes in the distant god's land in a more intuitive way to everyone's eyes. The green plains extended from the center of the god's land, dyeing the yellow sand with its color. The sea rushed, expanding towards the other end of the desert, and the forest extended on the plains, spreading all the way to the endless forest. There was no time for the onlookers to react. The desert disappeared in the blink of an eye as the green stretched across the land. Oasis. No, it can't be called an oasis now. It should be said that the fertile plain replaced the desert and announced its existence to the world. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Before they could say anything, the changes on the land of the fallen god continued. Cities rose from the ground one after another, and with their vast area, they became an existence that could not be ignored. The loud noise gradually calmed down with the emergence of the city. and it disappeared completely only after the internal upgrade of the city was completed. Everything returned to calm in a very short time. But it was difficult for the onlookers to calm down. In the silent atmosphere, the dwarf pointed to the plain and said in a shocked tone, "Those cities appeared out of thin air." "Right? No one built them. And they appeared all of a sudden?" The dwarf said that this scene had a huge impact on them. And they even doubted the meaning of their own existence. How can there be buildings that appear out of thin air? Besides buildings, can you pay attention to the disappeared gods' falling land? Nulita was more concerned about the desert. Did the gods' falling land disappear? Or has it completely merged with the kingdom? This expansion speed, Anuta muttered to himself, quickly calculated, and then turned to look at the silent mages. The mages thought the same as he did, judging from the expansion speed of the kingdom. The next ones to face this threat are other entities bordering the gods' falling land. For example, the Arcane Academy. You know, the area of the gods' falling land is much larger than that of the Arcane Academy. But it only took the kingdom nearly a year to completely annex it. So it definitely won't take a year for it to annex the territory of the Arcane Academy. Kenny asked, "So, the kingdom's previous self-isolation was because it was going to expand on a large scale?" Torjean continued, "From what we see, this is the only answer." Andisa looked at the kingdom's territory that expanded instantly, but I didn't see any trace of those humans. Nublita leaped from the dragon's claws and fell freely in the direction of the kingdom, and fell on the invisible barrier again. Torjean landed, put the other races in his claws back to the ground, and fell into thought. What kind of new civilization is this? How can it expand to this extent in an instant? Nublita touched his face, which was a bit hard just now, and his face was a bit numb. You can't ignore the essence of this civilization, because of the king's noble morality. He moved his cheeks and gestured to Ndisu on this point. Ndisu is the most qualified to speak. After all, he is the predecessor who knows the kingdom best. Andisa recalled his first impression of this new civilization for the first time, a very aggressive civilization. I don't know if you have seen that scene. Anuta suppressed the urge to sigh with difficulty. The people of the kingdom are not increased by reproduction. They are born out of thin air. Nulita continued. New members born by reproduction have an infancy, and need a long time to educate and grow. But new members born out of thin air have no infancy, and do not need time to grow. Every citizen born from the altar is a qualified weapon from the moment he appears. Loyal, silent, obey orders and never complain. No demands, no desires. Anuta, who had observed the NPCs for a long time, shared his observations. Their physical fitness is always stable at the peak of humans, and it is even difficult for you to classify them as humans. Torjean concluded from their popular science, then its existence is really. The huge golden pupils turned around all the races on the scene, to be honest. Judging from these two conclusions alone, this is a more dangerous existence than the Zerg, considering those crazy undead. Torjean counted with his claws. So what do you think? Torjean looked at the dwarves. Andisa shook his head. Dwarves are citizens of the kingdom. So no matter how dangerous the kingdom is, it has no meaning to them. Expecting the stubborn and single-minded dwarves to rebel is like expecting the devil to become a moral role model overnight. It will never happen. Torjean looked at the devil, and without waiting for the devil to reply, he skipped the untrustworthy devil and looked at the mage. The mage showed a solemn expression. The distance between the Arcane Academy and the kingdom was too close, and it was difficult for the mages to stay out of it. Someone must stop the expansion of the kingdom. The mage looked at everyone present. This is not just something that the Arcane Academy has to worry about. The pace of the kingdom's expansion will not stop easily. Everyone present is facing the threat it brings. Torjean scratched his head. I think Dragon Island is quite safe. After everyone cast their eyes, Torjean hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. The main reason is that you have seen the aggressiveness of the kingdom. The Black Blood Stone is too dangerous, and the dragons have no need to rush into conflict with the kingdom. The mage turned his head and looked at the silent Ezigen. Where is Ezigen? Anuta said calmly. Ezigen will not participate in the war. We are absolutely neutral. There was silence for a few seconds. It seems that we have different ideas about the expansion of the kingdom. The mage said, You'd better think about this decision carefully, and recall the speed of the kingdom's territory expansion just now. He glanced at the others present. The Arcane Academy does not require other forces to fight for us. But when the Zerg appeared, everyone's reaction was not the same as now. Nulita said objectively, the main reason is that the Zerg and the kingdom are not the same concept. When everyone looked at him, Nilita continued, the kingdom is much more dangerous than the Zerg. The Zerg will fail in the South China Sea, but the kingdom will not. Chapter 120 Game 92 Confession Scene Big Mistake. After confirming the start time of the public beta, He Xingwen returned to the kingdom with the awareness of dealing with a lot of problems. What else? He Xingwen drank a sip of water, sat up straight, and prepared to continue working. Zhe pulled out a chair, sat aside, and thought about the wording. Things that require your permission have been approved. As for other trivial matters, after the sudden expansion of the kingdom, I can decide and deal with them. He rarely showed a hesitant look. After a busy day, He Xingwen, who was still full of various pending matters in the kingdom, had no interest in beating around the bush. He cast a glance at the system. The system and He Xingwen's eyes intersected. The blurred light and shadow could not distinguish the expression, but he could still capture the other's eyes. It was that kind of look that He Xingwen had never felt from anyone else. Here it comes again. That strange feeling. Before He Xingwen could express more emotions about this subtle strange feeling, the system dragged everything back to business. According to my analysis, a huge amount of data was flushed from the system's database. And the conclusion was, he came for other races in the kingdom, and he has formed personal opinions about these races. The system's tone was a little subtle. Obviously he is an existence that obeys orders. But in the end, he will become more like a human because he has his own opinions. He Xingwen understood and gave Zhe a way out. What about the other races in the kingdom? Zhe, who was thinking hard about how to express his thoughts, breathed a sigh of relief and smoothly continued He Xingwen's question. Their reaction to the kingdom's expansion this time was too bland. Considering the kingdom's next expansion strategy, I think you need to have a conversation with them to confirm their obedience. The kingdom's next expansion strategy. He Xingwen repeated Zhe's word. Expansion strategy? Zhe was even more puzzled. Isn't the kingdom's expansion to start a full-scale war? He paused and continued. The kingdom has just taken the first step to conquer the world, and 120,000 people are waiting for the next order. The kingdom's next goal is to continue to expand, isn't it? No. All this is just because the kingdom has been updated. When He Xingwen came up with this self-evident thought, the system reminded He Xingwen, if you still remember the 4 national settings you created at the beginning of the game. National setting 1. Your people are always eager to conquer more land. He Xingwen remembered those national settings that had completely lost their sense of existence recently. He Xingwen covered his forehead and made a meaningless sound, and waved to Zhe weakly. Zhe stood up and was about to leave, but He Xingwen suddenly sat up and confirmed, is this your personal idea? Or? Zhe stopped and bowed slightly to the king, giving the king a heart-wrenching blow. Everyone has the same idea as me. Zhe smiled. We fight for you, for the glory of the king, and for the victory of the kingdom. That was a surging, undisguised ambition for war and victory. And it was also a fierce emotion that He Xingwen had never seen in them. He Xingwen was stunned for 2 seconds, and waved to him again, signaling him to disappear from his sight. Zhe just turned around, and heard the new order from the king again. Go call Nilita and the others. I will hold a meeting with them. Zhe nodded, took 2 steps, stopped when he realized what was happening, and confirmed with the king, do you mean to gather the demons together? Or all the other races in the kingdom together? He Xingwen, call the person in charge of each race. We will hold a meeting and correct everyone's understanding of all this. When Zhe hurriedly took the order and left, He Xingwen cast his eyes towards the system, subconsciously seeking an answer. Will this national setting have any impact on our goals? The system reminded him, have you completed the first stage of your main task? He Xingwen looked at the task reminder at the bottom of the Mind Palace. Main task uniqueness. Ensure that the kingdom is not assimilated into the alien world, and becomes part of the alien world. Phase 1. Expand the kingdom's territory, and accept other races in the alien world. Progress 40%. You don't think that it's over after unifying the dwarf kingdom, right? Look at the map. This is just the beginning. Although the system cannot see He Xingwen's Mind Palace, it does not prevent him from knowing the progress accurately. This will not have any impact on our ultimate goal. After all, expanding the kingdom's territory is part of the plan. The only difference is that they don't mind offering you territory with a bloody war, while you prefer peaceful expansion. If it were someone else, this appeasement policy would attract ruthless criticism from the system. But if it was He Xingwen, he made this choice only because he has noble morals. Who can blame him for being too noble? The system is very clear about its double standards, and has no intention of changing them after all. There will always be someone who is unique to you. All principles can be easily changed in front of him. let alone just a small double standard. He tactfully reminded He Xingwen, but the essence of peaceful expansion is still expansion. And it is still the result of absolute strength crushing. When peaceful expansion is impossible, a war, or many wars are an inevitable process. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and confirmed with the system. So, establishing the national political system, updating the kingdom, expanding the territory. The number of NPCs has skyrocketed, opening the public beta, and welcoming countless players. This series of chain reactions is for. He Xingwen stared at the light and shadow, as if he could see the changes in the other party's expression from the blurred shadow, and said very seriously, to prepare for the next war? The system corrected his words. Everything is. To fulfill your original wish. After a few seconds of silence, He Xingwen said uncertainly, Play holographic games? If the people in the other world knew that the reason why all these unprovoked disasters occurred, if the people on Earth knew that the reason why the great changes of the revival of spiritual energy came, was just because someone wanted to play a holographic game. After a subtle silence, the system's vague answer was very suspicious. He Xingwen glanced at the system. Huh? The system looked at the sky and the earth, but not at He Xingwen. Almost means, your original wish was almost to play holographic games. Of course, to be more accurate, it can also be said to be saving the earth. How is playing holographic games similar to saving the earth? They are completely different. He Xingwen stared at the system, which rarely showed a guilty look, for a long time, and suddenly changed the subject. I found that after the upgrade, you are more humane. To be precise, almost like a human. System, there is nothing special about humans. It is very easy to imitate. It's just that I was not familiar with the emotional module before, which made me look a little rigid in the early stage. He Xingwen, so the upgrade process of intelligent life is to imitate humans? It's like the conclusion drawn by taking humans as the center of the universe. And it is natural to assume that the highest form of existence of all life is the form of human existence. But considering that the system itself is an existence higher than the human dimension, there is no need for the other party to imitate a more backward life form. The system did deny this guess. No. The light and shadow moved slightly, and took a step towards He Xingwen, keeping the distance at the optimal solution calculated by the system. My choice is based on the fact that you like humans more. He Xingwen was slightly stunned, but it was difficult for him to disagree with the system's words. Indeed, all creatures prefer the same species. He paused for 2 seconds, thinking that the system's words were a bit strange. But even if you have no similar thinking patterns or expressions with humans, I will still like you. The system affirmed this, of course. Who would not like me? Even the worst intelligent creatures would like a nearly omnipotent tool. You sound a bit narcissistic when you say that. He Xingwen grasped the problem. But I don't like you as a tool to be used. He spread his hands to the system. You are not really a tool. Even if your mood swings are not obvious. You are an intelligent creature with joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. The system thought for 2 seconds. So when you said, even if you have no similar thinking patterns or expressions to humans, I will still like you. Do you mean you like me? He Xingwen was about to answer his question. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Enja reminded He Xingwen through the half-open door. Your Majesty. Everyone is here. I know. He Xingwen stood up and said to the system, Don't you like me? The light and shadow paused beside the chair, like a sculpture that suddenly fell silent. He Xingwen patted his shoulder, of course. His hand naturally passed through the light and shadow again, and a strange sense of touch came from the nerve endings. So, you should give yourself a name. He Xingwen retracted his hand and walked out, saying, The system is not a name at all. It can only be regarded as a definition. But the name is different. It represents that you are the only one. He Xingwen walked a distance and found that the system was still standing there, motionless. He Xingwen, who had no idea that he had casually set off a data storm in the system's database, stopped and said, What's wrong? The paused light and shadow looked at He Xingwen. I don't know why. It feels a bit strange. He Xingwen touched his chin and guessed. Because of the name? Is it possible that in your built-in program settings, naming is a switch for self-awakening? He denied this guess to himself. No. You have evolved to this level. Haven't you awakened yourself yet? It has nothing to do with naming. The system recorded the stormy feeling of the database in detail in the error record and explained to He Xingwen, When you said you liked me, my program became a little strange. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. waved to the system, and the light and shadow floated forward and stopped beside He Xingwen. He Xingwen coaxed him. It's okay. More people will like you in the future. The system sensed the complex data fluctuations, and quickly realized that they were not talking about the same topic. He Xingwen, I thought you didn't care about other people at all. He glanced at the light and shadow that followed him obediently. I didn't expect that you would care about the fact that no one likes you. This sounds like the most hypocritical emotion that only humans can produce. He Xingwen said as he walked, if this is also a step in simulating human emotional expression, then you can graduate completely. I don't think the point is that no one likes me. The system quickly sorted out the logic. The point is who is the person who likes me. The conversation was interrupted, because He Xingwen arrived at his destination. He Xingwen pushed open the door, and creatures of different races sitting at the round table cast their eyes at him. Nolita, who was sitting below him, spoke first, and started to flatter him. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your Majesty has become more handsome. He Xingwen stared at the greasy Nolita, and felt that it was meaningless to beat around the bush in front of this group of immortals, who were thousands of years old. So he got straight to the point. The reason why I called you here. As he spoke, he looked around at all the intelligent creatures sitting at the table. The wizards, druids, and told Jin who were not listening at all. The dwarves who listened very seriously but probably listened in vain, and Anuta, the only one who looked reliable. And the demon, who was actually very reliable but behaved inappropriately most of the time. Such a table of intelligent creatures really makes people worry about the future of this world. He Xingwen, as you can see, the kingdom has expanded and many new changes have occurred. But this is just the beginning. He Xingwen tried to reach an agreement with them. The goal of the kingdom is to conquer half of the continent, whether through war or other means. Nolita touched his chin. You only plan to conquer half of the continent? He said with great sorrow. I think we can have a broader vision. As of now, the kingdom has no obstacles in conquering the entire continent. Why should we keep half of it? Other races cast their eyes on the demon. Isn't it too natural for you to make suggestions as a member of the kingdom? He Xingwen ignored the demon and continued, I want to know your opinions on this. He Xingwen named, Mage. He is so old. And he didn't expect that he would face such a problem one day. He coughed a few times to give himself some time to think. And then he slowly said, You mean the kingdom's next target is the Arcane Academy? Nublita was standing by, with a strong presence. Although no one asked questions, he still worked diligently to give advice to the kingdom. This may be a bit difficult. The Ethernet of the Arcane Academy is a strategic existence, with comprehensive defense and long-range attack capabilities. In addition, the mages research on Ethernet. Once the army enters the Arcane Academy, they may die in the next second. Nublita lowered his voice artificially, and reminded He Xingwen under the premise that everyone could hear. Besides, don't you still want the mage to study the Black Blood Stone for you? At least wait until the research results come out before turning your back on me. Right? The demons were not thinking about the kingdom. They were just hoping that the kingdom and the Arcane Academy would not fight. And they were fanning the flames. It's not the next target, but from the perspective of the Arcane Academy's geographical location, this is an inevitable future. He Xingwen said slowly, based on this point. I think it's necessary to know your thoughts on this. Dodi coughed a few more times. And the war was brought to the druids, who were not involved. What do the druids think? Lincoln, who was suddenly called, thought for a few seconds and gave a positive answer. We do not approve of this expansion. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war. Dodi reduced his presence and left the confrontation to the druids and the king. If the kingdom's territory expands to the Everfree Forest, it means, He Xingwen said bluntly, as a part of the kingdom's territory, the Everfree Forest will usher in the revival of extinct plants. Lincoln stared at He Xingwen for 2 seconds without saying a word. He Xingwen continued, It also means that the kingdom will no longer exclude druids and tree people. I need to discuss this with the tree people. Lincoln, who is not good at negotiation, changed sides very quickly. Nolita, who watched this scene, immediately followed and said to He Xingwen worriedly, But there is a serious problem in the Everfree Forest. If it is not solved, I am afraid that peaceful reunification will not be possible. The druids are divided into extremists and centrists. As the name suggests, the extremists have an extreme attitude towards plants and intelligent creatures. They will never compromise. I doubt whether the result of the druids' discussion will be what you want. He Xingwen once again ignored the demon and turned to look at Duodi, who had reduced his presence. Mage, Dodi looked around at everyone present, and his gaze paused on the dwarf. The mountain top was the party with the least problem in expanding the kingdom. After all, the dwarf had already made his choice. Unable to shift the blame, the mage had to answer the question directly. If the kingdom's territory invades the territory of the Arcane Academy without permission, the Arcane Academy will regard this as a declaration of war, terminate all our cooperation with the kingdom, and attack the kingdom's people and the kingdom's territory. He Xingwen understood his attitude towards this, and did not rush to respond. Instead, he mentioned another matter and said, "The reason why I gathered everyone together is to inform everyone of another situation." Nolita conscientiously fulfilled his duty as a supporting actor. When the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point, and two races had almost expressed their intention to fight bluntly, he said, "What's the situation? Do we need to gather everyone together?" He pretended to guess. "Isn't the kingdom about to expand again?" "That's not the case." He Xingwen took a sip of water. "I think you have noticed that the players have disappeared from the kingdom." As soon as the term player appeared, everyone silently perked up. This is because, after this period of adaptation, the players have become familiar with this continent. He Xingwen, so, a large number of players will soon appear in the kingdom. How much is a large number? Nolita counted on his fingers and said, "I asked you before." After the kingdom completed its expansion, the total number of people in the kingdom is currently around 120,000. So will the number of players who appear next be higher or lower than that? 12W. Who are you looking down on? The total population of China's third-tier cities can reach several million. According to the arrangement of the Special Investigation Bureau, grassroots cadres, internal personnel of the organization, and party members will enter the holographic game. Just this number alone is heading towards several million. Of course, limited by the production efficiency of the holographic game cabin. The number of people pouring in at the beginning of the public beta will definitely not reach this level. But even so, 12W. He Xingwen, higher than it. Nublita insisted on getting an answer. How much higher? He Xingwen thought about the wording. It's hard to say. The main reason for not being able to say is that he is afraid of scaring them, considering that the king does not know the mainland. Nublita kindly popularized science for him to show that they would not be easily frightened. There are also undead races on the mainland. There are countless undead in the Undead Canyon. Their number may exceed your imagination. He Xingwen, who was thinking about how to describe the number of players, so as not to have too much impact on the natives of the other world, breathed a sigh of relief. Then the number of players should be about the same as the number of undead. The scene fell into absolute silence. He Xingwen took a sip of water and realized that the scene seemed a little too quiet. He looked around and noticed that everyone's expressions were a little bad. So he decided to liven up the atmosphere. "So, you asked me before why I didn't conquer the entire continent?" He Xingwen joked. "Because it's meaningless to fight with the Undead Canyon and the Floating Abyss." But Nolita was obviously not in a joking mood. He licked his lips and was not sure. Is this a threat? He Xingwen put down the teacup and was a little surprised. How could it be? The reason I brought this up is to avoid any accidents caused by too many players. So I hope you can. He took out a thick stack of books from the side and handed them to Nalbuda. "Study it." Nalbuda looked down at the book in his hand. On the book, there was a line of big words, player operation guidelines, written in the common language. Opening the catalog, small titles jumped into his eyes. The right way to communicate with players. How to better use the weaknesses of players. When surrounded by players, you should do the following. If players want to attack you in an organized manner, please follow the steps below. When players are too noisy, there are several ways to effectively make them shut up or even leave. How to use the smallest reward items to stimulate the greatest enthusiasm of players. Detailed explanation of some common nouns in the mouths of players. He handed the stack of books in his hand to the others present, stared at the title for a few seconds, and suddenly realized that the meaning of this title is how they can better control disordered players through the characteristics of players to achieve orderly results. The scene became quiet, and only the sound of flipping books echoed in the room. Judging from the way they were flipping through the book, these intelligent creatures must have studied this operating code carefully and become an excellent game NPC. He Xingwen was very pleased with this scene, and did not forget to turn back to the topic and remind the mage, regarding your previous reply, I hope you can reconsider it. In view of the huge threat to the kingdom posed by the mage towers and Ethernet scattered throughout the territory of the Arcane Academy, once a war breaks out, I will consider transferring all players to the front line and launching an attack as the main force. Everyone cast their eyes at him, and He Xingwen calmly put great pressure on them. I have been trying my best to reduce deaths and expand the kingdom's territory as peacefully as possible. I hope you can feel my intentions. Don't repeat the experience of the Diamond Empire and cause unnecessary deaths.